a clear view of what you're seeing, and that as you go up, you would see less and less curve, which is what he said earlier. You would see less and less of the great circle. Another inconsistency.
So
and I'll
before we
stay
can
for
go
the.
to
I'll
the
hang on. Let me finish. Let me wrap that. Let me wrap that up.
I'm going to
Let
go
me
ahead and
wrap
share
that
with
up.
everybody here. You can have it. If
Yeah,
you want.
as you get lower and lower in the marine layer and look further and further, you're going to get more and more miraging. And on different days, it's going to appear closer, and on other days, it's going to appear further away. But it's usually where the bridge or whatever you're looking at starts to get distorted. Even the water starts to shine or look, so compressed that you can't even tell what it is. That's where the optical illusion starts.
Yeah, and there are days when you can go when there are no optical illusions. You can see like buildings across the lake, windows, clearly make out windows and separations between different windows all the way down to the horizon. So you can minimize for those atmospheric conditions and go when you have good seeing conditions, which is
but that doesn't take away perspective. So as you're looking at ground level at like 12 foot, so your horizon or your vanishing point is at a certain distance, let's say 10 miles. Anything beyond that is taller than your eye level, you're going to be able to still see. But from that point lower is going to be obstructed because it's just going to blend together with whatever you're looking over, like the water, or if it's just sky and not a building, it's going to be the sky and water appearing at a certain level. And those actually change day to day also, because on one day in Covington on the North Shore, you can see more of the Marriott than on other days. Some days you can't see it at all. Some days it appears to be floating. That's called a mirage sounding. Congratulations.
Yeah, so go on days when you have good seeing conditions.
Well, you need to do what Dr. John did.
If you go on days with good seeing conditions, you minimize that variable, and when you do that, and it is consistent, actually, to speak.
How do you minimize perspective?
How do you minimize atmospheric seeing conditions? That's what.
No, perspective.
I wasn't talking about perspective.
We're talking about seeing 26 miles sounding. So perspective is a part of it, right, brother?
Yeah, perspective is a part of it.
But
not in this ramp perspective
idea. It is.
This FLIR
the perspective idea. No, the perspective idea where the bridge and the water will combine at a certain point. I call it the vanishing point. That might be wrong. But any point, any distance past that, you're not going to be able to make out the bridge. It's going to appear to go underwater, but we know it's not because you can drive over it. It's just perspective. And on certain days, you add atmospheric miraging that's closer than your perspective vanishing point, then you're going to get that. Hello?
Well,
it's not. FLIRspective is not the same as perspective. So,
that's deceptive right there. It's not perspective.
What you're talking about is this observation right here. Which
I'm talking about vanishing point.
In the chat. You're talking about this observation right here, where two.
No, I'm not talking about a specific observation. I'm talking about vanishing point over a distance, depending on the viewer height. The sky and the ground are going to merge together.
You were specifically talking about the Marriott building. That's what you started talking about at the beginning of this conversation. And this is about 200 feet of that Marriott building. Marriott, what is it? It's the Lakeway Center Building 1 is the Marriott, I believe. And there's about 200 feet of that building missing in that photograph that I posted at 20 past the hour. And when you minimize atmospheric conditions, it looks just like this every time.
Due to what?
What?
What is that 200 foot missing due to?
That's
simple questions.
That's the horizon blocking it right there.
Yeah, the horizon is obstructing, right? It's blending together. So anything above the horizon you can see. Anything below it you can't.
I don't see a blend. I see a very
sharp the water. Yeah, the water is appearing to go up towards your eye level. It's not.
What's happening is that the building is below the horizon.
Yeah, the building is further away. It's not below. Your perspective ends. No, your perspective. How far off the ground are you right there? If you're on the North Shore, you're probably 10 or 12 feet off the ground.
Yes.
Unless you're on the beach in that neighborhood where you can get to the beach level.
No, it's right by the toll center.
Yeah, so you're about 12 feet off the ground. So your horizon is how far away?
I don't know. I have to do the calculation.
Just guess. It don't have to be correct even. Just 15 miles. It's
sure as hell not 15 miles.
Okay, what would it be?
8 at best.
Okay, 8. That even helps me better. So the sky and the water are appearing to merge at 8 miles. Anything further than that is going to be distorted or obstructed by that.
Yeah, well, that makes no sense. So I don't know. What to say.
Yeah, okay. So you think the perspective should just go away then, huh?
It's not. You're not describing perspective, buddy.
Yes, I am. 8 miles.
No, there's a definition for perspective. You did not describe.
Line of sight, vanishing point.
Yeah, well,
where the sky and ground
building,
appear to meet.
So that building is clearly not at a vanishing point because you can.
Right. How far is the building though?
Roughly 24 miles.
So 24 miles. Is there a levee in front of it?
Not a 200-foot levee.
But did I ask if there was a 200? Is there a levee in front of it?
Yeah, there is. What about it?
Would you be able to see that land, even if you could see that far or get high enough? Would you think you'd be able to see that land, or would it blend in with the sky?
Yes, you'd be able to see that land. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
If you get high enough, you can see the land. Yes.
Right. You see a bicycler going on the path, right? So full of shit, man. You're full of shit.
Did I say anything about a bicycler going on the path?
Yeah, well, if you can see the land, you can sure as hell see a person.
Dude, it's like a 20-foot mound of dirt. What are you talking about?
Really?
Something like that.
20 foot. So if you're at 12 foot, so if you're only at 10 or 12 foot, that would be obstructing some, right?
If it were a flat plane, yeah, shit. Yeah, you're right.
All right, good.
But it's
what about perspective at 8 miles?
Not a flat plane, and it surely is
right. Right, of course not. It can't be, right?
It won't obstruct 200 feet. How could tell me how a 20-foot mound of dirt sitting right in front of the building is?
I never said it would obstruct 200 foot. I said it would have struck some of it.
That's what you're implying right now.
No, I'm not. I'm implying that. No, listen carefully.
First off,
just so you can't call me a deceiver later and bitch about me doing it to you. 8 miles is your vanishing point, sir. Anything beyond that, you're not going to see below that.
Do you know what a vanishing point is? No, I shouldn't have asked that question.
Yeah, where the sky and ground appear to meet at your eye level.
You don't know what a vanishing point is. This is not a line. Is not a point, right?
Where is my vanishing point?
Is not a vanishing point.
I call it
horizon would be a collection of vanishing points extended left to right. A line is nothing but an infinite number of points.
A vanishing point is just a position where things tend to vanish, right? In that direction. It's just perspective. It's just a description of perspective. But if you can see the building, right? If you can see the building, which clearly is not at a point, then it's not at a vanishing point.
Part of the building is the ground.
You just attempted to debunk Rakia's understanding of vanishing point, but the description of vanishing point you just said is what Rakia holds to. So Rakia,
and I'm not saying anything about the building.
But you're just using a word to mean some other concept. Then I mean, you're using.
Yeah, you're just trying to
get away. Vanishing point is labels a particular concept. If you take that word and then now start using it to,
he didn't use the word in a different sense to apart from what you just said. You're saying the same thing. Go ahead, Rakia.
No, we're not.
And also,
I'm not.
We're not. If I may, Rakia, the thing is, vanishing points are also size dependent. Soundly, so you implying that things get to the same vanishing point is inaccurate. A penny will reach a vanishing point that is much sooner than a 10,000-foot mountain. So your idea or this definition that you're saying, which implies that everything reaches the same vanishing point, is false. Part of the building will reach the vanishing point compared to the other part of the building because it is at a narrower viewing angle and or is at a different height. And so you have part of the building reaching a vanishing point, whereas the top of the building has not because it's not at the same viewing angle.
It's at a different angle.
None of that makes sense.
And you would know this, right? Obviously, you know this, right, Soundly? Because the top of the building...
I know that you guys don't know what a vanishing point is. Quite
I guess you won't answer that, though.
I'm asking you a question. Negation retort.
I'm asking you a question.
They're not even allowing me to talk, so I mean, I don't know.
Right.
Let's get some clarity. Hang on, let's get some clarity. What Lemon just said stands, regardless of your unjustified negation retort.
I didn't negate that. No, see, that's what you guys do. You play these word games. Lemon said 15 things. Okay, he gish galloped, and he incorrectly said some stuff and correctly said other stuff. So now, because I said no, that's wrong about one of them, you say that I said it's wrong about everything.
Okay, he didn't just gish gallop. He said
Yes,
one
he
point.
did.
Say your
No, he
point
didn't.
again,
He
Lemon.
gish galloped. He was talking about pennies versus
Sadly,
mountain.
the main thing that I pointed out was
a mountain will be visible for longer from a further distance than a penny. That's correct. But they both will disappear at the same vanishing point at different distances.
But vanishing points are height dependent. And so your definition of vanishing point,
No, they're not.
which implied that everything would reach the same vanishing point at the same time, is off. Vanishing points are height
not
dependent, and shorter
dependent.
objects reach a vanishing point than taller objects, which need further away from the observer to reach a vanishing point.
Shorter objects have less material to be seen and shrink quicker than the taller, right? So a taller object has more height. That's going to take longer to get smaller the further away it goes, right?
Right. So the 6 foot portion of the building.
It doesn't mean the central point that I was saying is that the vanishing point is a single place that all things shrink down to based on their distance away from you.
But you're not applying it correctly. You're forgetting that the 6 foot portion of the building is smaller than the portion of the building that is beyond that 6 foot range if you're 6 feet off the ground. That 6 foot portion of the building will reach a vanishing point sooner than the taller portion of the building, which is taller and at a wider angle. That's why part of the building appears to have set bottom up.
Not a 6 foot. It's not a 6 foot. It's a 200 foot, and it's the same height as the other half of the building that we clearly see. So clearly, the building is not at a vanishing point.
You just butchered his argument.
Now you're forgetting another application, Soundly, because the vanishing point happens where? At the level of the eyes. So you need to take into account what? The height up and down from the level of the eyes. If you're 6 feet off the surface, you have 6 feet of vanishing point, Soundly, and anything that is beyond that range, like the rest of the building, is just going to have to set bottom first.
Dude, if you can see the object, like you said earlier, like a penny versus a mountain, if you can see the object, it has not reached a vanishing point.
Part of it has, based off of the height of the observer.
It doesn't work that way. That is not how perspective works.
That's
not how vanishing
works.
Okay,
you're going to have vanishing points.
You're the one misunderstanding Lemon's phrase when he uses the term. The vanishing point, the point in your perspective, when the thing that you're trying to observe is obstructed by the horizon, part of the building is being cut off. You're trying to say vanishing point in the sense of the whole thing is not visible. Lemon is saying the term vanishing point in the same sense you are, but in the observation we're disputing is just a part of the building that is being obstructed by the horizon. That's not hard.
What you said there is correct. The part of the building that's being obstructed is being obstructed by the horizon, but because you can see the building, because it obviously has a width, right? Pixel width. You can see windows and everything else in there. Because you can see it, it has not reached a vanishing point.
The whole object will not reach the vanishing point at the same time.
Right now, the whole object does reach. The whole object does reach the vanishing point at the same time. And that's how do you know that? Because all I have to do is rise up.
Okay, you're insisting on the argument and insisting on the obfuscation.
Not getting any closer. I'm not obfuscating anything. I'm explaining to you.
No,
I was in the middle of talking. You're trying to interrupt the middle of my sentence with the beginning of yours.
We don't need confusion right now.
There's no confusion.
We don't need confusion right now. You're equivocating the term.
Let's let Soundly finish. Let's let Soundly finish. Hold on. What was it, Soundly?
Closer. Just go up, you see the building. That's a very clear indication
Proudly,
that it's not disappearing due to a vanishing point.
Okay, we find it now. The issue is an equivocation of the term vanishing point.
But the thing is, Soundly, you're at a higher elevation. So the part of the building that reached a vanishing point from being at too narrow of a viewing angle, it is now at a wider angle since you got higher. So you're forgetting about the viewing angle. You're forgetting about the part of the building that has reached a vanishing point from the narrow viewing angle. And you're assuming that all of the object will uniformly approach the vanishing point without setting bottom up. Those are bad assumptions because the widest viewing angle is up and away from the level of the eyes, while the most narrow viewing angle is toward the level of the eyes, where things will begin to set and appear to be cut off bottom first. So you're forgetting about key things here, Soundly.
I'm not forgetting about anything. None of that makes sense. What you said right there was not a coherent statement at all.
Justified negation retort.
It's not vanishing. You can call it whatever you want. It's not a vanishing point. It's just simply not. That's not what
it's a vanishing point for a
That's simply not what the definition of vanishing point means.
You're equivocating the term.
I'm not equivocating anything. There's a definition for the word. The word has a definition. He's not using that concept. He's using some other concept, and then he's calling it vanishing point. It's not a
We're using
vanishing
this
point
concept in a new way that helps us solve the problem.
No,
You're
you're
getting
not
a
using.
6-foot
You're not.
vanishing point in the
That's
foreground,
incorrect.
and
Lemon.
anything that's
That's
smaller
incorrect.
than 6 feet in the foreground with the 6-foot objects in the foreground will just have to step behind the vanishing points in the foreground, aka the horizon, and appear to step bottom first.
Okay,
That's
you
just the
keep
way the eye
saying that.
processes
You
the
keep saying
image.
that, but you're not using the concept in a new way. That's not true. You're using some
Well,
other
Sally,
concept, some new
you're
concept
not even
that
using the
is not a
concept
vanishing
correctly.
point concept. No, I am. I know
But you're
what a
not even
vanishing
using
point
the
is.
concept correctly, Soundly. You know why? Because
Vanishing
you're
points.
assuming that the object
Vanishing points are simple,
disappears
dude. This is how
evenly.
every 3D video game works, dude.
Of course,
What are
as you
talking about?
try
But
to
Soundly,
dominate Lemon while he's trying to respond to you.
What are you talking about? He's been
You're not
punning
using
you to me
the
the whole
concept
time.
properly. You're implying that the object reaches the vanishing point uniformly as if the vanishing point is at the midpoint of the object. Is the observer at the level of the midpoint of the object? If you have a 100-foot building, Soundly, are you saying that the observer is 50 feet up in the air levitating, looking at the object split in the middle with 50 feet of the 100-foot object above and below the level of the eyes? If that's not the case, Soundly, then why are you acting like the vanishing point is there? Guess where the vanishing point is, Soundly? At the 6-foot height of the observer. And guess what? That object is not evenly distributed at the level of the eyes of the observer. 6 feet of it is below the level of the eyes, and 100 minus 6, 94 feet of the object is above. Now, Soundly, if that object was evenly distributed up and down from the level of the eyes of the observer, I would agree with you. But guess what needs to happen? 94 feet of that object needs to be above the level of the eyes, and 94 feet of that object needs to be below the level of the eyes going through the earth. Is that going to happen, Soundly? No. It's going to have to set bottom first behind the vanishing points that form in the foreground for a 6-foot observer. That is a consistent application of the principles, not what you're talking about.
So as things move away from you, their dimensions decrease uniformly. Both the X and Y dimensions both decrease uniformly. And they continue to do that as they move away from you further and further until
Not in the
both of their
atmosphere.
dimensions take up 1 pixel. And
Not in the atmosphere.
And that's what perspective is. So what you're describing,
that's perspective on paper, but that's not perspective in the atmosphere, sir.
So thank you. Perspective on paper.
Thanks.
The definition of perspective. Thank you for agreeing.
Yeah, but not in the atmosphere. That's without atmospheric conditions. Would you agree?
So you're describing some sort of other concept other than perspective.
No, I'm not. I'm describing perspective.
You're adding to.
Yeah, if you don't mind me answering you. If you don't mind me answering,
you interrupted me twice, Rakia.
You asked me.
I'm going to interrupt you too because you're a fucking retard.
Who's angry now, sir? Calling a retard.
I'm sick and tired of you interrupting me over and over again and then complaining about me interrupting you.
Call me a retard?
Yes, it does.
And back to the point.
Mods.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Let's keep it civil here. I don't want to have to mute people.
I know you on this place. Guys. He just called me a retard, sir.
I know.
Soundly, let's keep it civil.
Please.
Finish up Soundly, and then Rakia's coming in. Soundly?
What I'm saying is I just described perspective where the dimensions decrease uniformly as the object moves away from you until eventually both those dimensions are like a pixel wide on a camera, for example. Or eventually goes so far away that it doesn't even take up a pixel because it's just gone out of view. There's no such concept where just the bottom, for some reason, it's always weird that it's from the bottom too. Why would it be from the bottom? So weird. But there's no concept. The concept does not describe like some preferred direction where the bottom of an object would disappear, but not the top. That's just not. It's just not perspective, and that's just not.
How long can he ramble?
It's just not a vanishing
point. As though that notion is unintelligible, but it's not unintelligible.
Yeah,
it's
if you don't mind.
Transparent object obstructing the object in front of it, behind it.
I'll go now.
What I've described.
Yeah, things don't always disappear bottom up, Soundly. As you know, I have a sunset video that it just goes away and blinks out. So it's getting smaller and smaller as it goes away, and then it just blinks out. So you're wrong about that, and perspective on paper and perspective in reality can be different because things can magnify and or look smaller than perspective would allow. Thank you.
You think things can magnify? I invite you to prove that with a camera.
Yeah, because you're looking through an extremely narrow viewing angle over the surface. Refractive effects are going to complicate things even further. That's why we get up off the ground to try to minimize refractive effects. And guess where you took your refracted Pontchartrain photo close to the surface where there's heavy amounts of refraction. You did try to minimize them, but you didn't do what Dr. John D did and shoot different lasers of different, colors to check the refraction of different colors and different wavelengths of light from like blue to green spectra or something like that to check for refraction. That's what you need to do to double check for refraction over Lake Pontchartrain, not just say it looks like it's not refracting, therefore I'm going to take it on this good day. You need to double check that with a laser of a certain wavelength of light to double check the amount of refraction like Dr. John D did. Otherwise, what you say is a little weakened.
Oh, well, you can say it's weakened all you want. We did the GPS thing. That would pretty much remove all refraction. So I don't know what else you expect out of that. I mean, that's better than shooting lasers because lasers are obviously affected by refraction as well.
GPS is a little better, but GPS assumes what must first be proved. It assumes a globe model to help interpret its coordinates. So you're using something that assumes what must first be proved to prove whether it's a globe or not. You're using something that assumes that it's globe to prove whether it's a globe or not. That's begging the question.
No, it doesn't do that. That's simply not how GPS works.
So Google Maps doesn't have a globe?
Sure, it has a globe, but Google Maps is built on data. It's not built because that's not how GPS works. GPS is the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. It's a Cartesian coordinate system. It's just X, Y, and Z coordinates. That's all it is.
Okay, X, Y, Z coordinates are centered on a ball.
And you stand on the surface, it doesn't show a flat. It doesn't show a sphere. It shows a flat Earth. Funny.
What does that have to do?
And they're going to the center of a ball. So basically, you're saying something that's a distinction without a difference.
GPS coordinate system. I'll say it again. I'll say it again for you. Okay, so the GPS coordinate system underneath, like the hardware level technology, is a Cartesian coordinate system that just maps an X, Y, and Z coordinate and free open space. It has nothing to do with any shape whatsoever.
Centered on a ball.
Like an X, Y, and Z coordinate. Where am I right now? Right. I'm at X, Y, and Z. Okay, move on. Where am I now?
Your GPS puts you in a spot. The ground just happens to be beneath where it's got you placed.
Exactly. Thank you.
But you got triggered by my comment, but I'm just acknowledging the fact that when you open up the app on your phone, on your laptop.
Triggered by your comment.
You did. But when you stand on the surface.
It's okay, you're interrupting, Soundly. I can't hear it.
Yeah, when people make accusations about other people, they interrupt.
Yeah, we know. Hey, we know. You said it all. You said it all, Soundly, when good luck with that came out of your mouth.
Okay, so the sentence I'm trying to say is that I was just making the passing comment that when you open up the software and you stand on the surface, your perspective, when you open up the software, you're standing on the surface, it shows a flat Earth, but for some reason when you go away from it, then all of a sudden it shows a sphere Earth, and it's funny. But Lemon, your point.
Well, the main thing is the XYZ coordinates are centered on the center of the ball Earth. So what you're saying is a distinction without a difference, Soundly, and yet again, you're begging the question by using XYZ coordinates that are centered on an abstract GPS ball anyway, which is begging the question. Use something that's more neutral, like a laser. Otherwise, your criticism or your evidence is moot.
You're just simply wrong. I mean, just because they decide to place the origin at the center of the Earth doesn't mean that it has anything to do with the Earth. It's ridiculous for you to say that. It's a Cartesian coordinate system. X, Y, and Z coordinate system. 0, 0, 0 is placed at the center of the Earth.
If they place the origin at the center of the Earth, how is that not relevant to the center of the Earth?
Yeah,
the Earth is just an object sitting inside of that X, Y, and Z coordinate system. The X, Y, and Z coordinate system stands independent of the Earth.
But why would you say it's not relevant to the Earth when it's in the phrase, it's in the clause, sent to origin?
Because the coordinate system itself doesn't give a shit if there's an Earth there. It doesn't care. It has nothing to do with the Earth whenever they're actually when they're making the calculation. It says, where am I, X, Y, and Z in this coordinate space?
If you're saying it doesn't give a dang if there's an Earth there, then the coordinate system is irrelevant. It's only relevant if it maps to something in reality. And you guys are assuming that the center of the ball Earth is the reality on which GPS is based.
And what you can do is you can go and take a bunch of X, Y, and Z measurements. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? A bunch of them. And then just plot them like a video game into a 3D space and see what shape you just traced out.
That question is only intelligible if there is reality, if there is an Earth to ask, where are you?
Yeah, I mean, all you did was assume the ball of 3959 radius and tag on the elevations X, Y, and Z from that underlying 3959 assumption for your GPS model. Did you prove the 3959 to the center of the Earth first? No, you didn't. So all you did was tag on 3959 to each X, Y, Z coordinate. That's all you did. That made the rest of your model irrelevant until you check to see if there's 3959 to the center of the Earth and out the other side. Begging the question.
Yeah, it's begging the question like 100%.
It makes no
sense. It is begging the question. Even if it's a
Rakia,
sphere,
what Lemon just said was not a comprehensible sentence.
You
and you're agreeing with that. That should tell you something about yourself.
You're ridiculing it as incomprehensible, but everyone in here understood what he said.
No, they did not. If every point added a radius measurement to it, it would just be a straight line. Do you not understand that? If that's all it was, here's my X, Y, and Z, and I'm just going to add some radius measurement to it every single time. Okay, it would just be a straight line if we're on a flat plane. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you have a Z coordinate of what?
It's an actual curve that's being mapped out by X, Y, and Z coordinates.
Okay, so you have an X coordinate of 5 feet, a Y coordinate of 6 feet, and a Z coordinate of 10 feet. You just tag on 3959 or whatever to that, and voila, there's your GPS model. You need to double check the 3959 that you're tagging on, otherwise the rest of your globe GPS model is irrelevant at that point.
And none of that describes a curve. None of what you just said describes any type of curve, and therefore, if you see a curve, there's an actual curve there.
It doesn't sound like it's like what a response to what Lemon just said.
No, it's not.
It just tagged on 3959 to the Z coordinates and went from there. The 3959 is irrelevant.
If you take what he's saying and turn it into a mathematical formula to determine your coordinates, it would just be a straight line. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a curve.
From my understanding, when y'all took the measurements with the GPS, it plotted even like no change in elevation over the course of the bridge until y'all applied the radius, correct?
We didn't know.
The parts of the bridge that aren't elevated.
There's no. So the first part of your first part of your sentence was correct. The second part of your sentence made no sense. So the first part, yes, there was no elevation change except for the humps. Obviously, there was no elevation change in the main.
How is that?
Right.
How is that? It should be curving.
It is curving.
Yeah, but how did it take equal? Like, let's say over a 2 mile span, it took 5 meters above the water for 5.1, 5.1, 5.1 for 2 miles. How is that possible?
I don't.
If the GPS is following the curvature of the Earth, the center of the Earth,
the elevation doesn't change, dude. What? The same elevation curves around the Earth. Like that's. I don't understand what you don't understand about that.
So 5.1 is the straight parts of that bridge that aren't curving.
I don't remember what the measurement was, but yeah, something like that. It's the same. It's just the lower deck is pretty much the same within like, if I remember what Jesse said, it was within like 5 centimeters or 6 centimeters or something like that.
But that's not from the center of the Earth, Sound.
What are you talking about?
It's 5 point something meters, right?
It was that above the water.
I thought the benchmark was above mean sea level.
I don't know. I don't know where the.
You don't know? How the frick don't you know?
I don't know what his baseline was. It was probably.
How do you not know that? Saying that the bridge is curved and you don't know what the baseline was? Because if the 0 point
water level,
if the 0 point was the mean sea level, then there is no
elevation. His elevation is above mean sea level. Exactly, that would make sense. Yeah.
So that's your 0, 0, 0 is mean sea level?
No, 0, 0, 0 is the center of the Earth.
Well, how would that be if the bridge is only 5 meters above the water?
What are you talking about?
If your 0 point, right, that you're getting your elevation from is the center of the Earth, be a hell of a lot more than 5 meters, sir.
Dude, the altitude is above sea level. Sea level is not the center of the Earth.
So is it center of the Earth or mean sea level?
Altitude is not measured above the center of the Earth, dude. What are you talking about?
Right, so it's measured above mean sea level. Hang on, please.
Earth.
No, please. He used center of the Earth. Now he's switching it. So altitude is from mean sea level, sounding?
I would assume so, yeah. Sounds
Which has nothing to do with the center of the Earth, right?
Don't make any sense.
So what you're saying is that the bridge that's above the water is 5 point something meters above mean sea level?
It's something like that. Yeah, you keep saying.
How do you not know, sir?
How do I not know? Haven't
Yeah,
looked at
how
it.
do you
Haven't
not
looked
know
at it in
since you're
3 years.
boasting about it that this is the curvature of the Earth, and you have even no idea where the 0 point is?
The 0 point is at the center of the Earth. I don't understand why you keep saying that.
Oh my
You
God!
keep repeating yourself over and over and over again, but you
Yeah,
don't make
you
sense
keep
every
repeating this
time.
from the center of the Earth, but it's only 5 meters above mean sea level.
That's
So you're
because sea
saying,
level is not the center of the Earth, dude. What don't you understand
yeah,
about
I
that?
know it's
Are you
where the
mentioning
water
two
is.
contrary
Where-
concepts as one another?
What?
You keep equivocating and hopping back and forth, like what Rakia is trying to point out. You hopping back and forth between center of the Earth and surface of the Earth. Which one is it?
Yeah, mean sea
I'm
level.
not hopping back and forth about anything. The center 0, 0, 0 of the Cartesian coordinate system for GPS is at the center of the Earth. Sea level is not the center of the Earth. Those are two different
So
things.
where
So
did
the
the
altitude is measured from sea level, right? Sea
yeah,
level.
where
Not the
did
center of the Earth.
your GPS measurements come from? The 5.1 meters, if I have that right.
From
Where
Jesse's
was your
device.
baseline? Yeah, where was Jesse's baseline? His 0 point. Was it center of the Earth or mean sea level? Shouldn't you know this?
I'm assuming it's sea level since it's measuring
Yeah,
altitude.
you don't know. Jesus, bro.
Yeah, but
It's sad.
that's not
That
the
stutter
point.
for me, man.
Yeah,
That's not the point.
Yeah, that's not the point.
Yes, it
because
is.
It's not the point because the actual GPS coordinates are just X, Y, and Z coordinates that you can plot in
Oh
3D
my
space,
God.
and you can see the shape of it. Like it really doesn't. Like beyond that, it really
No.
doesn't even matter. None
If
of
the
it.
GPS is taking elevation above mean sea level and you're mapping the bridge perfectly,
That's not how GPS
then
works.
it's not
The elevation.
curving.
No. I see your misunderstanding. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, maybe you should explain
Yeah,
my
I will.
misunderstanding.
Yeah, I will explain your misunderstanding. Okay. So you think that GPS is measuring elevation, and that is incorrect. GPS does not measure elevation. GPS measures an X, Y, and Z coordinate. And then you have to take that coordinate and map it through a system to calculate your elevation. So there's a difference there. So if you just take the X, Y, and Z coordinates and just map them into a 3D space, you don't have to know elevations. You can see that the line's curving, right? You can tell that it's not a straight line. But then if you run it through, I think it's WGS 84, then you can calculate a elevation. I guess we lost Rakia. I mean, mic check, I guess. Maybe it's me.
I hear you.
All right, well, that was fun. I'm taking off.
Good night. I don't know. I have a whole bunch of technical knowledge about GPS, and I imagine it would be a pain to do some amateur research with my little laptop here, but perhaps if someone can help me with that, I would love that.
I don't know, but from what it sounds like, the gentleman who was just talking about how GPS works, it's taking measurements and then mapping it over a specified preferred spheroid. That's all. That's all I gathered from that.
What was your point about the GPS when you were counter arguing soundly?
Oh, I just got in the room. I just heard him talk.
No, Lemon.
Oh.
I love you. I still love you. Lemon, can you talk? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Or at least I can't hear you.
Yeah, is
Microphone.
he Buster today?
Oh, the icon.
Yeah.
Is that the character's name? I never
Oh,
know. I
no,
recognize
never
it.
mind. Never mind. I see. Physis.
Yeah, Physis.
How you doing, Gregory?
I'm well on you.
Good, man. Good.
Lemon loves to change his username.
Yeah. And
And he
pictures.
does it at his own risk because I don't know if you heard the announcement on Discord that the system is malfunctioning for some reason. And when people change their username or profile pic, they get banned from the server.
Yeah, I heard something about that. I have maintained my same profile picture and name since creation. I'm not at risk.
I'm safe. I'm sound.
So yeah, recently I've been checking out what Flatzoid has been doing. I guess he has his own server. I need to figure out what server is his.
I got you.
Oh, you know Flatzoid's server?
Yep.
Yeah, send that to me. Have you been paying attention to the work he's been doing with angular measurements and perspective?
No, not particularly recently.
He's doing really good demonstrations as to how perspective comes into play when taking angular measurements, and the way that it maps out is based on your field of view, ergo the celestial sphere that you see when you're in any one position. So as move away from you in distance, you get the angular drop. And the same is true for if you take Polaris, right? And you move away from it at a specified distance, your celestial sphere or field of view is constantly changing. Therefore, you're not experiencing what people try to put into, 2D orthographic representation, where they'll take an object and then they'll try to draw angles to the same spot of that object, that same height.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with that? So you see somebody that takes like a lamppost in the distance, and they'll try to draw a person going away from it, and all the lines are going to the point of the lamppost. What people aren't taking into account is the fact that there's foreshortening within your perspective, and there's angular drop with distance. So that has to be taken into account when you're actually, in reality, taking an angle measurement to that object.
Right, the limits of your perspective.
Correct.
You can't see forever, or you don't see everything.
Correct.
If that was true, sextants would not work.
Yeah.
The sextant would perfectly work. What are you talking about?
You don't need infinite vision or omniscient eyesight for that to work.
That's the problem I saw with what Platzoid was doing in the angular measurements and with respect to the celestial bodies. He was moving the celestial body around on his protractor, when in actuality the change is due to the observer moving to different positions on the ground. And he wasn't doing that. He was just moving the celestial body around rather than moving the observer.
What do you mean moving the celestial body around? Meaning up and down?
Yeah, just around the protractor, like he would have it overhead, and then he would move it to 45 degrees and try to somehow indicate that that's what you would see. But the celestial bodies don't move with respect to what we're talking about with the observer moving across the ground. You know what I'm saying?
So you're telling me things don't appear to get closer to the horizon as you move further away from them?
Oh, yes, they do. They absolutely do. In a linear fashion by 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
Right. A linear fashion based on the fact that you have a field of view.
No, just based on the fact that you're moving across a particular shape that would produce that linear measurement.
So you're saying you don't. The problem with that retort is that you're not taking into account the limits of your perspective. You don't see everything, neither do you have infinite vision.
I don't even know how that applies to looking at a star.
So left lane,
because you cannot see forever. What is so difficult? You're so smart, aren't you? I don't understand.
You can see the star. You can see the star. You can see it from here. You can see it from there. I don't understand what you're talking about as far as limited vision. You see the star.
You can see it from here. You can see it from there. All right, Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, man. You can see it everywhere.
You have a field of view, right?
Just because you can see the star, you don't know how far you're seeing. You think the star's 300 light years away.
Doesn't matter.
Jeremy agrees.
Doesn't matter.
Is the star further than the horizon or not?
There's no point in so with that being said, there's no point in continuing this discussion. If you're just going to arbitrarily hand wave the limits of your perspective, then never mind.
I don't understand how limits of your perspective applies to this observation.
Because the stars might not be as far as you perceive them to be. It doesn't matter how far they are. You can measure the angle to them, can you not?
It has nothing to do with the distance, guy. It has nothing to do with the distance to the celestial object.
Are they further than the horizon?
Field of view. It has to do with your field of view and how you see things.
No.
Are the stars beyond the horizon or not?
We see in 2D orthographic views. That's how we perceive the world.
Is the star beyond the horizon or not?
Yes, they do.
Absolutely. That is absolutely how we see in 2D.
We see in 2D, but not orthographic.
Sure, it's orthographic.
Oh, with 2 eyes. I usually see in
orthographically.
What does it mean? Orthographic. What does that mean?
What you're doing is you're changing so when you take a side-on orthographic view of what you think somebody is seeing, right?
Yeah.
So objects or light posts in the distance.
Yep.
You're removing yourself from the reference frame or the perspective point of the actual observer.
And?
Well, what happens when you actually view things from the point of the person that you're looking at from a completely different perspective is what they're viewing is things getting smaller in the distance. And when you remove yourself and you put yourself on the side, are you shrinking the things with distance when you're trying to measure the angles?
You most certainly are. That's why the angles are changing.
Right,
but when
your side tries to rebut this, you want to take a point and then draw lines always to that exact same point, that exact same height as somebody moves away in distance.
Does the exact height of the object change as you move away from it? Yes or no?
With perspective,
I'm not talking about perspective. I'm talking about reality. In reality, does the height of an object change depending on how close or far away you are from it?
Nope. But your perspective changes
to reality. Then the orthographic view and the angle you can draw to it is absolutely accurate.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's what you're not getting. I don't know how you think.
You're trying to get something that isn't.
You're telling me that when you move away from something in the distance, it remains the same height within your field of view.
No, it will not. The angle to it will change. The angle to it, if I could finish,
shrinks, right?
The angle to it will change. The angle to it will decrease as you move away from it. But when we're saying it's accurate,
take into account the fact that it is changing within your perspective view.
That's what that angle is telling you, that it is changing in your field of view.
So go out and do it for yourself.
I have.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
And you got that there's a completely perfect linear relationship as you move away with distance.
Yeah, within reason, until you get too far and start factoring in the curvature of the Earth, that will change it.
What?
What?
Disregard perspective.
You want to
just factoring the curvature of the Earth?
If you want to measure the height of a building or the height of a power pole or something like that from a mile away, yeah, absolutely, it's linear enough. You're going to have a hard time telling it. Yeah,
linear enough. What does that mean? Linear enough.
It means that the drop's only 8 inches over a mile. It means that that's close enough.
What? What does that have to do with something changing size as you get further away from it?
We're talking about the angle to it.
Yeah, we're just
talking about the same thing. You're talking about the same thing. He's talking about visual, and Blue is talking about the curvature. It's the same thing, just different interpretations of what's happening.
Yeah, your globe Earth curvature, the way that you map things with the sextant, all it's doing is it's taking perspective and changing that to the globe Earth.
How is it doing that? How is it doing that? It is measuring the angular separation between two visible points.
Go watch Flatzoid's most recent videos regarding this.
I don't watch Flatzoid.
Well, then, obviously,
you're not gonna learn.
Obviously, you know everything, and you're not open to learning that something may be incorrect. So why are you even having the conversation?
Let's ask him a simple question. Can something disappear bottom up due to perspective on a flat plane, Blue?
Can something disappear bottom up due to perspective?
Yes. If it's more than halfway.
Let Blue answer.
I have no idea what you're even asking, Rakia.
So you don't know, as something goes away from you on a flat plane, the angle changes to a point where it's going to get below the resolution of your eye. Therefore, it's going to disappear, right? Would you agree with that?
The question is no.
The answer is The answer is no, it's not going to disappear bottom up because of perspective.
Okay, would it disappear at all due to perspective?
Eventually.
Okay, why?
Because you'll finally reach the limit of resolution of the size of the object.
On a flat plane?
Eventually. On a flat plane, eventually you'll get down to 0.02 degrees.
Or a sphere, by the way. That's a
curvature. That's the curvature, Blue.
Give me 1 second, guys. So you do agree that things will disappear due to perspective on a flat plane?
Not from bottom up, no.
Okay, so not from bottom up. So what would cause on a flat plane, as something goes away from you and starts to disappear due to perspective, to be obstructed bottom up, Blue?
Nothing.
Nothing?
It will not do that.
Rakia, I would
will not disappear bottom up due to perspective.
I would say
it will not do that.
It's the fact that the smallest angle you have, that object is the bottom.
Me too.
Yeah, there you go.
Me too. Yeah, I'm responding to Rakia because the top of that object is exactly the same angular size as the bottom of it for a unit distance.
Yeah,
the
so
bottom 10 feet. The bottom 10. Just a moment. The bottom 10 feet of a 100-foot building is exactly the same angular. Actually, not exactly. The top 10 feet is actually smaller. It should go away before the bottom does, but it doesn't now, does it?
Yeah, I got you. But most of that is due to what you're looking through, right? Like it gets to a point where the angle, you can see something tall above a certain angle, like above your view, your eye line due to the angle, but the lower part is distorted due to other reasons. Would you agree with that? Like if you're looking over water, that object, once it gets to a certain angle, is going to be distorted due to the mist or the the density of the layer that you're looking through such a small angle. So that portion is going to appear obstructed, not because of perspective, but because
No,
of other reasons. Let's say a mirage.
for other, for other reasons. That's under certain weather conditions. Sure.
Okay, so good. So as you increase the distance, as your angle gets smaller and smaller, something's going further and further away from you. That's why I said increasing the distance. That lowest part is going to be the harder part to see. Would you agree with that?
Has nothing to do with perspective, though.
That's not what
I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's not perspective. I agree with you. Perspective makes things disappear at a point, but other things, that's what we're talking about now, right, Blue? That can happen, right? I noticed you tried to switch it to not perspective just so you wouldn't have to answer, but you know I'm going to make you answer.
Well, I'm going to answer it too, don't you?
So yes, it can appear to be obstructed bottom up over distance as the distance increases due to like atmospheric.
Your statement was due to perspective. That's what the question you asked me.
You're not
going to get away from it.
That's where the
and
first
that's not what,
and you answered.
And you're not going to get away from it.
Yeah.
Perspective will not cause that. An atmospheric condition might cause the bottom of it to do that, but what it won't do is explain. What it cannot do is explain why thousands of feet of a mountain disappear.
Why not?
It can't explain why the entire bottom half of a hotel disappears.
Sure, you can. Depending on the
distance. You cannot do that. You cannot do that with atmospheric conditions. You can try, but you can't.
I can show you a bridge that on certain days you can see the entire thing very clearly, and you should be able to see it even if you're on a sphere. And then 6 days later, on that same sphere that you claim we're on, you can't see the bridge.
Yeah, that's right. That's called refraction, Rocky.
That's called mirage.
Called refraction.
It's called mirage, sir.
Hey, let's take this back. So when we say things appear to disappear from the bottom up first, that's when we're talking about objects that are on the ground moving away, right? So what you're talking about, Blue, would stand true if I laid on my back and I looked up and I let go of a helium balloon and it went straight up. That whole entire object would disappear at the same time. Would you agree?
That's right. Yeah, it would.
Right, because there's no other anything around it. It's just the sky and that object. There's no other physical object close to it, right?
Yep.
So when we talk about the Rayleigh criterion, usually it's described with like two lights or like headlights on a car. When a car is far away from you, it looks like there's one headlight. And then as it gets to a certain distance, you can start to see that there's actually two headlights, right?
That's really what it's telling you. It's not telling you they disappear. It tells you that they become so small in angular size that you can't distinguish between 2 points of light. Yeah.
Correct. So as something in the distance, or you move further back from an object, where is the vanishing point? Is that the horizon? Is that what we call a vanishing point? Where the sky appears to meet the ground? That's the most condensed information at the horizon?
Condensed information doesn't make any sense to me. And vanishing points are useful in art, but that's not what we're talking about.
Well, let's give a real world example. So if you take a chessboard and you look straight on at the chessboard, kind of like a top-down view, you see all the squares of the chessboard, right?
Right.
Now, as you move that chessboard and slowly drop it down, what happens to the squares on the chessboard furthest away from your view?
Oh, those will be the first ones you won't be able to resolve any longer.
Right, because they start to blend with one another, right?
Now take your chessboard and fold it in half and tell me what happens to the verticals.
You're changing the premises if you folded the chessboard in half, bro.
see how quick
Yes, I am changing it. I'm making it real.
No,
we're not looking at things flat on the ground
chess
disappearing. We're not looking at a chessboard or a tile floor. We're looking at a building or
So
a mountain standing straight up.
Hey, before we move forward, you said you don't understand things compressing. Does that make it more clear when we talk about the chessboard? That information further away from you on that flat surface is compressing to the point where it's unresolvable between the other squares, but the ones closer.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can draw that in orthographic view and show you why
we understand
that,
right? We understand.
We can draw that in,
he said yes.
Yes, we can draw that in orthographic view and show you exactly why it happens. And we can also show you when you put a vertical object out there, that same chessboard, the other half of it turned vertically, why it doesn't happen. And it
but in the atmosphere, that's different. Can I summarize with you, Blue, then? So can you summarize for me, we were talking about on a flat plane, due to perspective, as objects get further and further away from you, the angle is going to get so small that the atmospheric conditions could make it appear like it's being obstructed bottom up, and then as it gets further and further away, it would just disappear. Is that a good summary?
Well, the bottom portion is.
Hang on, can you let Blue summarize?
Well, you kind of interrupted when I was going through some stuff.
I asked if I could summarize with Blue. You didn't object, and then I'm trying to summarize with Blue. If you don't mind, then I'll go on mute.
Go ahead.
Is that a good summary, Blue? I'll repeat it.
That eventually something's going to go far enough away that it goes beyond the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, that you can. You're right about that. That's what it does.
Is it the
exactly what happens?
Yeah, let me repeat it because I knew you were going to try and do something deceptive like that for the audience. On a flat plane, which is what me and you were talking about, with perspective only, something would get far enough to disappear. And then when you add atmospheric conditions, which we always have when we're viewing something outdoors, you would say that it could possibly be obstructed bottom up as it goes further and further away from you and disappear like that. Is that
I can't really give you a good answer to that because we don't have a flat plane we can test it on.
You've already answered, Blue. You've already answered.
We don't have a flat plane we can test it on, do we?
Let him talk, man. Say it again, Blue.
We don't have a flat plane that we can test it on, do we, Rocky?
I don't know. Do we?
No, we don't.
Okay, so theoretically, could it happen?
I don't know.
You've already said yes.
I'm thinking about the globe we live on, Rocky.
Yeah, okay. So when I said on that plane, when we were talking about the very beginning in perspective, your ears were clogged?
If you want to talk about the flat plane, which is an imaginary thing in the first place, it doesn't exist.
Flat planes here on
I don't know what refraction will do on that. I don't know what atmospheric effects would happen on a flat plane.
Why'd you say
because
yes?
I don't live on one.
We were talking about angle of resolution.
Maybe I misunderstood your question, Rocky.
So you don't think we have a flat plane here on Earth long enough, large enough to have an object, if you get down on the ground low enough and a small enough object that you could test this? Come on, Blue. I thought you were an engineer.
I am an engineer.
Hey, Blue,
Rocky.
you think water level tools work?
Of course they work.
Do we use them on the job sites?
I don't.
Have you ever?
Not for surveying purposes, no.
Have you ever used a water level tool on a job site that you were on?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. You've been great.
Yes,
did it work?
Well, for what it's intended to do, a water level is a device that establishes 2 points of equal elevation. Yes, it works perfectly for that.
On your job site, you were trying to create a horizontal?
No, I was trying to bring collecting plate assemblies to the same elevation.
And make them horizontal.
I've never used one to draw a line with.
I didn't say not horizontal. I was trying to get the tops of the collecting plate assemblies at the same elevation. That's what I was using. That's what the tool does. By definition, it establishes 2 points of equal elevation.
So you weren't trying to make those 2 plates horizontal?
No.
Why'd you have to use a water level tool then?
To get it to the same elevation, Rocky.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you have used a theodolite, which creates a horizontal line, doesn't it?
Well, because I would have. I absolutely would have. If we could have fit one down in the headspace of that thing. You only had 3 feet. And a bunch
were
of
you
shit
going
in the
around
way.
the corner maybe? Oh, a bunch of shit in the
No.
way. So line of sight was a problem?
Line of sight, yeah, it's a bit of a problem in there.
But if it wasn't a problem, you would have used a theodolite or auto level, which creates a horizontal line?
Over the distance we were working with, yeah, absolutely.
So
Wouldn't
not
hurt
equal
anything.
elevation from the center of whatever you said. Horizontal, right?
I would have used a theodolite or an auto level if I could have.
So you're
in
saying
that circumstance, but we're only talking about going 50 or 60 feet, so it's not a problem.
right?
Not
So
even that
not a
far,
problem.
actually.
Not a problem to create a horizontal line over that distance, right? With either tool.
No, I wasn't creating a horizontal line. I was bringing things
You're going
to
to use
the
an
same
auto
elevation.
level, not. You're going to use an auto level not to create a horizontal.
I'm going to use an auto level to bring things to the same elevation.
Which is a horizontal or not?
I'm going to set it right in the center of the field, and I'm going to let it hit all 4 corners, and I'm going to bring all 4 of them up to the same point that auto level.
2 points
or
of
that
equal
laser level.
elevation makes oh my god.
With the auto level, is that a horizontal?
Well, you can pull out whatever quotes you like, but my quote says a water level establishes 2 points of equal elevation. Should I post it for you?
It's funny how we're talking about the auto level now. Auto level. Is that creating a horizontal?
Auto levels will create a horizontal, yeah.
Is that different than what you're saying?
It is slightly different.
How?
It's a horizontal. It's not level.
But what is it?
It's not horizontal.
It's a horizontal, not level. That doesn't make any. I'm not talking about a curved horizontal. I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about a curved horizontal either.
So you're talking about a straight line then, not curving.
It'll be a straight line. It has no curve to it.
Horizontal.
2 separate points created by the water level. What is it called?
Horizontal.
No.
Equal elevation.
Level.
Equal elevation.
Equal
How is that
elevation.
different than a
That's
horizontal
level.
line?
A horizontal line is not level. Only at one point is it level. It's level at the instrument.
Awesome. So the instrument's in the center of your 4 points. At all 4 points, those lines, that's not a horizontal plane? That equal elevation
Those
is
4 points
curving
are not a
somehow?
horizontal plane.
So it's curving?
I'm not trying to create a plane, Rocky. I'm not trying to create a line. I'm trying to bring 2 points to the same elevation. That's all.
Level, you are creating horizontal lines, sir.
Yeah.
Which creates a horizontal plane.
And that approximates what the actual equal elevation well enough for what I'm doing.
Horizontals don't create a curved surface. They create a horizontal plane.
No, you said they did.
Yeah, which is why it's not level.
They did.
You're a flat earther if you think that's equal elevation.
How many times does this have to be explained to you, Rakia?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, Roo here. You don't think Blue can handle himself?
Well, you've been told
it sounds like you're trying to put words in his mouth.
No, I'm not. He's the one saying
That's exactly what he's doing.
And he's saying that an auto level creates a horizontal line. So equal elevation at 4 points of a horizontal line shot by an auto level.
Are you trying to ask? You're just trying to ask loaded questions. Stop yelling, Rocky.
If you don't mind if I finish, quit interrupting me, Blue. I know you're scared of
Quit
this.
yelling, man. Quit yelling.
Yeah, I know
scared of what?
Hey, left lane. Calm
turn him down
down.
a bit.
Scared of who?
Called me retard. You should have
Quit
minded.
yelling, man.
Yeah, don't worry about my voice
Just
inflection.
calm down.
Yeah, don't worry about me. Worry about him putting an auto level, which creates horizontal lines, which when you combine 3 points or more is a horizontal plane. And he said 4 points. He's in the middle. He shoots 4 points. Horizontal line.
Yeah, you know how differential leveling works, Rocky?
Yeah.
You know why we do that?
Yeah.
You know why you use an auto level that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to make a horizontal
then let
line.
me give you a little more information. I said I'd put it right in the middle, didn't I? And then I would shoot the 4 corners, right? And that means the drop, the actual drop to level, at all 4 of those points would be equal. So they would be level at the same elevation.
It's so full of shit. That's not what surveyors do to create a horizontal plane of 4 points.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Rakia. Oh, damn, you're retarded.
Yeah, surely they do. That's what I did when I built the building. building that I
That's
built.
why
Exactly what I did.
You're saying that's why that's differential leveling?
Differential
Yeah,
leveling is
it's in
taking
the
fore
middle.
sights
Fuck.
and back sights.
Yeah, not the
That
fair
washes
point
out where
with the
Earth's
auto level
curvature.
being
What
in
is
the
wrong
middle.
with you, Rakia? Could I
That
finish
doesn't wash
speaking?
out anything. It just makes sure that your instrument is calibrated. That's
No,
it.
it doesn't. That's what
Yeah,
it's done that way
yeah,
because it takes out the Earth's curvature.
right. So putting your
Yeah, thank
instrument in the
you.
middle.
I know
Yeah,
I'm right.
yeah, no, that's such bullshit, but I like you saying it. So putting your auto level in the middle, that's what you do. What if it's not a square building, Blue? What do you do then? You're so
Well, you
full
do
of
the
shit, man. Do you think for 1 second that I was going to let you get away with that? What if it's a rectangle building, Blue?
You don't think you can find the center point of a rectangle?
You
What
don't
is wrong
think
with you?
you
You are
think
going to claim you're literally going to claim that you're in the construction business and you don't know how to find the center of a rectangle?
Okay, what if it's not a
Do you
square
know how to
or a
draw
rectangle?
two diagonals, Rakia? Do you
Yeah,
know
I
what a
do.
diagonal is?
I know
Could you
I
draw
know
two
I'm losing
diagonals
out.
and
I
find a
know
point
you're
where they
full of
cross each
shit.
other?
I
Do
know
you think
you've
you could
never
find the
used an auto
intersection
level and put it in the
of
exact
two?
center to find your equal distance to 4 points because you don't want
I
to
don't.
get the
I'm starting to
curvature of
think
the
you
earth
don't work in
involved.
construction at all, Rocky.
I'm starting to know that you've never used an auto level. Know for a fact that you've never used one. Am I right?
No, you're not.
Jesus, Ricky, yeah. This is
Tell
not
me
looking good
one.
for you,
Tell
yeah.
me one time you've used an auto level on a square building. Put your auto level in the middle so you wouldn't have curvature of the earth come into effect.
Pretty much every house I ever built.
You're so full of shit.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, really. You're
Where I put
saying
it.
if you form up a house with an auto level, okay, put it in the middle, get your plane of your house, of your slab, where it's horizontal, not curving, and then you move your instrument to one side or the other and shoot all 4 corners, it's going to be different?
It actually would be slightly.
Oh, shit.
It actually would be. It's not going to be enough to make any difference really on a normal house.
How large would your house, how large of a house did you build that you could see the curvature of the earth by moving your instrument, sir?
He didn't fucking say
Did
that.
I didn't. God almighty, Rocky.
Well, I'm asking you.
You are
You're retarded,
incorrigible,
yeah.
sir.
No, I'm asking you if you've ever done
You
that.
are incorrigible.
Well, how large would the house have to be
Before Earth curvature came into effect, it would have to be
so why are you
enormous,
putting your
Rocky.
instrument in the center then?
Because that properly is how you would do it.
Why? Why?
For the reason I just gave you.
Which is what?
Which is to minimize the error.
Error of what?
Oh, wow.
It doesn't minimize the human error or the tool error by putting it in the center.
It most absolutely does. The further you
Of a
shoot,
house
the more
slab?
off you are.
Of a house. So I'll ask my question again. Put it in the center and farm up your house. Now come back 100 days later, put it 300 feet off of one corner and shoot all 4 corners. Are they going to be different? No, I'll answer that because I know you're going to try and use some global obfuscation to call me an idiot. I'll tell the audience, no, you can come back 100 days, 1,000 days. You can shoot it from any point you want on that lot and shoot all 4 corners. And guess what? They're going to be horizontal at the same elevation.
I will tell you this. Anybody that goes off to one corner of the lot to shoot the foundations is an idiot. You would have to be.
Because 200 feet is going to make that much difference?
Oh, my God.
Why can't you just shoot the middle?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, oh, my God, Blue.
So you think going 200 feet away is going to make it, is not going to have any effect on your ability to read the tape?
That's what you're saying. I mean,
is that what you're saying? Literally? Really?
If anyone goes to the corner and shoots the elevations of all 4 corners of the house, it's an idiot.
Yeah, you would be. If you've got the option to go right in the middle of the field, where would you go? You must not know very much about building stuff, Rocky.
Yeah, I only do it every day.
You must be doing it wrong.
So are you saying that if I put it in the middle and farm it up, and then come back and set it up on the street, that I couldn't shoot all 4 corners to be the same? It would be different?
I'm saying that you can't get the same resolution moving off like that.
Really?
Really?
To how far?
You
Can
think?
Can you quantify it?
You're
What?
spiraling, Rakia.
At what distance?
Is your telescope that good, Rakia?
At what distance
Really?
is the question?
Over that
Remember,
distance,
we're
you
building
can see.
a house lab.
So you're telling me with that telescope on your auto level, you can see just as well at 200 feet away as you can at 20 feet away.
That's not what I said.
That's what you're saying, Rocky.
No, it wasn't.
Sure as hell is.
No, I said, I'll repeat it, and I'll add something to it. I do this every day of my business life. Every day I'm working.
If that's what you do, you need to learn how to do it correctly.
Yeah, and I'm being told that I'm doing it incorrectly by Blue, and I'm asking a very specific question. At what distance would it be affected, Blue?
Which answer do you want, Rocky?
What
you want
distance?
You want the truthful. You want the truthful answer.
No, I want you to lie.
At any distance, it
What's
is
the
affected.
fucking answer?
At any distance, it is affected.
Give an answer.
Any distance. How's that?
He's avoiding the question.
Quack, man. You've probably never even used. You sure you've used one?
Oh yeah, I am.
Do you own one now?
I've got a level out there in the garage.
So you're saying if you go to the middle of a slab, shoot your four corners and form it up, you can't go off to any side and shoot those four corners and it would be the same?
Oh, you can go and do that if you wish, Rakia. It probably isn't really going to make any difference.
Is it the simple questions that you...
Why would you do that?
Are you so smart you can't handle the you?
Why would you do that?
Can you do it?
You can't.
To prove
you can't answer that simple question.
Yeah, I can answer.
Why would you want to do that?
You can do it.
You got a nice flat slab of concrete. Why would you want to go off to the side? Why would you not set your level up there in the center?
You have to be in the center. You don't have to be in the center. Now, if you got a long distance, if you're trying to work above the capabilities of the equipment that you have, you want to cut down that measurement as much as you can. But on a house
lab, I would say you would always want to cut it down.
On a house lab,
I would say you would always.
Well, in the center.
I don't. We don't build that many on slabs up here, right?
Yeah, I know you don't. You've probably never built one slab, have you?
Oh yeah, I have.
Oh, you have, huh?
Oh,
did you put your auto level in the center?
Yep.
And did you move it off to the side and check to see if your corners were different? Because they wouldn't be, you know.
Nope.
You didn't? Why not?
Because we set the forms up from the center, which is how it's done.
Which is how it's done. Does it have to be that way to be accurate?
I think maybe if you go back and check the contractor's exam that you supposedly took, you might find out that that's what they recommend you do.
Just ask your friend George Hatnook. He knows I have a contractor's license. Dumbass.
I don't know if George has a contractor's license or not.
Man, he knows I have one. He's checked into it. He's your buddy, isn't he? Isn't he your mod?
I have a lot of mods. I'm not sure if George is one or not. Maybe. Probably is.
I'm just glad to know you using a water level to not create a horizontal line.
That's not what it's for.
So
water levels establish 2 points of equal elevation, period.
You wanted those two things sloping, Blue? Different elevations?
You said a water level.
It's not difficult, Rakia. We've been explaining this to you for years.
Yeah, he said a water level, which he's used on site, which before he said no one uses them on a construction site. Now he says he's used one on a construction site.
We weren't,
which is hilarious.
Rakia, we were aligning some equipment, not building the thing.
Oh, so on a construction site.
It was already, no, it's actually at a paper mill, and we weren't building it.
Maybe Savannah, Georgia. I've worked there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, really? I probably was the one who built the precipitator, my fab shop. If it was the one in Savannah, Georgia, that was me. Howdy doody time. The one you were using your water level in. Was it a precipitator?
I used to use the water level nearly every day.
It was probably my company who built it.
You think?
Yeah, you think? Savannah, Georgia, right? Paper mill in Savannah, Georgia?
Well, there is a paper. There are several paper mills.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, maybe it wasn't me because that was the one I built one in. I figured since you lived in Tennessee or worked in Tennessee or did whatever in Tennessee, you might have gone over there and worked a little bit. Was it a paper mill in Tennessee?
Nope.
Was it a paper mill?
Absolutely.
It was in a precipitator?
Yeah, tile wall type. You know what that is?
Yeah. We used to weld pins to it and shove insulation on it. Saw a man shove an insulation pin through his hand.
Not on a tile wall, you didn't.
Tile wall.
Tile. Yeah, what they call tile. Concrete casing. All right, let me put it the other way.
Yeah, we built
concrete casing.
We built large stacks and precipitators with concrete insulation.
Really?
Is that what you're talking about?
You work for Custodes then?
Custodes? I don't know what that means.
Custodes? Do you know who those are? Well, no. You didn't build any stacks. I'm sorry.
Well, I definitely built stacks. We definitely put concrete in the walls of it for insulation. How the frick do you think I would? Yeah, we did. And loaded it up with a crane in my parking lot on Airline Highway.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. You don't think that's what it was used for?
What? Say that again.
Why would you say I haven't built stack? Welded a stack and put in concrete inside of it.
You put a concrete inside a steel stack?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. Very carefully.
I've seen an awful lot of concrete stacks. Usually all of them I've ever seen were slip formed by a company called Custodes. Ever hear of them?
Nope.
Okay. They also slip form those great big hyperbolic cooling towers. You know what slip forming is?
Nope.
Okay.
I probably know what it is, just not the term of it. What is it?
It's a form. It's a form that they jack up as they build the stack.
Oh, it goes up as you pour.
Yeah. Have you ever seen them slip form like a dividing wall between the lanes on the interstate?
I have not seen that done, but I understand what you're talking about.
That's called slip forming.
I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen them do pylons in place, like they just do the rebar and they do pour like parking lots, like parking garages. They do that. They just move the form up, pour more concrete around the rebar, and then move it up.
Yep, that's how concrete stacks are made.
You said slip forming is what it's called? That makes sense.
Slip forming, yes.
Yeah, I didn't know. Whatever. I didn't know that was what it was called.
But I don't know anything about construction, so. Yeah.
You seem to know a lot. Seem to know a lot about water levels, creating a non-horizontal, you said?
I said a water level creates 2 points of equal elevation. That's what I said.
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to do that with roller doors.
Is that a horizontal line? I mean, why would you do that?
It's not a line at all. It's 2 points.
Yeah, but you could connect those 2 points and create a horizontal line, right?
You could connect those 2 points, and if you want to call that a horizontal line, define what horizontal means. You mean
what would you
perpendicular to vertical? Are you talking about perpendicular to vertical?
Sure, not curving.
Okay, it's perpendicular to vertical at the center. That's all. That 1 point.
So what are you using that point elevation from the center of the earth?
Yeah.
Then if you did what point A to point B over any distance, I mean any distance, then that would be a slope, right? If it's a horizontal line, not curving, and it's from the center of the earth.
Again, you got to define what a slope is. A slope to me is a change in elevation.
Well,
There
it
is
would
no
be a
change
change
in
in
elevation. There is no change in elevation. But actually, wait a minute. If you're talking about drawing a line between those 2 points, yes, you're changing the elevation in the center.
Oh, wait, it is changing the elevation in the center. No, at
Well,
every point it would be changing.
I don't think about
It
these
would be changing
imaginary
elevation.
lines flying around in space, Rocky.
Yeah, I know.
I
You
think
just
about
think,
what a tool is used for. The tool is
yeah,
used to establish 2 points of equal elevation. That's what I
yeah.
think.
So now if you take that same water level and you drew a line from your 2 points, and you take that same water level and take one end of it and put it in the middle in that line, that water would be higher.
Yeah, actually, it would be compared to the line that you drew.
So what if you want to put a piece of equipment at the same?
You see, that's the test that we keep asking you guys to do.
Yeah,
and you won't do it.
No, we've done it.
No, you haven't.
That's why we laugh at you.
No,
yeah,
you
no,
haven't.
we're going to carry this on until y'all do it.
You haven't done it.
Believe me.
So hold on. What is that test? What is that one, Blue? Can you just summarize it for us?
Say what?
What is that one that you want people to do?
What test?
You just said you
set
want
up a water level. Set up a water level, and I mean a long one, like a mile.
Uh-oh, now it's gotta be long.
With a tap in the center. I'm trying to get it big enough that you could actually see it. With a riser in the center, and shoot from one end to the other. Line your level up.
Shoot
if you
what?
can do that, probably would have to use a theodolite because you can't really do this with a level. But take a theodolite and line up both ends of it, and that center point will be higher. There you go. Terry just showed it. That's how it works.
Have you done
it? What are you shooting a mile? A gun?
The level. Take a shot where you've got the where you've got the crosshairs on the water at both ends of the level, and the riser in the center will be higher.
Oh,
just
what
like
if it's low? What if the end is higher, like on George's? Like when George shot 6 miles. Like when George shot 6 miles, and his end point of his water level, well, in his case was a frozen lake, was higher. The end was higher.
I don't know the test you're talking about, Rocky.
Oh, I'll just show
observation.
you.
Yeah, he took an observation late one evening to demonstrate what the atmosphere does and how refraction will affect what you're looking at.
Right. Yeah. George is.
Oh, so what time of day would you take your 1 mile shot using optics?
Midday.
That refraction wouldn't affect it.
I'd do it midday.
1:13 and 17 seconds.
You're going heat of the day. Wait, left lane wants heat of the day.
Yeah, that's what
I want a higher elevation to get rid of, so you don't have to worry about that.
No, left lane, that's an answer. Heat of the day, noon. The hottest part of the day, basically.
Yeah, balanced out where everything's balanced out and get high.
Balanced at noon?
Well, it's okay if you're afraid to do the test. I don't care. We got Lake Pontchartrain.
You got a 24-mile shot now, huh? Which is better, right?
Yeah,
left refraction. What time of day did y'all do that?
90 feet high in the center.
Y'all do that at noon in Louisiana?
Oh, you don't need to worry about that with GPS.
Oh, wait a minute. Dusk is the worst time? When did Stanley take his
I didn't say dusk. I said GPS.
No, but left lane
just said
dusk. Hey, left lane, you think dusk is the worst time?
Yeah, dusk and dawn, either one.
Coincidentally,
be bad times.
Yeah, coincidentally, guess what time Stanley did his bridge picture from the Marriott behind a telescope and camera lens and 2 panes of glass? Guess what time he did that at?
Oh, I don't know.
I'll give you one guess.
All day long when I watched him.
No, dusk, really, is when his picture was.
All day long.
No, dusk, the one he turned in.
I watched
him
do it. I watched him do that live for, gosh,
yeah, you saw
hours.
You saw that water tower going up and down, the bridge warping. But his picture, well, multiple pictures that he stacked together and sent to New Orleans, sent off, and everybody posts his Earth curve. That one's at dusk.
And you know what I never saw it do through that entire 2 days that I watched it? Not once did I ever see that bridge become level and straight.
Wow, really? That's incredible. Those whole 2 days out of the whole year, it never appeared more level than on other days.
Never
That's
appeared.
incredible.
I didn't mean
That
level. It never appeared
is
straight. We know the bridge is
incredible.
level. We know it's level, but it never appeared straight in any of those observations ever.
It's not straight.
Now, what's up with
It
that?
has humps. Yeah, what's up with
Well,
that? It goes from the land, goes up, levels out, doesn't curve, then has humps
looking
in
down
it.
the entire length of it, it was always
Yeah,
curved.
when you get at Soundly's
Always.
angle, yeah, we
Always
call it
curved.
Soundly's angle, which creates more of a mirage when you get. You know
And
when
you
you
see
go
the-
off just
And you see the
a
same
few more
thing
degrees,
down at lake level too.
maybe 5 or 10 degrees.
Get down
Yeah,
at lake
5
level,
or
you see
10
the same
degrees.
thing.
You know that curvature goes away, right?
No,
You agree with Soundly that you can see Earth? No, I want to ask you a serious question. Soundly repeated tonight said that with 2020 vision, you can see the Earth curve from ground level. You believe that? This is getting so fun, bro. I mean, seriously, man. Really? This is who y'all put y'all stake in? Yep, you're saying yes? What, Blue? I'm sorry. I mean, put some chest hair into it, Blue. Hell yeah, you can see Earth curve with 2020 vision from ground level. If I was a glober, that would be me right there.
Lunatic heathen.
I would be like Soundly. I'd be like, yeah, I've been multiple places that I've seen Earth curve from ground level. Come on, Blue, say it one time. I mean, don't just go, yeah. Don't just go, yeah. Go, hell yeah, you can see Earth curve from ground level. You better believe I'm back up Soundly, 100%. Come on, Blue, say it one time.
You're
I think this conversation's
here,
over.
Rocky.
I'm not triggered. I'm having a great time, man. It's a lonely drive from Gulfport, Mississippi to Louisiana.
I think it's sort of this may be a poor analogy, but I'll do it anyways. But it's like if you were at a pool hall and there was a bunch of pool sticks on the rack, and somebody looked over and said, "No, I don't want to use any of those. They're not straight." And then somebody said, "You can't tell if they're straight just by looking at them." And I would agree with him. I was like, "Yeah, you can't tell from over here that there's not really a discernible from this distance and in this way." However, if it would be wrong to say you can't see if they're straight by looking at them, if the person then picked it up and looked at it straight on, and so was able to discern it that way, because that way you can do it. And I think when
I agree,
you can't see the curve from the ground level, they're saying it, without thinking of the way in which Soundly did it, which is not usually what people mean when they say you can't see it.
Maybe you missed the conversation, Coach. So let me say his exact words, and y'all can make a video if I'm misquoting. With 2020 vision from ground level, he's seen Earth curve from multiple places, not just New Orleans.
Okay.
You back that up, Kosha?
Well,
I mean, Blue when asked if Blue backs up, he went, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to re-say what I said, because I think when people are saying both comments, both Soundly's comment and the comment people say where you can't see it from the curve or from the ground, I think they're talking about two different things. And I do know that Lewis Hackett had also been on that bridge, and he said that he could see it clearly that it was curving.
Oh yeah, I see it all the time. It appears freaking curved like a son of a bitch in some place. It appears to curve towards the viewer under certain conditions. Like a straight bridge appears to curve towards the east when you're on the east side, and when you go to the west side, it appears to curve towards you there. Just because you the viewer, changed your position. You want to see those pictures? They're one of my favorites. I mean, they're unbelievable, actually. I couldn't believe. I thought my camera was broke.
But why is it so amazing that people are saying that in this conversation then?
Because it's just, yeah, I agree with that. The bridge appears to curve, no doubt. That's not what he's saying. He's not saying it's an optical illusion. He's saying it's a curve that he sees with 2020 vision. Did you not hear me?
I'm saying that the elevations
I'm seeing
show
Earth
that
curve.
it curves.
What am I seeing here, Left Lane, in the picture I just posted?
I don't know. I'm driving.
Well, what is that? That don't seem to matter to you. I just don't think it's Earth curve. I think it's perspective and miraging effects. In the picture that I took, I know it's not Earth curve because that's only 8 miles. And the bridge doesn't curve like that. It's straight. It definitely doesn't go underwater. So, has to be mirage, right?
Or it's over a curved surface.
Yeah.
What are you living on grapefruit?
And the GPS data seems to support, doesn't seem to, absolutely supports the idea that it's over a curved surface.
Stanley didn't even know if the GPS data was taken from mean sea level or somewhere else. What do you say it was taken from?
It's the ECEF data, Rocky.
Oh, okay, go ahead and explain that to the audience. Because even Jesse acknowledges that it's mean sea level, I believe. Was it 0?
No.
Oh,
No,
that's he takes the that's right, he doesn't. He takes a data point. He takes a point at the base of the bridge as a 0 point.
Nope.
Oh, I think he does.
Well, that's your story. You tell it any way you like, but that's not what he does.
Well, doesn't his bands that are not like that are equal elevation or like 5 point something meters? That can't be from the center of the earth, right?
No, that's not. That reading is not.
That was the GPS reading I think Jesse took, right?
No, that's not the GPS reading that he took. That's
the
one
data that I was given.
Well, you weren't looking at the XYZ data, were you?
I wasn't.
No.
I mean, he took the data from the beginning of the bridge and it goes up and then it levels out to like 5 meters above the water for a couple miles and it goes up that hump, comes back down to 5 meters and goes another couple miles. And that's equal elevation, right?
And he took that he took that data so that he could be sure what he was looking at, so that he could be sure he was looking at the flat part, the level part, lower part of the bridge, and not one of those marine paths.
Right. But that was with the same GPS, right?
That's the only reason that data is displayed. But that data only occurs after you subtract the ellipsoid and adjust it for the geoid.
No, he didn't subtract anything. He took a baseline and he took the data and then he added the radius. He added the curve.
No horseshit, he did not. You don't know how GPS works. That's not how it works. The XYZ data gives you a point in space. Now, the only way you get the elevation above mean sea level is to take the ellipsoid away from that and then adjust it for the differential in geoid height.
Is that how they do it? They get mean sea level
exactly how
from
it does.
Subtracting the geoid information? I don't.
The geoid is a deviation from the ellipsoid, Rakia. That's all the geoid is.
Mean sea level, though.
Mean sea level, yeah. Is a deviation from the ellipsoid.
All right. Well, let's start over. Okay. You're totally right. 5 point. What was it? What was it? 5 point something meters. My memory's like.
Yeah, above mean. You can call it mean sea level if you want to. Sure.
No,
5 point whatever. 5 point whatever above mean sea level. But when you back up to the data that came from, which is the XYZ data, that data will clearly show you that bridge is curved.
Wait.
The uncorrected data.
So let me be clear. The 5 meters. Yeah. The 5 meters that he got of the spans that weren't changing elevation. That 5 meters is, I think it's 5.14 meters or something. It's a number that he repeats over and over again, right?
It varies a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, within reason, it's flat, like it ain't curving.
Yeah, it's a pretty constant elevation
or level
above mean sea level.
Okay, so that number is above mean sea level. So I was right.
I didn't say you were wrong. I said that only occurs after you correct the raw data, the actual XYZ data. You can't see Earth curve. You cannot see Earth curvature looking at mean sea level data. You've
Yeah,
got
I
to go back
understand.
and
So
look
let's
at
go back
the
to how
XYZ data.
mean sea level was established. Look, that was his 0 point, right? Mean sea level. 5.14 above mean sea level was his span of bridge that was straight. So how did he get that 0 point, that mean sea level? How did he establish that? I'm
I've
confused on
already
that point.
explained that to you. You take the you take the XYZ data at that point, and that defines a point in free space. Now you have to adjust that reading, which is enormous. That's all the way to the center of the Earth. You have to adjust that and subtract the ellipsoid from it. Now you've got an elevation relative to the ellipsoid height, and to get mean sea level, then you've got to adjust that for the geoid, which is the differential. That's how GPS works. You can bitch about it all you want to, but that's how it works.
Calm down now. I'm really trying to understand this. If I asked you to repeat it, would you do that? Because I thought mean sea level was an average taken over years and years and years of measurements of the tides and all that. But you're saying that's not the data point that he used. He used the mean sea level that was established the way you're saying it, taking away the geoid and blah, blah, blah.
That's what GPS does, Rocky. He didn't do it. GPS does it.
So GPS takes the radius of the Earth, subtracts the geoid, takes the center of the Earth. How does it know the center if it don't know the radius?
Blue, can I? Because I agree with everything you said, Blue. But I think
I think Coach is going to disagree with you a little bit.
I think the part that's getting confused because you're saying subtract the geoid. I don't think that is he's understanding what you mean by that. Because when he's saying subtract the geoid, when he's saying or the ellipsoid, he's saying to the point that it gives you is a point in 3-dimensional space. It'll be about 6 million, 6 million meters from the center point of that graph, and you have to place the Earth in that graph.
But to get the center of the Earth, don't you agree that you would have to know the radius first?
Oh, the position it gives you is already a position that represents your distance from the center of the Earth. So that's why it's called Earth centered or Earth fixed. You place the Earth in that graph, and that'll give you you're
talking about a sphere already, right? When you're talking about the center of the Earth on what your GPS is doing, right?
Just a point in space, Rocky.
No, but it's just center of the Earth. That's the point that you're using.
The point coincides with the center of the Earth. Yeah, but the Earth doesn't make any difference.
How'd you get that point? Did your GPS
whether the Earth is here or not, whether the Earth is here or not, that is the reference system. That's the coordinate system that we use.
Did Mr. GPS go to the center, or is it just a calculated thing?
It's a point that was selected to be used for GPS, which coincides with the center of it. Huh?
Yeah, how'd they select
Where the hell else would you put it?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm down with it, man. I'm dope. How did they select that point, the center? How'd they get that 0 point? What'd they zero it from?
I think it represents the center. I think it represents the center of the constellation of these satellites.
The satellites, right? That's really what it is.
So it's the center from all the GPS satellites.
That's the center. That's what the satellites are orbiting around. Yes.
I got you. So all the I don't want to cut you off now. I'm in the learning stage here. I never heard that before, so this is a new one. I want to repeat it. Just to make sure
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that's.
Oh, so you just maybe spouted that off.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you. I'm not giving it to you as I'm an expert. I'm giving it to you.
Don't go spouting it off, because when I go to repeat this, I'm going to sound stupid if it ain't right. Or in y'all's minds, more stupid.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense, though. They're making.
So you're just logically thinking.
They're going around in circles, and they're all going around the same point, and they're going to be
from the center of the Earth.
They're giving you a position, XYZ position, and it needs to put the Earth center, Earth fixed, geoid in that same graph. So it makes sense that that's the center of their.
Sure. Yeah, gotcha. So how far would they know they need to go up? Like, let's say it's 200 miles. 200 miles above what?
No, that's what I'm saying to you. So whenever he said that they subtract the ellipsoid,
yeah, that was kind of wrong.
When he's saying they subtract the ellipsoid, when you place the ellipsoid in that same graph that you found your position in, you're going to get a distance from the surface of the Earth. That's going to once you subtract the geoid from that too, or correct for the geoid, that gives you a more accurate position above sea level.
Right.
So they're above the mean level of Earth, let's say, like, because there's mountains and all that. They wouldn't want to. They would take the average or something and go like 200 above the average of that, and then assume that the Earth was so much around, and then add that. That would be the center. So they would all be whatever it is, 4,800 miles above the center of the Earth, all of them. Right?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but
all of what?
Well, if it's from the center of the Earth, I mean, there's a distance from the mean level of Earth, which the satellites are above, and then there's a distance from that down towards the center, right? How far would that be?
Your distance from the center is about a little bit more than 6 million meters.
How'd they come up with that?
Around 6,371,000 meters on average.
That's crazy, man. I've never heard that either.
It's an ellipsoid.
It's always been in feet. Never been in meters.
The reason I say that is because this is how the GPS gives you it gives you your position. It's going to be in the units of
meters. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's why I said the mean, because like he said, on a geoid it would differ slightly, but they would probably come up with a mean so the satellites wouldn't be too far off of each other, where it would be the same distance from the center of the Earth or the mean level of the Earth. Every satellite would be the same distance above that. That way they could get accurate measurements of the bridge. I mean, very accurate.
And they do.
Yeah. I mean, centimeter accuracy, right? So
yeah, can be.
Those satellites are orbiting within centimeters of each other based on the geoid.
They don't have to be the same distance from the center. They just have to be referencing the same XYZ grid.
That's right. All they've got to know is how far away what their position is relative to the center.
No, not really. Because
relative to the origin. That's all.
Wait a second now. If you are on a geoid and they took the mean and then they added that distance to the center, whatever, they come up with a distance that they got to be within centimeters, and then they measure down to a point on the geoid to get within centimeters accuracy as everything's moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like how you answered the
like magic, isn't it?
Earth curve from ground level with 20/20 vision. Yeah.
Well, yep.
Well, that might be your tell.
What else you want me to say?
Oh, no problem. Man, I love it.
Well, it's also important to remember.
I mean, seriously. I mean, maybe you and Coach need to get together on that geoid thing, though.
No, he was right. He was perfectly correct what he was saying, though, about the ellipsoid and the geoid and making those corrections. I wasn't saying he said anything wrong. I was just saying that what he was sharing with you, he was saying subtract it. I understood what he meant, but it's possible that it wasn't clear that what he means is like you're placing you yourself are in the three-dimensional grid with your position, and now you're placing the Earth center, Earth fixed in that grid whenever it gives it to you in the spherical,
Hey, before I go,
what we've done
before I go repeating the satellites being equal distance, though, go check on that because I don't want to spout that off. That sounds kind of, I don't know, man. That don't sound right to me.
Not equal distance.
Coach,
I can guarantee.
What about you, Blue? You think?
I can guarantee you.
They're not.
But they.
So Blue says
they're being measured all the time, Rocky. And they know where they are. They know their position.
No, I said they're not. I said they're not before, and I said it again now.
Oh, you said they were. It seemed logical that they would be equal distance from the center of the Earth.
No. I'm saying that the reference that they get, they're orbiting the center of their. Let's say each of them are making a circular orbit. Well, they're not going to be circular, but they're circular. They're going to be the center of each of their orbits would be the same center of the Earth, or the center of mass at least.
Yeah, it's easier to think about it if you just simplify it and say, okay, let's just pretend it's not true, but let's just pretend everything is circular. Let's pretend the Earth is perfectly spherical.
Let's just imagine it.
Let's imagine that the orbits. It's just easier to think about it that way, Rocky. Now, if you want to get complicated, we can. We can easily do that.
I don't want to complicate things. Shit, I'm having a hard enough time with.
I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to bring it down a notch.
Yeah, I was helping you out too. Like pretend is kind of a childish word. Imagine is the one they like to use in science. Yeah, it simplifies the science part of it.
For the purpose of the sake of a simple discussion, why don't we just consider it that way? It's easier to think about. If you want to go the complex route, I'm happy doing that too. How about you?
Oh no, let's just make them a perfect circle out there in orbit.
Okay.
And giving us centimeter accuracy over a bridge.
Okay, now you're going to get back into the details.
Yeah, because that's where we were. And how we establish mean sea level would be another key, because I don't think you're correct on that.
It doesn't really make any difference, does it?
That's not
what. No, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever to the observation, because the observation has nothing to do with mean sea level. The observation simply shows that bridge is curved in free space. Is that it?
Okay, here
I'm gonna put my
I'm gonna put my 2 cents into it. This is what I've been told by surveyors in my area. Now you gotta give us some slack down here, man. We eat bugs out of the mud. You know what I'm saying? But these surveyors say that they use satellites, right?
Yeah.
But the satellites that they use are on top of buildings in the area, local. Wait, what are you laughing at them? Because they even showed me on their screen where these satellites were.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yeah. They were on top of their main office building, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their engineering building. They had a real tall building. They had a satellite on top of there. There was one on the LSU, it might have been the Bell Tower or some point at the LSU at Louisiana State University. Now, we were in Baton Rouge, so these were the local satellites that they were using to get their position and to check the height of the farm.
So you're sure that's satellites, huh?
That's what they called them. I mean,
so
like I said,
are on top of buildings.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Okay, all right, that's amazing.
So can I make a?
They move, no?
Because I was gonna give a description to make something more accurate, and then you said that, and I think I'm gonna make an assumption, and I'm gonna be almost certain that it's the case. I don't think. I think possibly the people you were talking to weren't describing any satellites at all. They may have been describing the base stations.
That's exactly
which is what I was going to tell you. I was going to say that in order to get the centimeter accuracy, it requires base station references. And so it's very possible that that's what they were talking about. And that base station reference is also getting satellite positioning. You're just comparing the satellite positioning to that base station.
Shit, maybe you're right, man. And another thing they told me was the more satellites, like they would show me position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they could add 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like in some areas, there's more than others. But he said for what he was doing, he only needed 4, right? But he could load up to 10. Like he showed me all 10 that were in this area that he could go to, and like one was on like a water tower, one was on like a another building, blah blah blah, and it listed them: satellite 1, satellite 2, and it would give location, it would give us coordinates. But he would tell me that is our satellite 1 that I'm linked into right now is our main building downtown, like where our base is. And then satellite 2, that's the LSU, I think he said Bell Tower. Now this was months ago. And then they had other, like this is a water tower, this was this building here, and it was all around him. And he said that triangulated his position really accurately. The more he used satellites, the more accurate his position would be. And he told me the elevation of the slab was not as accurate, but didn't have to be. It had to be within a half inch or whatever. It didn't have to be real accurate in what they were doing. Does that make sense? He didn't mention anything about space.
Were these were surveyors like that? The main place that you're talking about, that's like a geodetic place, or were something?
It's an engineering firm. They just have their own surveying crew. They go out there and do. They work behind us to make sure that the houses are on the right position of the lot and the right elevation based on the floodplain. So they take the corners, they put their little pin right there and read it. Doop. Satellites computed. Doop, 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 doop. Accurate, right? 5 feet off the benchmark. 5 feet off the line right there.
And his equipment is doing two things, Rocky. It's looking at the actual satellites in space. That's where the main information comes from.
Oh, that's not what he said.
Well, it is what's happening.
Well, he showed me on his screen. These are the 5.
And I don't think you could I finish? And I don't think you understood what he was telling you.
Oh, I might have misunderstood him.
Yeah, you probably did. The machine is actually looking at the satellites that it can see, however many of them it can get, usually 5 or 6 or 7 of them. And at the same time, it's receiving information, RTK correction information, real-time kinematic corrections from those base stations, because the base station is fixed. It knows where it is. You've got one if you've got a theodolite or total station.
If you have
those little base stations, and you go out and you set them over a known point, and that thing is receiving the same satellites that your other piece of equipment, your measuring equipment, is actually looking at. And there's an offset that's being provided real time from that base station that says, okay, I know where I am only when I use the satellite data I'm getting right now. I'm a foot too far to the left and a foot too far to this way and that way and up and down. It gives them corrections.
Well,
and once you apply those corrections, then you get the accurate elevation data and the accurate position data.
If you have stationary, known positions that you've done just thousands and thousands of surveyors based on and corrected positions all over and benchmarks, you've moved them an inch here and an inch there and blah, blah, blah. Why would you need the ones up in outer space that are moving?
The ones up in outer space are where you're getting the position from, Rocky.
What? Why? What? No, my base station. No. My base station is going to
your base station is transmitting to your measuring device, to your remote device.
Yeah, but it's not reading satellites from outer space, sir.
Hell yeah, it is.
No, hell no, it ain't.
Hell yeah, it is.
No, it ain't.
Hell yeah, it is, Rocky.
Oh my God!
If you don't understand your own equipment, you really ought to go and have a look.
From out. You think that surveyors, when he showed me those 5 satellites on his screen and told me where they were, what buildings they were on top of, he was getting information from outer space?
At the same time, yes, he is.
All right.
That's what makes it useful. It's important to note the reason why we use both is because the base stations are not there's not many of them. Like they're specific for that specific location, and there may be one every 10 miles, something like that. Just some places, and they're only useful for knowing that specific location. The only time the reason why they're useful in other locations or any other location is you compare that position and what the GPS is telling it is with your position, what the GPS is telling you your position is. And that's how you make the corrections, is whatever errors the GPS is telling the known position, whatever errors it's giving it, you just apply it to your measurement, and it helps make it more accurate.
Oh, well, I got to come here more often. I've learned a lot. Let's see. Mean sea level is established by, what was it, Blue? Subtracting or adding the geoid? I don't remember.
Adjusting for. You may be subtracting and you may be adding. The geoid goes above and below the ellipsoid. You do know that, right?
Okay, so what I was taught.
Well, first, tell me you understand what I said.
Yeah,
you understand that the geoid can vary above and below the ellipsoid.
Yeah, it's up and down. I mean, it's moving all over the place. Height-wise. Yeah, it's crazy. To be so accurate too, it's amazing. But mean sea level being based on that's not what I was taught. I thought men actually went out there and made measurements of the water level over years and years.
Oh yeah, man. That's where the NAVD 88 came from.
So the geoid is based on those measurements. You told me that mean sea level was based on the geoid, but actually the geoid is based on mean sea level.
You're just trying to confuse the matter. Why don't we
No,
get
no,
back
I'm
to
trying
what
to
we were
clarify.
talking about? No, I don't want to clarify anymore. Let's
Yeah,
talk
I'm
about
sure
the
you
real.
don't.
Let's talk about no. There's no reason to.
Well, I'm still
You're
confused.
just
You don't
trying to
want
be
to teach me?
argumentative. So now let's
No,
talk
I'm
about
not.
the XY. Let's talk
No,
about
I
the
told
X,
you
Y, and Z
specifically
coordinate
that
data. The
I was
points in
taught that the mean
space
sea level
through
was
space
measurements made
that Jesse
by
Kozlowski
men of
measured
the
as he went
water
across that
level
bridge.
over
And when
years,
you
and they
take
got
that
an
data,
average. That's why
yeah,
they got a mean. You're telling me that it's based on something else, right?
I'm
I
sorry,
think
I
you
was
need to.
talking over you, so I didn't hear what you were saying, Rocky.
Yeah, I know. I'm confused why you did that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Because I'll repeat it again. No problem.
maybe
You
because you
got.
talk over me all the time.
You're retired. You have time. So I was taught. Here's where the confusion comes in, and you can teach me maybe. I was taught wrongly, according to you, that mean sea level, which I think is a water level, a point in the water that is an average level, right? That they take an average over years. They painstakingly take measurements over years to get the mean level, the average. And then that's their baseline of elevation off of that point of that water, that level, that mark. Boom. Benchmark,
Boom.
that's 0.
Boom.
Anything below that is below sea level, negative. Anything
Boom.
above
That's
that
right.
is elevation like 1 foot, 2 foot above
Yeah,
that
exactly.
mean sea level. You're telling me something different, right?
No, I'm not.
Oh, so you're telling me that the geoid is based on that?
The geoid is based on sea level. That is theoretical sea level.
So not mean sea level.
Mean sea level.
Oh, you said
Really
sea level.
mean. Angry sea level. Mean sea level. What word do you want to fucking use, but Rocky?
Well, I want to use
care.
me. I want to be very specific here. Mean sea level. That's the average. That's the 0. That's the baseline. You're saying the geoid is based on that baseline, mean sea level.
The geoid is a representation of mean sea level. Yes. What's the problem?
No, go ahead. Keep teaching. I'm gonna be a little bit. You got about 5 minutes to teach me. I'll be listening.
Well, I got to get up for a few minutes.
Well, I posted a picture. I don't know, because I'm curious myself about the dudes you're talking to. Did you say that they said it was on the tower? Because if so, then it may not be this one. The ones I posted, but this is a base station at LSU.
I don't remember. Like I said, it was probably almost a year ago. I remember where we were talking. It was off of Old Jefferson by Manchac, and he was pointing towards LSU, and I thought he said the bell tower, which is a high point at LSU, but he might have said the engineering tower at LSU. But there's a bunch of them around Baton Rouge.
Yeah, I bet you there's. I forgot. There's a map. Yeah, here we go. Here's a map.
I'm sure there's a bunch of them in New Orleans too, and they call them satellites. Or he did.
It might be what I'm talking about, but it might have been something completely different.
He not only called them satellites, but on his screen it said satellite 1, right? And it gave the coordinates. It didn't say, his engineer or whatever or LSU. It said satellite 1 and the coordinates. But he was telling me this is my office. Number 2 is LSU, and then the other ones were like at different points around us where he could triangulate. And that's what was giving him his very, very accurate. He said the more you put on here, like he showed me, this point right here is accurate, right? He said I could take away some of these points and it might be an inch off or whatever. It was cool as shit. It was a computer. His was different. Like I don't know what it was. This was a city guy.
Yeah, I'm looking. There actually two of them, 2 or 3 of them, pretty close to each other.
Yeah. And to be honest, he had 5 up, and I think I don't remember the other 3 that he told me that, like this one was on the building on, Jacobs Engineering building on Blue Mine or whatever. Like he named off some places that I knew, and they were all tall buildings. One was a water tower, but I don't remember like where they were.
Fair enough.
But I guess my point in saying that he called them satellites is when people say satellites, actually think of these washing machine type things up in outer space orbiting, and that's not what engineers and surveyors always reference. Excuse me, I'm unloading. Just got on.
Fair enough. And the only reason I said I'm not 100% about what is or how they use the 0 point is because that's what makes sense to me. I've heard that. That's what I remember, but I'm not 100%. I never seen anything like official that I can remember that said precisely that. But that's what makes sense, at least. So. And Blue, when you get back, I had something I was going to ask you.
I'm back. What?
Okay. Because it's also off my memory. Something whenever we were looking into the debate about water rivers that go uphill or something like that. Something I came across said that for some GPS systems or some GPS, I guess GPS devices or something, they'll use the ellipsoid as a reference for altitude or elevation.
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
That's why it's that you can get like weird and accurate, water.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because the ellipsoid is above and below the geoid.
Elevation is taken from mean sea level.
Yeah, I know, but the mean sea that's what he's saying. Though the geoid is more accurately representing mean sea level, whereas the ellipsoid is a idealized,
it's an ideal ellipse, ellipsoid. That's what it is. It's an idealized mathematical model.
So if you're getting elevation from mean sea level and you have water flowing to a higher elevation, what's going on here?
Well, that's what Kosho's talking about.
It's going to be more accurate.
Hey, you're talking about water flowing to a higher elevation, dude. That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that happens. You get those errors whenever you
Xanax.
When you use
Xanax saying that happens.
And because he's talking about. I mean, I've went over this so many times, dude. It happens when you reference these two models against each other, and one of the models, the ellipsoid, being a very inaccurate what do you call it? Estimate.
Dude, elevation's you get elevation from mean sea level. If you're saying water's flowing to a higher elevation, that's fucking stupid.
No, I think what Kosho's saying is that it actually doesn't, but the ellipsoid model makes it appear that way, and they have to adjust. So Xanax is just basing it on the model, and it's not really in reality. I mean, we all know water's not flowing uphill.
Yeah, so you agree, Kosho, water's not flowing up to a higher elevation.
It's not in actuality. Sorry, go ahead, Blue.
No, it isn't. It's not flowing uphill. But if you're only using
water doesn't flow to a higher elevation.
Of course not. But if you're only using the idealized ellipsoid as a reference, then it could make it look like it flows uphill because it's not accounting for the variations in the Earth's gravitational field.
So Candyland. If you want to take it to Candyland, you can have water flowing uphill.
Well, you can say it if you want to try to say it that way. That's fine by me.
Fantasyland. Do you like Fantasyland better?
No, you can use that too. Whatever you like. Whatever makes you happy.
What tell us, Blue?
Whatever land this is that doesn't equate to reality, you can have water flowing uphill. Sure.
There's an accurate way of representing it, and that's what the geoid does. The geoid now takes into account the variation between the ellipsoid and reality.
Yeah, what I'm saying is some systems, and perhaps some even surveyors, but it's an inaccurate way to do it. But old GPS systems will simply use just the ellipsoid,
right?
Give you the elevation, and it's when doing that you're going to get an inaccurate and misleading information, like raising an elevation when you're actually not raising an elevation.
Now, the maximum error of doing that is only 100 meters or something like that.
Are you guys covering up for your buddies, Nick? Because he clearly said that the St. Lawrence River flows uphill
to a higher elevation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
He said
elevation
the
gotten from
mouth.
mean sea level. So you're,
Well, take it up with him then.
So you guys are not sticking up to him. Because it sounded a couple of minutes ago that you were.
They got to put their thinking caps on.
They've got to stick up for their buddy, but it's a tough one, Jeremy.
Kosho and Blue are way smarter than that. They know water doesn't flow uphill.
They're not. I mean, Kosho already stuck up for him. I don't know if he wants to back off now, but yeah.
Well, I think you should get the shit out of your ears and listen to what Blue is actually saying, and they're saying the same thing.
Did I just hear a cockroach talk or something? What was that?
You heard someone tell you to get the shit out of your ears and actually listen to what Blue is saying.
Yeah, we were going fine until you opened
Hold on. Paige,
mouth.
Paige, you're just being instantly muted. Carry on before a shit show starts.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I can understand why Kosho, you want to stick up for your buddy, but Blue doesn't want to go down that road, I don't think, with you.
But first of all of us are saying the same thing. Blue hasn't said anything different from what I said a second ago. And Zanuck is only being, I don't know how to put it, but like how Neil deGrasse Tyson does whenever he says, it's just pear-shaped and this type of stuff. It's actually not pear-shaped. There's no pear that's shaped the way the Earth is. But
we know that.
It's a fun fact. It's a fun fact and a way of describing what's happening.
That's
and
not what
Zanuck saying is correct.
No, 100%. He's saying in reality, water is flowing uphill in that area because of gravity. 100%. That's what he's saying.
Yes, sir.
So, Kosho, you can retract all of what you just said because we've had hours with Zanuck. He's saying because of the gravity. He's saying because of the gravitational pull that in that particular area, because of the geoid and the gravitational pull in that area, the water is being pulled uphill.
Yep.
I've talked to him with this because he's the reason why I was in the conversation to begin with, and with the St. Lawrence thing. And he's strictly talking about the geoid model being the gravitational model, and the ellipsoid model, which is what the elevation in some cases is based on. And if you base it off the ellipsoid, it's true because I've even looked at models of the St. Lawrence River. It is true that even though it's flowing towards the sea, there's places where the elevation will appear to be higher. But it's only because you're using the ellipsoid reference. It's referencing.
Yeah, we can understand that. It just appears to be higher on a model, but that's not what Zanuck is saying. He's saying that in that area, the water is actually flowing uphill due to gravity. Because that's what the ellipsoid model is based on, right?
The
gravity.
Model.
That's what I meant. The one that's all funkified. That's the gravity pull, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what he's saying. Well, how else to say it, man? Defending if you want, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
but I mean, honestly, in your model, it actually occurs, right? It would have to occur on the Mississippi and on the Nile and on the St. Lawrence. Water would have to flow uphill, be pulled uphill by the gravitational pull of the geoid model. It's ludicrous. But it's what y'all believe. I think you almost have to go on his side and say that.
If you're saying uphill as if it's further away from the center of gravity, then
higher elevation. Yeah,
I don't know,
higher
that's what I'm saying.
elevation.
Elevation, it depends on what you're using to reference elevation. And
center of the earth. I'm using your model, center of the earth.
No, but I'm saying in actuality,
closer to the sea than further from the sea at a lower elevation. That water from that lower point to the higher point is going over that and then down towards the sea.
They can't use the center of Earth in actuality. They have to use the models. Like they have to use the geoid model and where the surface is, and the ellipsoid model and where the surface is. And that's what I'm saying. In practice, those errors, those anomalies will come up. But if you're moving further from the center of gravity, then the water is not going to flow that direction. I could be wrong, but I mean, I was talking with Zanuck about it quite a lot. He does say a lot, and sometimes he'll say things when I'm not there. So maybe he was saying that it's actually going further from the center of gravity or center of mass. But I didn't.
You got to have a sit down with him, Kosho. He's all over the place.
Yeah, look, Kosho, I've heard him say it too. He's been saying it for a long time. I've heard him say it multiple times.
And we can ask him, but just to be clear, you guys are saying that he says that it'll flow further away from the center of mass.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
Higher elevation. From lower elevation to higher elevation.
I know, but that's what I'm saying here is just saying that alone is not enough information to determine if we're saying the same thing, because elevation, when based on the ellipsoid, it is true that you can be moving uphill. You can be going uphill or raising elevation, and actually, in reality,
say it, whatever, bro. Just go in your own little world and say it however you want. He's saying in reality, water flows uphill.
Yeah, you don't have to cover for him. Like, just because you guys both believe in the globe, you don't have to have each other's back on that.
I'm simply talking about a conversation that I was with him having this conversation.
Like I said, I've had the conversation with him too. I specifically said that water does not ever go uphill, and he said it absolutely does. Those were his words to me.
It is so easy to misspeak when defending the globe. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if he's not just intentionally saying things that he knows will stir you up. I really do.
No, left lane.
We get one more person in here to take up
He
for
will
Zanuck.
freely tell you himself. Ask him, anybody. He doesn't lie about this. One thing I like about him. Ask him.
Yeah, I'm not defending him, or I'm just giving you an opinion. Sometimes I wonder if things that he's saying that I don't agree with is not just an effort to stir you up.
Yeah, that was my point about the pear-shaped Earth thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson does, because that's what I was saying, was that it's possible. Sometimes because it's what he's saying is true, and it's also misleading a little bit if you don't know a full story about it. And sometimes it's interesting to say those kind of things because it's like it just makes you think, or
No, I'm jealous, actually. I can't think of any of my buddies or even family members, if I say something as ridiculous as what Zanuck says, would say the things that they've said for Zanuck on his behalf. It's amazing. Like I said, I'm just jealous.
You got to feel bad for them because they got to defend this kind of stuff now. Kosho and Blue are put in a tight position. They don't want to not defend their buddy, but man, the stuff he says.
How are we defending?
I've heard him go against him. I mean,
I'm not defending Zanuck. I'm simply saying what I recall he meant by what he said. Yeah. But
that's a lot of gibberish.
He means something different. That's not defending him.
Yeah, I think I would plan to say, yeah, he's probably. I like Left Lane's answer. That seems more logical because it's a load of shit, right, Left Lane? I mean, you don't have to say it's a load of shit. That's basically what you said when you said he's just saying that type of stuff, load of shit, to stir you up. I mean, he doesn't really believe it, right? Can't.
We'll let them off the hook, Rick. Yeah, come on now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to let me off the hook? Thank you.
Yeah.
I
You
didn't
didn't
realize I
actually
was
pipe
ever
up.
on the hook.
Yeah.
Man, this is tough work defending this stuff. I wouldn't want to defend it.
I don't hear anybody defending anything, SE. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
So
maybe
you
you could
don't-
explain to SE the geoid mean sea level thing, because I don't think I really got it.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Blue Marble posted a decent picture that both describes the thing Zanuck was talking about and also the sea level thing. Because it shows you the discrepancy between the ellipsoid and the geoid, and how some places the geoid is below the ellipsoid and other places it's above it. Other places
A
they
lot of
intersect.
models, man. Honestly, hard to keep up with all y'all's models. Me, I just go with, well, if it's above the water, that's higher elevation. And if you pour water at a higher elevation, it's going to flow towards that lower elevation, which would be towards the water. That's just me.
Yeah, but before GPS and accurate positioning, I'm honestly curious, how would they have known that the how much higher sea level is on the East Coast and the West Coast?
Very accurate gravimetric measurements.
Yeah, it would have to be very accurate and also very immense, right? Like they'd have to look at all the record from coast to coast, basically.
Well, how much difference is it?
I think 17 inches, from what I can remember.
Yeah, well, what's
17
17 inches in the whole realm of elevation of the mountains and all that? Nothing.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't have to be as accurate. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is, for them to know it to that accuracy, that actually one coast is that much higher than the other coast. Yeah, they would have to have details of the entire, from one coast to the other coast, basically. And yeah, it's just crazy.
You know, that changes also. Once you make a mark, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You're going to have changes year to year. I mean, sea levels in one area are rising and in other areas are getting lower. My average tidal height in my area is lower right now over the last year or so, and I'm just basing that on like my levee and watermark on my my bulkhead.
Yeah, I wonder
So
how accurate it was before GPS.
No, they were pretty good with it. I was watching this show the other night and was saying how these islands were disappearing. I was like, yeah. I mean, and then they were blaming it on climate change, of course, so they were pushing that. But then they mistakenly said that the trade winds had changed in that area. Well, you change the trade winds in an island that's made of sand and a little few trees on it, then it might affect that island.
The other thing that's eerie to me, because I don't know, I looked at this actually. I have a picture. It's an interesting picture, but it's of the suppose, because I know you guys don't believe the Earth rotates, but in our model, the Earth rotates, and every day they measure the day length and they compare it every day. And supposedly, this past 3 years, it's supposed to be slowing down, but this past 3 years in a row, it's been speeding up, and it's actually been that trend has been occurring since we've been recording it, actually. But regardless, so if it's speeding up, if the Earth's rotation is speeding up, one conclusion would be that the mass of the Earth, the different mass of the Earth, it's the mass distribution of the Earth is going closer to the center. No. Would it be closer? Yeah, no. It's going closer to the poles. So the mass is migrating towards the poles, which would be sort of the opposite of what you would expect if the ice was melting. But it might not just be because of the ice. It could be maybe the mass distribution inside the Earth. I don't know.
Wouldn't that be the opposite if it was spinning? Wouldn't all the mass go towards the equator?
Well, yeah, I mean, the mass that would happen because of the spin, but even just like regardless of the spin, the mass migrates anyways. Like the animals migrate, and the ice moving and stuff will shift the mass outward or inward. So yes, it's true that the centrifugal force would bring stuff closer to the center, but also if the ice on the poles were melting, that would also bring that would help the mass migrate from the poles to the center, and vice versa. If the ice was increasing, that would help distribute the mass from the center to the poles. But I don't know. It's a mystery even to the people who know more than I do. They're still trying to figure out what exactly is causing it. Hold on, I have the data. Let me see. Damn it, I had the data. It's interesting to look at because if you compare all 40 something years that we've been recording it, the Earth has been slowing down, like they say, most of that time, but the rate that it's slowing down has been decreasing up until 3 years ago when it wasn't even slowing down anymore, but speeding up, and that speeding up is increasing. Like I said, it doesn't mean much if you don't think it is rotating at all. All right, here's the data. I don't know, you about to, so go ahead. Were you about to say something?
No, just saying hello.
Okay, I was wondering. I was about to ask everybody in here, but I'll ask you as well. You see the data I just posted? I posted the data of the rotation of the Earth, rate that it's rotating.
1 second.
Okay.
1 second.
Oh, this is it, Kosha? This is the data, huh?
Yeah, well, according to timedate.com.
Verified.
Yeah. Yep. 50 years of data. It shows the average rate of change per day, and also the total change in the second row, and then or second column, and then So, anyways, the trend after looking at all this data, it looks like the rate that it's been slowing down has been, regularly decreasing since they've looked at it. So it has been slowing down, but that rate has been decreasing.
So the acceleration's decreased. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
right.
good.
And up until 3 years ago, when not only was the slowing down decreasing, but it's actually speeding up, and that speeding up has been increasing in that past 3 years, to the point to where we've had the longest or the shortest day recently ever recorded, the fastest rotation. So I'm just wondering, hypothesis, like why that would be occurring, because it seems like a very strange fact, considering that they're saying it's supposed to be slowing down.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
Constant motion is slowing down and speeding up.
What's that?
Isn't that
Turn down.
put a nail in your perfect thing?
It's not meant to be perfect, but yeah, it has been said that it's slowing down because of the moon's the tidal effects of the moon. So the rotation slowing down over time. However, like I said, for the past 50 years, that slowing down has decreased since they've been recording it. Basically, has decreased, and now it's actually speeding up.
The stuff you guys make up, man, it's unbelievable.
You can ignore the data essay. That's fine. You're just not allowed in the conversation.
Yeah, the stuff you ignore is kind of unbelievable.
All right. Good enough, fair enough. If that's the data, though, so you admit you don't have constant motion then, correct?
Nobody ever said it was.
What? Your whole thing is we don't feel motion because it's constant and all that stuff. Everything is constant.
See, do you think you'd feel a fucking 1 millisecond per day difference in the rotation?
Oh, here we go.
Do you think you'd feel that? No, regardless of the actual physics of it. If the Earth rotated, it's per day, right? Kosher, or is it per
be
year?
stationary.
That's right.
So then
The millisecond
you're
per
saying
year
it
per
could
day?
be stationary.
No, it's per day.
Right?
Yeah.
Per year. Per day? Shit, that's a lot.
The first column is per day on average. The second column is being added up those so add those milliseconds. So in the first few years we measured it, like 1973, 1976, year by year, an entire second had increased.
Yeah, that's huge.
But that hasn't
That's
happened
way
since
more than I thought it'd
1978.
Where are they getting this data, Kosho? What are they measuring?
They use so they can use two things. You can use a GPS, but they use actually the stars, just like the celestial.
So it could be the stars slowing down or speeding up.
Well, no, they compare it with I forget what it's called, but it's basically like the sidereal day. They compare the position of the stars and the atomic clocks they have. Let me find the exact name again.
Take me to the moon.
That's not far away, is it?
Did y'all see they're going back? Yeah, January 25th. I saw something this weekend about it.
I was waiting for this to end to bring this up. Tomorrow is launch
tonight,
day.
Champ. Tonight.
No, not tomorrow.
Tonight for you. Yeah.
Tonight for you guys. Yeah, tomorrow for you guys living in the past.
No.
I can't wait for the excuses why they're not going to launch. I can't wait.
Super loud.
No, the launch is not tonight. Can't be. I just saw something on it.
Where is FE?
But there's no people on
not going to use
right?
that. No, the unmanned.
Sorry, I'm about to head out. I'll catch you guys in about 20 minutes, half an hour. I'm dying. If you guys want to talk about this, I'm ready.
I haven't been paying attention, so I don't know what's the mission for.
Well, I think they're testing SLS, I think.
Oh, they're testing. Okay, they're just testing the launch and orbit, I guess. That's what sucks about NASA's test.
Can you
Say SE, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, before I head off for a drive, I'm just going to tell you what the mission is. This mission is they're going to send up the rocket. It's going to go into an orbit around the moon and then head.
Oh, really? Wow. That's pretty cool. It's coming back?
Yeah, it'll come back.
Coming back.
Wow.
Yep.
That's incredible. That's such a waste of fucking money, though. But that's incredible.
No. They're going to have 3 mannequins in there to test everything because, of course, they didn't do it before and they don't know anything about it.
See, if they really wanted to satisfy you guys, they would have a camera the whole time facing the moon.
That's one of the things.
Wouldn't you want that, Kusha?
No, I would actually. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't everybody want all the cameras they could, all the angles, continuous video, 4K? I think everybody would want that.
They get enough money to put cameras on every square inch of that thing.
And to be honest, I don't care all that much about the moon. Yeah, that'd be nice, but I want a camera facing the Earth the entire time.
Yeah, we already have those.
No, I want the uncut shot from Earth to the moon.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, because I'm confused now.
Yeah,
that's
I'd
what
like
I'm
to
saying.
see,
That would be cool.
like someone, whoever that was that said as many angles as possible. That would be great. Yeah.
Oh, you're saying, yeah, right. That would be cool if you had one facing the moon and one facing the Earth, just the whole time, so you can see like it getting smaller, the Earth and the moon getting bigger and stuff like that.
Yeah, wouldn't that make sense? I mean, don't we have that of everything else when we travel in other places? And it's pretty standard that we would have like high, 1080p, even higher, like 4K, surround, what do they call it, 360 degree? Like, wouldn't that just be standard? Wouldn't we already have that?
Maybe that might be a part of their mission, but however, when you're traveling in a car, you need to look at where you're going. That's true. You need to see what's behind you. But when you're traveling to the moon, looking at the moon is not really I don't know. It's not as important as to know your position.
Yeah, but for science, right? Like how things appear while you're traveling that fast through space, what objects in the distance look like. I mean, the science part of it. They would want cameras everywhere. What if they didn't have a camera pointing in a certain direction or gathering a view and a spaceship arrived or like a UFO was there? You would want cameras everywhere. You're in outer space.
They're not doing it to satisfy you, yeah.
Is there a group of guys voting against cameras again, Rikia? Oh my Coach.
Well, they're giving some excuses. I mean, you wouldn't want to see the moon. You wouldn't want to see where you're going when you're traveling in outer space. That's stupid.
No, it's not about wanting to. I'm saying if they had a camera doing this at the Earth and the Moon, it would be purely, for entertainment purposes, not necessarily for necessary purposes.
Admit you're underwhelmed. Admit it. Admit you are underwhelmed by the footage. Just admit it. You know you'll be underwhelmed with this new thing. As soon as we hear all the skeptics hear the announcement, we know we'll be underwhelmed. Come on, man. Not by bias, by conditioning, bro. You know what I mean? By standards set by the Hollywood and video games. Think about it, dude. Why would they not want to give us the most real shit possible?
Because they're not doing it for you, dickhead.
Yeah, but they could. I mean, Hollywood could use it. People. I mean, come on, bro.
What are you going to use it for?
What are you going to use it for? Are you freaking kidding me? They animate this shit all the time. They wouldn't have to animate.
You. Bro, to satisfy the people, what you use it for, you satisfy the people, man. You know what I mean? Like, you have this dull-ass camera. Here's what's hilarious. They'll have a dull-ass camera on the ISS nonstop. Nothing's happening. Nothing's changing. But they have it on there. But yet, this other contested zone where everybody knows it's fucking bullshit, they never have it on there. What a surprise. And then you got weirdos acting like they wouldn't want it and that they're not underwhelmed. Like, come on, Coach.
Yeah. I'm not interested in the launch that much, but if the video and the camera footage, I would watch over and over again.
Journey with us to the moon. Take a ride.
So you're willing to sit there for 3 days and basically watch nothing?
You are too. Don't lie.
Sure, yeah. A lot of people are.
You're willing to sit there with the ISS for 9 years and watch it do nothing.
Yeah, you space fans are nuts about that. There's, I mean, not all, but there's some diehards out there that would freaking just drink coffee nonstop and binge watch every second of it that they could.
They would build little forts in their living room in front of the TV. They'd build tents with their kids and pretend that they're riding to space. And they wouldn't be, hopefully it'd be real. Hopefully.
During the moon landings, one of the reasons they stopped going to the moon was because even though the first launch, the first moon mission, a lot of people were watching it. The other moon missions, people weren't watching them.
Because it looked fake as shit, and they didn't believe it no more. So they were like, "We're being fooled here."
We're bored of it. No one's going to watch the journey to the moon in 3 days.
I talked to my grandparents and my brother's grandparents or his in-laws, and you know what they told me? They didn't believe it. That's why they didn't watch it. These are old people. These are 80-year-old people saying they didn't believe in the moon landing even back then. That's why they didn't watch it. They thought the government was lying to them. That's what these people said.
Well, to quote you guys, cool story, bro. I've never talked to anybody my age that didn't believe it.
No, would you tell the truth anyway?
I really
don't. You don't know anybody that doesn't believe in the moon landing? Please.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that don't believe in the moon landings, but in 1969, I didn't hear anybody saying, "Oh, that looks fake."
Well,
nobody.
I'm just telling you what they didn't tell me in 1969.
Nobody.
They told me at Christmas about 2 years ago, and when we were talking about the moon landing, they said back then we didn't believe it then. We thought the government was lying to us.
Well, they sure weren't very vocal about it, or at least the people I was around wasn't. I didn't hear anybody saying that.
Okay, because Blue didn't hear anybody. Nobody in the world said that or believed that. I'm telling you, 4 people that I know personally.
Because you got secondhand information that says these people now say they don't believe that. You think nobody believed it, and that's why they stopped watching it.
Why are you getting so
upset? That's what you're saying. I'm not upset. You're the one that seems to be a little triggered here, Rocky.
I'm not triggered. I'm telling you what. Jesus, bro, calm down. Man. I'm telling you what these older people that live. Are you okay?
Chill out, Rocky.
You sound stupid. I'm telling you, these older people told me when we were talking about the moon landing that why, because we discussed this. Why did they stop going? Well, people got lost in it. They said we lost interest. We didn't care about it because we didn't believe about it back then. Now, these might have been people that didn't like the government, so we're just being, government haters, and like you have now. I mean, you had those back then too.
It's going to take 10 days to get there.
No, only 3.
No, it's just at
10. Oh, well.
They're going too slow. No way.
Even more. Better. 10 days, that's 7 more days of better, awesome footage we should be having.
10 days?
They also
go like 5,000 miles an hour?
Back during those moon landing things, though, also, to be fair, they weren't really showing footage of, like, the globe and the outer part of the moon and orbiting around. They didn't show any of that. It was like dudes in suits bouncing around on wires, but nonetheless bouncing around on some surface. You know what I mean? It was pretty boring. Like there was nothing really interesting about it. And once you kind of watch the guys kind of talking and kind of bouncing around for a few minutes, that's about all that's interesting. So they weren't really showing the footage we originally were talking about, which would be, this incredible footage from the globe Earth all the way to the moon. That would be pretty epic to see.
You don't think that would have actually been fucking boring? Like they have pictures and stuff like that of both the moon and the Earth, but that would be boring as hell to see. No, it'd be cool for a split second, but then like just watching just that for any length of time, you're gonna be like, "What?" You're just looking at nothing, basically.
You gotta quit saying that, man.
Because think about this, guys. It ain't that straight path neither. It's going to do the orbit, so it's going to be passing by each of the sun and the moon a few times, and you can have cameras. If you were on a video, dude, you would play the video.
What are you talking about?
Passing by the sun. What?
Well, it's going to see the sun probably the whole fucking time, actually, depending on what angle of attack. But That shit would be amazing, bro. Shit would be absolutely amazing. And to act like you don't want it and aren't underwhelmed at the capabilities, Kosho, it's like, at least you should be like, yeah, bro, I know they should be showing more, but like, they ain't gonna. That's a private project.
What are you
We'll
expecting to
their
see?
information.
The sun?
Look,
Kosho, if this were real, Kosho, this is the footage that's missing. If this were all real, because even without men landing on the moon, they've sent all kinds of probes and other things there, so it's fairly easy to do that. The footage that's missing is something launching off the Earth, going all the way up, seeing the entire Earth start to fade away as a globe that's spinning. And as that rocket keeps flying away, the globe is spinning very slowly. You would have all the realisticness of the whole thing from the ground launching up. And then, yes, in between the Earth and the moon, it would be fairly boring because the Earth would just be getting smaller and smaller. The moon would be getting larger. So it'd be cool to see some of that. But I mean, depending on how many hours it was, yeah, I understand. Sitting there would be boring. But the other footage that's missing is when you get to the moon, all of the 360-degree angles of it, the different craters at different angles, the dark side, quote unquote, the light side, all of that footage is missing.
Yeah, and they think they have it, dude. They'll tell you that they have it. They'll be like, look at this Voyager thing or look at this. And it's not, all the smart people know it's missing. Everybody who's smart.
The flag, the rover, the aliens.
You do know that you can't send real-time radio signals from the dark side?
You can bounce it off a satellite.
Yeah,
of course, bro. You could get it here somehow. Bounce it off of Mars. They're sending it from Mars. Send it to Mars and send it back.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be live streamed. I mean, how about just the footage? Just put it on any camera. Just record it. Where are pictures of the moon? Where's the 360-degree close up? All the craters. None of that exists.
Yeah, but Gio, you do realize you can't send audio back from the dark side of the moon, right? I mean, you do realize that, right? You did hear blue, right?
You can't send anything from there. You could record something from over there and then send it to a satellite that's orbiting the moon and have that send to Earth.
Or I don't know, how long does the orbit take? Wait till you do get from the dark side of the moon, if there's such a thing, and then send it then, right?
Yeah, they do have stuff, but it's just the full picture. The full journey would be just like an awesome piece of data. There's no reason not to have it.
Well, they'll have it, I'm sure. I don't know if it'll be in video form, but they'll have
be in
all
every
the data.
Science class. Come on.
No, there's nobody who's going to watch 10 days of nothing. It's
yes, they will.
Interesting. Okay, let me ask you this. If you get 10 days, if you get 10 days worth of the telemetry data, is that going to be interesting to you?
It took them 3 days to get there in 1960. Why is it taking them 10 days this time?
Maybe they're saving energy. I really don't.
They're going to go 1,000 miles an hour?
They're doing it differently. They're going into a more and more elliptical orbit before they go into translunar injection, which
that shit would be amazing.
Straight from.
I love the fact he knows all the words.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be cool to see that? Like, people play this in video games, and they sit there and watch their thing. They go to the craft perspective and they watch the fucking orbit. It would show stuff like the orientation of the sun, moon, and Earth would change as it did that travel. And you could show this in orbit class, in fucking orbital mechanics class. You'd be like, look here, here's where, you know what I'm saying, we raising up or whatever.
Yeah,
people play video games. People play video games where they simulation space games where they sit and look at nothing for hours.
Yeah, people who are that interested in that, or people who want to teach exactly that, they can get access to telemetry data and just to share that.
Why are you hating on this?
Oh my God.
The thing that you're saying should exist, and the reasons why, there's other things that exist.
Want the reality? Reasons. Why would we want the best reality show ever of space?
Hasn't the argument always been that when any video or anything was shown first off, before, it was all classed as CGI or fake, and then we would go show something else. Who's to say it's not going to be said the same thing?
Well, that's fair, but I mean, we're asking for real footage. Like when you see a footage of like a cartoon cut-in of the bottom of the moon, looking at a globe Earth that's also been cut in, that's very shady. What we're talking about is actual footage from the Earth to the moon and back. And how about Mars? They sent shit to Mars. Where's the footage of that? We should see the Earth getting small. We should see the moon getting small. We should see the moon orbiting the Earth on the camera. We should see approaching Mars, landing on Mars. They have video on Mars. Where's all the video between the trip from the Earth to Mars? Where's that video?
Damn,
the moon orbiting the Earth.
Can I throw something in there? It doesn't exist.
Exactly. They give us footage of being on Mars, but how about the entire trip? We have no footage of that.
I don't think that that's capable of being sent.
The footage that's
Blue's
needed
on
to
Mars.
prove that it actually did that doesn't exist, but we have like some blue or some red tinted Earth landscapes with a little thing driving around on it. That's enough to convince you guys?
Are we talking about something that's just verifying that we've gone to space or to the moon, or just something like even the footage that we've got of orbiting satellites with video?
I'm talking about any footage at all of something leaving the Earth and either
Leaving
going
Earth.
to the moon or Mars. Any
Leaving Earth and going far away and approaching other bodies.
Yes.
Like, come on. It's funny that all the
How do you
smart
expect-
people want
How would you
this.
expect for them to send a video like that?
The same way they send every other video, Pinky.
I'm just
They
saying the
take-
video, it doesn't even exist. It doesn't even have to be live streamed. I mean, that's a whole nother thing to live stream that.
Right.
I'm just saying just record it onto any number of GoPros, any cameras that have an SD card that can record thousands of hours of video. Just any recording.
Yeah, but thousands of hours of video is an incredible amount of data.
And
No,
we
they
when
have
we look at
satellites.
pictures of satellites, they're all fake.
Solar.
There's no real
They have
pictures
solar-
of satellites either.
Solar
So-
panels. Do you know Elon Musk said that 150 to 200 square kilometers of solar panels would power the whole United States? So they can have a solar panel to power. That says that you need less area to power your bigger area. So they could use, the area the size of the fucking thing to power itself.
How would an area of what size could power the Earth or the United States? Say again.
Whatever Elon Musk said, 200 square kilometers.
Are you talking about solar panels on a craft to power it, or are you saying powering the Earth from space?
Well, yeah. I'm saying like you could have it the size of the craft, and it should be able to power whatever the craft needs to do. Like,
oh right.
Yeah, but you can't. You said first of all, it's not true that a size. So the United States, the reason why he's probably said that is because the actual area that you're powering is not the size of the United States. Like it's not like you have to power every square inch of the United States. You just have to, just the places that are requiring power. See what I'm saying?
That's full of robot for me.
You're getting too far from the Earth. We're losing signal.
Yeah, you're gone over the curve.
You're on the dark side of the moon where Pink Floyd is.
mic check now. Is it better?
Yeah.
Is it better? All right.
Pink
Coach,
Floyd
you
is
don't have
still
to
playing
be
in
against
concerts.
everything.
Yeah, I think you're back now.
All right. Well, I mean, come on, dude. Regardless, dude. The point is, Coach, we have all this power. He's not talking about extra. Like, why are you do this where you just are against random things? You know, you want more cameras.
The exact thing that you said was that you don't need you need the area. The area could be a bit smaller than the area you're trying to power or whatever. And I'm saying that's not exactly a fair statement because the area.
Coach, think about the size we're talking about. The ratio still is incredible, dude. 200 square kilometers. Do you know how small that is? Like, come on. I mean, the
Well,
people
they already claimed
definitely.
they already
Go ahead.
claimed they've gotten crafts to the moon and to Mars. So they've already claimed that they have the power, everything to do that. So, Kosho, you don't think it's in any way strange that there's no footage that exists of any craft leaving the Earth, going to another body like the moon or Mars and approaching that body and landing? You don't find it odd that you believe in an entire cosmology in which you've never seen that footage?
They just think we have it. You guys just think we have it. They don't know the middle part is missing. They have like a big a lot
say
of
that.
I'm trying to respond to
At
you.
least say that the government is hiding that. At least give some rational.
No, I'm trying to say to you that 3 days worth of data, or however long the trip that you're talking about, if you're saying the entire trip from here to the moon, 3 days worth of video data is actually a lot to send, and a lot to store, a lot to send.
It'll fit on a little SD card.
Worse than that, it serves no useful purpose.
Okay, so Blue, you don't think it's strange that you believe in that and have never seen that footage?
I don't want to see that footage. It's boring. There's nothing to see.
So you're happy to believe in the globe, even though you've never seen a craft launch and leave the Earth and go into this outer space place?
Yeah, I'm quite happy.
Okay.
Yeah, I find it
We have seen
unnecessary.
that though.
I'd like to spin it around and look. That's what I'd like to do.
But
I'd like to be.
I've seen plenty of videos of that though.
I'd like to control it in real time. I'd like to watch rich people pay to play with it.
Well, I mean, what I'd like to see is
we've
like
seen launch to orbit. I mean, what else do you need to see?
how about close-ups of the moon from orbit? From orbit.
Bigger orbit.
We've got that.
You have a lot of those.
This sounds.
You watched that, Blue? It wasn't too boring for you? What an idiot statement.
This sounds a lot like the.
Could you try to control yourself, really?
Yeah, I'm controlling myself. You're going, oh, we have this, this, and this. I've watched all that, but it would be too boring to watch, a long.
I'm just saying I'm not going to sit and watch real time for 10 days straight.
Gives a shit what you're
nothing.
going to do. That doesn't mean everyone else doesn't.
Well,
you can at least see a highlight.
One in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up first, Rocky.
Right.
How about this? If it existed, would you not spend, let's say, 5-10 minutes on a video watching a compilation? Maybe the first 2-3 minutes, you could do it, and it would be maybe fast forwarded in time if you wanted. But of course, the launch off the Earth could be real time. You can also speed it up, 2x, whatever. You want. A summation of that and leaving
through the boring.
Yeah, that's fine. You could do
and
that.
a compilation of the.
I'll watch that.
Then you do
where
want
it's approaching.
I'll be glad to watch that. I'm just not going to sit and watch 10
then
straight
you do
days
want
of
it,
video.
Yeah, everybody
want coming back that you guys are asking for.
We all got different schedules. You know what I'm saying? America doesn't need to be like anytime you want to tune in. Athena and them did a fucking 10 day straight fucking cast. Dude, NASA boys could do it. Okay, if 3-4 guys could stay up for 10 days straight and fucking raise $1 million, dude, like NASA could do that shit too, bro. Like, come on, bro.
10 days, like 1,000 miles an hour. Can you even do 1,000 miles an hour in space?
I watch a lot of.
It don't work like that. It goes by like 4 times, bro, at least or something.
Well, they say they're going.
Oh, they're saying 10 days complete. Like they're gone 10 days. And it's not taking them 10 days to get to the moon.
It's like 40-something days, I think, total. 42 days.
It's going to take them 10 days to get to the moon. That's 1,000 miles an hour, isn't it?
No, it goes around more than once.
You'll be saying it's going to be gone 40 days.
I'm saying, bro. They travel more than just 200-something thousand miles. They go more than that, is my guess.
I think Kosho is saying it's going to take them 10 days to get to the moon, though, right? Is that what you're saying, Kosho?
That's what it says. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture.
That's 1,000 miles an hour, dude.
7 days, I think they said.
Rakia, they don't go straight to the moon. They go around and around and around. Each time it gets a little bit wider and a little bit further until 10 days after launch, they can intercept the moon and begin to go around and around the moon.
Oh, I got what you're saying. They're going.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. They go like 1 million miles. They don't just go 250,000 miles. They go by like 4 times.
I got you now. They're orbiting the Earth in larger and larger orbits to get to the moon.
Like they extend their orbit such that when it's on the other side of the orbit, it's going to be
right. That's what I'm saying. That would be cool as fuck to see, like, shots of that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this site I just found, it shows that little image. It shows the path that they claim that they took to go to the moon for the moon landing. So they're saying that they went as fast as 10,000.
Yeah, but if they're orbiting the Earth larger and larger, they're going to hang out in the Van Allen belts longer and longer, right?
Yeah, see, I think it's that number 2 on that one I just posted. I think the 2 would be the path. So it's like this curved path that they claim to take. So it's actually not a straight path. So it's more than 236,000 miles.
Okay,
And
why
that's
are they
definitely exaggerated.
why are they orbiting the Earth so many times? Is there a particular reason for that?
To extend their orbit.
Because they lie about how they
extend their orbit each time, so is what he said. And
To prove the Van Allen belts don't mean shit.
Oh. So they extend the orbit because if they accelerate on the opposite side of the moon, it'll extend the length of the orbit on the side that's close to the side the moon's on. So that's a good way. That's an easy way to get there without using too much energy.
They're orbiting the Earth. Say that one more time. Sorry.
They're orbiting the Earth, and if you accelerate on the side opposite of the moon,
Deep
it's going to
server in
extend.
Discord. I'm like, no.
Who is that? Who's saying that?
Let's not try to prove Kosho wrong, except for the fact that he doesn't want more cameras. Okay, like we know he
talking about. I'm trying to say something. What are you talking about?
Act
I
like
don't know,
Elon
Kosho.
Musk is wrong.
Yeah, on that topic, here's the thing. From that perspective, even if I was a globe believer for whatever reason, I still would question why we don't have that footage in the exact same way I'm saying it right now. I still would be like, that's really strange. The only thing I would start to think is that they're hiding that footage for some reason. You know, if I really believe the Earth was a globe, at least that's the next place my mind would go. There's no way in my mind I could ever rationalize it and think that it's in any way normal, considering we have footage of everything with drones. We as humans take footage of everything we can. People have thousands of cameras around their house, at their businesses, in their car, dash cams, body cams. In today's world, they're so cheap, they're so easy, the SD cards are so tiny, they're such high quality. We have footage of everything that exists. Literally, in reality, we have footage of it. So to not have any footage of this entire outer space, the moon, you know, which these government agencies are claiming is all real, is just shady by definition of that.
Yeah.
Creates
doubt. I
Why
don't
we have
understand the
footage
energy
of the
thing,
Mariana
Kosho.
Trench 24/7?
Yeah.
Footage,
it's hard to get to. But when they go down there, they're taking video as much as they can. You bet your sweet ass they are. But what about the energy, Kosho? I don't get it. Once you like boost the rocket up to 10,000 miles an hour or something like that, you could turn it off and you gain that energy. Like you don't lose energy.
It sucks back down to the Earth, Rakia, but they don't want.
No, out there it's just unimpeded. They just keep.
No, it's
conservation
not.
of momentum.
Yeah, but it's but they still going to tell you about the static realm.
Once you stopped every second that you're not applying thrust forward, you're going to be accelerating not towards the Earth, but you're going to have acceleration that is coming from the Earth.
Explain yourself, Kosho.
Your momentum and the Earth sucky towards the Earth will equal in an angle back
doesn't matter.
the Earth in some fucking way.
The momentum, it doesn't matter what your momentum is. If there's not something attracting you, some other.
I'm agreeing. I'm just talking about the direction, buddy. I'm just agreeing with your direction when you said not exactly towards the Earth. That's because you already have an angle about yourself. Okay, we're gonna agree at the end. So stop fucking acting like you're gonna argue with me.
You're saying something different because you interrupted.
Yeah, that's why I interrupted you to correct it. Yeah, cool.
You interrupted me to say it, so that's why I thought you.
But it's such a light thing. Like it doesn't weigh that much, and the Earth's gravity. Once you get away from it that far, you thrust away from it. You're not losing all that energy, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If your thrust is in the opposite direction of the Earth, and you're going that direction, you stop applying that thrust. If there's not something that has a stronger gravitational attraction than the Earth does, then the Earth is going to be attracting you back towards the Earth. You're going to lose that. You're going to lose momentum in that direction you were going over time.
Right. At some point, though, you'll go to the moon, right? You'll be sucked to the moon instead.
But when you do with the moon, that's why they're. That's why the way they do it is they extend their
to
orbits.
the moon. It only took them 3 days to get to the moon in that little crap that they thrusted just a little bit.
Well, if the moon's gravity can pull the freaking oceans up from the Earth, why can't it pull on the freaking ship?
It eventually
does.
That's what. Yeah.
But then back to the Earth and then back to the sun.
Yeah, that would be something else that would be cool. Yeah, if this footage exists, that we could see that, right? Like your claim that it gets closer. When it gets to the moon, you would be able to see that on the speedometer. You'd be able to see
Wait, what speedometer?
As you enter into orbit. You could actually think about it.
Speedometer.
Entering into the orbit of the moon. That would be literally like the most epic footage if that were real.
What speedometer?
It'd be an accelerometer, Blue. You could see it approach the Lagrange. Listen. Here's where it would be, Blue. You know how you do a pinball machine and you try to hit the exact little perfect shot to like you. And then and you're doing your takeoff shot on the pinball machine. Motherfuckers could throw probes out there like that and try to get it. You know how you do the pool? They lag on the pool and they want to go right to the rail. They could be doing shit like that, like throw it off there and do just exact enough power, right, for it to get over the line and sucked in. Now, of course, you're not going to have like a perfect like landing, but the thing would be who can lag it close enough to the line to get sucked over. That shit would be amazing, bro. See, all them could be on camera. All that.
Didn't they do this already?
Yeah, we saw that same thing in 1968.
Did they fall into the moon?
They had enough energy then.
Straw manning me.
I'm trying to show.
We got now. We got the cameras now. Get up.
Takes 25,000 miles an hour to reach escape velocity.
Oh, we can do that easy. We do that all the time, like every day. Thousands and thousands of rockets going up now.
Is that into the sun, Blue, or is that into the moon?
That's to escape Earth's gravity. You need to be
Yeah, no
going
problem.
25,000 miles an hour.
No problem whatsoever. We can do that easily.
Well, hold on.
Is my
Several
question?
different
Hold
countries
on.
doing that.
Okay. Is my question not relevant
Doesn't
though?
make
Like,
any sense. Hold
no,
on for a
his.
second.
I'm
He's
on
got,
it though.
hold on 1 second. Escape velocity. Well, you got planes that are going only 500 miles an hour, and they're escaping so-called Earth's gravity.
No, they're not.
What?
Sake.
They're
They're
not.
getting up to Earth.
They are not escaping Earth's gravity, for God's sakes.
They're
This is
getting
true.
off
This is true. Let's talk about. Let's steel man him though. What, Blue? What about a rocket going straight up 5 miles an hour? Right, 500 miles an hour.
Well,
Sorry.
hold on.
You
Blue,
can't
hold
steel
on.
man me.
You totally shut Scrat down, but he's not totally wrong. As you leave
He's
the
not,
Earth,
and
you
I-
are
and I-
leaving
and I-
Earth's gravitational field, are you not? That's
I did have a
what you
point
guys
with it,
claim.
and I'll help you steelman his point, Scrat's point. I'm not trying to shut it down. To be honest, 1 mile an hour should any miles an hour. If you're going up continuously, if you have enough to go up at any rate, you should be continuing to go up. Correct?
Jesus.
Yes.
Tell
I
me what
agree.
escape velocity is.
100%.
Fuck's sake.
Without lift, you can't do that. You need rocket thrust. You need
So we're
escape
talking about rocket
velocity.
thrust. Now he's talking about maybe you do a burst where you reach 25,000 miles an hour by a point, and then they shut off the engine. Let's steelman. And I thought my question was relevant, talking about to the moon or to the sun, because are you just talking about out in the empty space without any? You know what I mean? It's just weird,
Yeah.
right, Blue?
They launched
So
the space shuttle with that big old gas bubble on the side to escape velocity. Surely they can do rockets. Like
The
that's the
shuttle
easy
didn't
part,
reach
right?
escape velocity, Rocky.
Well, doesn't the gravity
See
get
that
weaker?
thing? It's
Hold
not
on. Doesn't the
aerodynamic.
gravity get weaker as you get further away?
exactly.
As you get
So if you could do
okay,
any
so
number close to the surface, yes, it should be easier and easier. If you
No, fuck.
continuously,
If you're
okay,
going up at 1 mile an hour, gravity's going to stop you, right? Your
no,
deceleration. Yes. This
hold
is
up.
escape velocity is not
No,
propelled.
let's Rufus.
Not
Rufus,
propelled.
can we talk about it calmly? Calmly. Let's say we
I'm calm,
produce.
but you're a
Let's say
fucking
we.
idiot.
Let's say we produce something that you just have to say there's nothing that you can produce that can go that slow. Basically, that's what you need to say.
You
But
understand that it's not propelled.
do you understand that the SpaceX booster it like landed real
You
slowly?
can't steel man me.
Do you understand the booster? Like, what if they just pushed it a little more? Like, couldn't it hover?
Yeah, that's
Couldn't it
propulsion,
hypothetically?
right?
Right?
Escape
Okay, so I'm
velocity
talking about
is how
propulsion, bro.
fast it has to go, right, to escape the gravitational pull of the Earth without being propelled. Right? If
Right.
it's going, what is it, 11,000 Ks or whatever? 11,000 Ks an hour? If it
Okay,
goes
so there
that
we go.
fast,
Like I
it
said,
will
if
get out
it's
of...
cut off the engine, okay, cool.
Right, cut off the engine. Well done.
Yeah, well, we said that. We said hypothetically that's what he said. But
If
regardless,
you had a bottle rocket with infinite fuel somehow, the bottle
exactly.
rocket could escape Earth.
That's what that's what Scrap was kind of saying, though.
Yeah, but nothing has that. It doesn't. It's not possible.
That's not escape velocity.
what I'm
Right.
saying is that hold on.
Just
You the higher you go up, the less power you should need because the gravity is weaker.
This is true.
So why do you need to go so fast, a so-called escape velocity, when the higher you go, the easier it is to get away from that?
Because they're not
factored
talking
into
about
the
a high
calculation.
plane. They're
That's
talking
factored
about
into
by
it.
like the Kármán line that it needs to be going that fast. That's what they mean. They're you get what I'm
No,
saying? Because like,
he's saying unpropelled, so a ballistic,
Unpropelled.
something that
No,
like
I'm not talking about
baseball,
unpropelled.
something that you throw
Then you're not
once. and
talking
you don't
about
have-
escape velocity. Escape velocity is unpropelled.
you guys, you have to understand that I'm on everybody's side, and I promise you, it's going to be real hard for me to say something that's totally wrong without me asking it in question form. So,
What did you just say, Ruhif?
So Ruhif,
You said
yes, Ruhif, it definitely matters by what point we're talking about above the Earth's surface, because this is where his variable comes back into play. If you're starting off at some point closer to the Lagrange point somewhere, it's not gravity's at a
Lagrange point. Sorry,
it doesn't matter where. If you start high altitude, far away, miles and miles above the
like
Earth,
a million miles away.
not even if you're just 1,000 miles above the surface.
Okay, so not the Lagrange point. Okay.
Well, either way, the point is it's going to be a ratio of the gravity, so it's not going to be 25,000 anymore. So listen, it's not that serious. None of this shit is that serious. The point is, are they fucking escaping? There's multiple different ways they could do it, whether you're propelled or not fucking propelled, and it would be cool to see it. That's back to the main point, guys. Let's get back on it.
Oh, hold on. I just got one quick question about that. So when you talk about escape velocity, you're talking about unpropelled?
Yes. If you're at the surface and you get something going 11,000 k's an hour, I think is the value, then it will escape Earth.
At the surface, sure.
Unpropelled.
So without being
and also it's less if you're higher up.
You got to get it to
Why not
Hold
just
on, Ruhif. Are you saying that escape velocity is only for an unpropelled thing? Is that what you just said?
Yes, that's fucking Google it. Google what the definition of escape velocity
7 miles per second, I believe.
It really shouldn't be
Do you
contentious.
hear what
It's
they're
fair.
saying?
It's
How
very
about
fair.
how about a
It means
rocket?
that you
When a
propelled it
rocket
and
goes
you
into
stop propelling.
space, when a rocket goes into space, is it not reaching escape velocity to exit?
No, it is not.
It's irrelevant to it.
It is
It's
not.
irrelevant.
Are you
Escape
freaking
velocity
kidding or
is
what?
unpropelled.
I'm not freaking kidding you, SC.
All right, hold on.
Let's
clarify.
Beyond belief.
Well, let's clarify what they're talking about. Okay, so if you launch a rocket off the Earth, you have to propel it, obviously, off the Earth, the whole deal. You get it up to 17,500 miles per hour, and then you can get into an escape velocity position. Are you then just saying that, like, the thrust
No, that's orbital. Geo, that's orbital velocity, 17.5. Escape velocity is 25,000.
All right, so
whatever it is.
Even in the opposite direction of the sun,
I just want to make something clear. Once you reach that speed, Ruhif, whatever that escape velocity, exact speed that you believe it is, once they reach that, why are you saying it's unpropelled? Because they're not doing any additional propelling at that point. They're just coasting essentially.
That's right.
Yes. Once you reach that point, you can turn engines off, and you'll get out of the gravitational field. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's my understanding of how they explain it as well. Like they're not burning huge rockets at that point.
Yeah, but that's not how they said
that's
it.
when they turn off.
That's not. They said to reach escape velocity, it has to be unpropelled.
Oh,
escape velocity. I promise you,
That's not what we said either in Montreal.
They're all good, bro. All
The calculation is unpropelled. It's 7 miles a second.
At the surface of the Earth, you have to reach a speed of
Just to overcome
40,270 kilometers per second, or kilometers per hour, or 25,020 miles per hour. At the surface of the Earth, you have to be going that fast to escape the Earth's gravitational field.
7
And
miles.
that, by definition, is unpropelled. By definition, that is the speed you need to continue going forever.
But you need to be traveling at that speed to reach the escape of the Earth, correct?
Say the
That
first
is
bit again.
Traveling at that
escape, meaning that craft will never come back to the Earth.
It gets out of the orbital pull range. Yeah.
Just to
be clear, though, back to the camera thing, we don't have to totally go back to it, but that point, that escape velocity point is where we have no footage, ironically.
Well, what Blue just said is contrary to what Kosho said.
Why would we need more energy?
Said exactly the same thing Kosho said.
I wish you weren't so many people talking, dude.
Opposite. It's the Kosho said that without being propelled, it will slow down because the force of the Earth.
It will slow down. Yes, it will. But it will never slow down and reverse its direction and come back to the Earth.
The moon. Yeah, you don't need more energy. What's this?
The middle of the galaxy will take over, and it will start going that way forever.
Hold on. What happened to conservation of momentum?
If you're close enough to the Earth, the Earth's gravitational attraction is the strongest gravitational attraction, then you're going the opposite direction of the Earth, and you're not using any thrust or anything, then your momentum is going to decrease in the direction of the Earth. Or they're going to accelerate. You're going to have acceleration act on you in the direction of the Earth.
Awesome.
That doesn't mean that you're going to be going that direction. That just means that you're going to be slowing down if your momentum is in the opposite direction.
So if you reach escape velocity and you're headed towards the moon when you do that, could you make it to the moon without any more energy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kiss my ass.
No, that was
No
me.
thanks.
Fucking physics, Rakia.
You
Jesus.
kiss it yourself, Rocky.
Then why are y'all saying we need more energy to get to the moon?
Because
Y'all are
that's a
so full
waste
of
of
shit.
energy to get that speed, and also to slow down when you get to the moon.
What do you mean to get that speed? You have to have it to get away from Earth in the
No, but
first
you
place.
don't.
So if you can
You
reach the
don't
moon,
have to have it.
oh my god.
Rakia, they go slower.
Physics, Rakia.
Man,
In
it's
a way,
unbelievable.
they kind of use the claim of gravity and the spinning Earth to basically add to the propelling. It's like the orbital field that they claim is going to take it from whatever the rockets did into this 25,000 mile an hour thing all the way to this.
No, they're not going to escape. They're not trying to go fast enough to escape. They go slower. They're
No,
not
man,
trying-
you guys got it all wrong, guys. Listen up, man. They reach 25,000 miles an hour. They escape the Earth, right? This is all fantasy, but I'm going to tell you the proper way. Then they orbit the Earth to gain speed. Then they take off to the moon.
To whip
Get off
around.
the
You
mic.
can slingshot,
around
you
it.
can slingshot around planets, yes.
Like throwing a frisbee.
Yes, exactly.
You know the Voyager mission, right? 1975, whatever. They slingshot around, was it Jupiter and Saturn, I think? They used the gravitational pull of those planets to accelerate. They timed it so perfectly that the path that it would take would accelerate them just from gravity of those planets.
Yet they can't build me a double cheeseburger on time.
Yeah, that's
Okay, this escape velocity stuff is basic physics.
Yeah, but the
And
videos
I
is what we
assume we
want
have
to
no
see.
footage. I assume we have no footage of that either, right, Ruhef? It's just you have to imagine it.
Footage of Voyager.
Nah, who would want footage of that?
Did you say that was physics? Physics has to do with physical reality. What you're talking about is math.
Roll mechanics.
Who said that?
Am I correct?
You said
Am
it
I
was
correct?
physics.
Is it true that they're not needing to go fast enough to escape to get to the moon?
Do you see the picture I posted? The picture I posted says
It's
Apollo.
very-
Do you see this picture? Don, hold on before you say something else. Yeah, this is all that they do is they orbit the Earth, and then if you're at this place where the X is and you apply thrust, that's going to make the opposite side of that orbit is going to become further from the Earth. That is going to stay the same distance from the Earth. The other end of your orbit is going to move further away if you apply thrust. So all you have to do is apply thrust there, large enough to where the other end of your orbit is close enough to the moon when you're on that side that the moon's you're going to be in the moon's gravitational.
Could you give me a range of speeds from when they're going to the moon? What's the range of speeds that they travel at?
Not faster.
Can you
no
give me
idea.
yeah? So we are correct that it's slower. They're not trying to escape. And then I was just curious in the range. That's what my knowledge had told me, that they're not trying to escape when they go to the moon.
Well,
There's
they will
several
have to
reasons you
escape
don't
at
want to go
some
faster.
point.
It's a
They'll
halfway
have to be
escape.
at some point.
Like, I would love them to go straight to the moon. I think that'd be awesome. I'd love them also to give me continuous footage on the way to the moon. I mean, Coach,
Yeah,
I don't know why you're against it.
There has to be an escape point, right? Because they are going to turn the engines off at some point. There will be an escape point.
All they would have to do. So wouldn't you like to see, let's say, a camera on the back of this thing with the propulsion? You see all the propulsion stages. Of course, we get a little bit of that, what they show, but then it quickly cuts off to CGI. But wouldn't you want to see that whole actual thing? And the thrusters shutting off. You're seeing the Earth from further and further away.
I don't make
the orbital velocity. You're seeing the whole thing, and then you'd be able to, understand or detect. They'd be able to show scientifically when that escape moment happens, and the perfection to be able to show how they were at the right speed and they were at the right angle and they did it all, exiting the actual orbit of the Earth. Then orbiting around the Earth and seeing all the sides of it, then off to the moon. I mean, that should be absolute standard footage. If we're in this year with this much technology,
conspiracy theorists, Gio. Only for conspiracy theorists.
2022, with the amount of technology we have, the fact that footage doesn't exist is literally amongst just the sketchiest things in terms of the entire.
Only for conspiracy theorists, Gio.
Right.
Dude, that footage would be standard. That would be the most standard thing for all of humanity to see. If this claim of the universe was real,
they would only be putting a camera on that wasn't required to satisfy conspiracy theorists.
What would you expect to see, Gio?
The equipment. I want to look at the equipment the whole way. Why do you have a camera on the ISS 24/7?
But I mean, you're talking about the whole escape velocity thing, and it's like that's the thing. You have no way to believe that. You don't even have footage that would even have a chance of showing you that. It's literally just a belief that you have in a model.
It's physics.
What would you expect to see, Gio? Tell me what you expect to see.
The ISS.
ISS is in low Earth orbit.
Oh yeah, how about that? You could see like the ISS orbiting the
No,
Earth.
probably-
You could see all
probably
the,
not.
You
Oh,
could see
hey,
the
hey
satellite.
NASA,
from
all
Europe.
the other
Probably
probes,
not.
all the other satellites that are out there, you could watch. Maybe you could catch one go by. Maybe you'd see a near miss. It'd be fucking awesome.
Probably not.
I would
Probably
expect
not,
to
but
see
it'd be
everything
awesome.
I haven't seen before, ever. I've never seen it before. I
Yep.
want to see it. That's why I want a camera.
No, you're talking about like, especially like the one someone said they want a trip to Mars. I mean, that's like months of just blank screens. No one will watch that.
So I've never seen it. I want to see parts of it.
No, you won't see it. You don't have the.
No, you
the
have.
attention span. You don't have the attention span to watch days of.
Really, Gio, can you take care of that, man?
No, it's a truth. Nobody's got the attention span.
No,
Nobody's going to
first
watch
day back,
months.
been attacked, called a retard.
Nobody. I didn't call you anything saying you don't have the
Yeah,
attention
I
span.
said
but
I
have
was. You don't
months
have the
of-
attention span. I said
Well,
I
that's
was
true.
called a retard earlier. You got Ruhev calling that guy a name a while ago. No one said anything. Come on, man. Peyton
Yeah.
Nash Shield.
Learn some basic physics, Rukia.
Nobody's
Yeah.
going
It wasn't physics we were talking about. He asked me why we wanted a camera, so we can see things we haven't seen before.
Nobody's got the attention span to watch months of blank TV.
Who said we wanted to watch months? But we have the choice, right? If they're going there, why not put a camera so we have the choice?
But there's nothing to see.
Yeah, right. Nothing to see.
Let's just fucking waste. Let's waste a bunch of bandwidth back to Earth.
Exactly.
Oh my God, are y'all really making excuses about bandwidth?
Yes.
Well, you guys,
Yes.
what do you think they have on military ships, on submarines? They have cameras all over those things.
On the outside?
Absolutely, always
on the outside.
Yes.
What's the point?
Submarines, all devices, especially in this year. I mean, you go back to 1965. That's a little different. But nowadays, there's cameras on every craft, especially at the military levels.
I have 8 cameras on my boat.
And
hello, yeah,
are they
we have cameras
transmitting
everywhere.
back live?
You could
Yeah,
zoom
I
a
can pull
P90X.
them up on my phone right now and show you my engine room. Yeah,
Right. Are
we
they
put cameras
transmitting
on
live
sticks.
on the
We put
internet or
cameras
something?
on sticks to video the fish under the water. We put cameras on our helmets. Put cameras on our chest. Put cameras. My son has 18 cameras on his truck, GMC truck.
Yeah. Are they transmitting live back to the fucking Earth?
But we want them to be. But
Yes, but are they?
if my truck went to Earth, I was sure. I mean, went to outer space. I was sure as hell watch those videos.
Yeah, you would at least record it. I mean, you can just record it right onto an SD card. I mean, a memory card. That's easy. Yeah, I know what you mean. Live streaming it. I mean, really, they should be able to if they're able to. If outer space exists the way they could live stream it with ease. But let's just erase that part of it.
Sorry.
But just even erasing
How
that
much
part of
bandwidth?
it, there would be footage of at least the journey. They would just still take footage of it. That would be standard.
How much bandwidth do you think they can do? Like, how much power?
As much as they need, all they want to do, all of it.
You understand
they have
the power?
unlimited
Power
bandwidth, or
comes
they
at a
can just
cost.
record it, like my machine does on my boat, and I can
guys are
go
insane.
back and review it. It's amazing what they can do now. Put it on a little card.
In 1969, they claimed that they live streamed live video.
Right.
Live
That had-
video in
About
69.
bandwidth.
Yeah, and they had to shut down the telemetry to do it.
Oh, but now they probably wouldn't have to, right, Blue? Or they could just record it.
The telemetry is
still
coming
requires
back
power. Shut up, man. Y'all
from the
sound retarded.
downlink anyway.
Yeah, they could record it
We've
though,
got
right?
all that telemetry data coming down now.
So they could just record the video, right? They wouldn't have to bandwidth it live back to Earth. They could just record it.
The telemetry data is useful. The
Or
video,
the video.
data is useless.
Yeah, the video they could just record.
Which would you
right?
rather
Just
have?
Archive it.
Which would you rather have? Some
Well, it's kind of
telemetry
a bad
that tells
example,
you
I would say when
about
NASA,
the
we
health
can
of the
have both.
spacecraft and what's going on with it?
Is that what you're
Or a
saying? They
worthless
can't
video
Is that what you're saying?
that's not
Blue?
showing you
They
anything.
can't record video because of the health of the spaceship.
No,
Are
that's
you
not what I
an
said.
idiot?
It's kind of a bad example, Blue.
Now, wait a
because
minute.
as
You
we
just
know-
called me an idiot, Roger.
No, I said, are you an
bitching about? You were bitching about that a second
I
ago,
didn't
and now
call
you're
you an
calling me
idiot.
names.
I
What's
asked
up?
you if you were.
What's up with that, Rocky?
Oh, listen to this guy.
I think that's called hypocrisy, Blue.
Yeah, you just said that they're not going to video, or you think they shouldn't video, because the telemetry data is more important. That's an
That's not
idiot
what I
statement.
said.
Well, I thought, Blue, what you were indicating was that the telemetry data took up more bandwidth or something. So they,
Yeah, it's more important.
No, we've got video. We've got telemetry data coming back that's telling us what's going on with the spacecraft. The damn video isn't going to tell us a freaking thing. What
Okay,
is the
just
point in
record it.
doing it?
Video could show the instrument paddle on the video.
Just to satisfy the whims of some nutcase conspiracy theorist.
Wow, listen to
I'm
this guy.
sorry. I don't see that as being necessary.
Wouldn't they need to look for? Wouldn't they need to look if, like, let's say another alien craft came up to them, or if there was a rock or space garbage or satellites? Wouldn't they want to have cameras, just like every car has backup cameras and everything? Wouldn't just on that alone, if you're going into this unknown environment of space, there could be rocks, boulders, space junk, satellite chunks, metal pieces broken off from satellites? Or even some alien craft could come up and, so wouldn't you want to have cameras on it just for that?
No, not
alone?
Blue. Blue wouldn't.
Nope.
Hey, Geo, if I may, if Blue was the engineer during the launch of the space shuttle, we wouldn't have known that that the insulation fell off and hit the wing with the cause of the crash, because there wouldn't have been cameras recording it.
That's an idiot thing to say, Rocky. Yeah.
No, it's not.
That was
you
an
want less
idiot
cameras.
thing to say, sir.
You don't want cameras.
And that camera was not on the space shuttle.
Yeah, I know. Thank goodness it was on the ground, right? Thank goodness they had
The
those
camera
cameras.
that got that picture was on the ground.
I know. Thank
And I
goodness
fully
that
believe
got
that we ought to be videoing everything we can from the ground,
But
because
just not
it's
on
simple
on
and
the ship
easy
in
to
outer
do.
space. Just not on
Well, it's
outer
not that
space.
simple.
So it's not that simple to mount cameras in the space shuttle? Are you kidding me? In the rocket?
We've got cameras on the
Y'all
space shuttle,
smart engineers can't figure that out?
video of it all the way
Excuse
from
number
launch
10.
to
It's too
orbit
difficult to mount
several
cameras.
times, buddy.
Excuse
Maybe you
number
didn't know
10.
that.
Hey, buddy, excuse number 10. It's too difficult for the engineers to mount cameras
I
on the
didn't say
rocket.
that.
You said it was difficult.
That's another idiot thing you just said.
You just said it. It's too
That's
difficult.
another idiot thing you just said.
Why would they do it? It's difficult. They only want to mount them on the ground because it's
What's
easier.
the point?
That's
We've
an
had
idiot.
cameras on the space shuttle. We had them from the beginning.
How about
We've had
monetary
continuous
points,
video
Blue?
all the way from launch to orbit.
So you
How about
agree
a
we should have
money
them then now?
money point?
We had video. Not only did we have video cameras on the shuttle itself, we had video cameras on the solid rocket boosters.
Wow. Now Blue wants cameras. That's awesome.
I didn't say any of that. Why do you continually try to
So you
put
don't
words
want
in my
cameras?
mouth,
Because a while
Rocky?
ago you said you didn't want cameras. You could care less if there was cameras on the rocket in outer space going to the moon.
Yeah, I could care less on the transition trip between the Earth and the Moon. What am I going to see?
All right, so Blue,
What's
earlier
to
you
look
said
at?
you would watch
standard that they had the cameras. If that's standard, they had the cameras on the shuttle, like you said. Then why didn't they put it going to the moon and Mars or anything leaving the Earth? Why don't we have any of that footage?
I'm not
We
sure
only
that
have
we
the
don't.
footage that isn't leaving. We only have footage that's only going to low Earth orbit. So you're telling me that it is standard that they put it on the devices going to low Earth orbit, but when it comes to actually leaving the Earth system and going into this place that they claim exists, that's what there's no footage for.
I haven't looked into it because I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I don't really care whether they've got it or not. But for all I know, they did have cameras on rockets launched to Mars.
Well, it doesn't require being a theorist.
You know for a fact that they don't.
It doesn't require being a theorist. It just requires thinking about it and considering these things.
Do you know for a fact that they don't have that video?
Well, that's what we're talking about. So why it seems to be nowhere to be found in terms of anything on the internet or anything released. So that's what I'm saying. Are you claiming that they're keeping it from us, or
I'm not claiming anything.
Gio, what would you expect to see?
it's the footage that shows something
Stuff I've never seen before.
globe Earth? Yeah,
What would
it's
you expect to
it's
see?
the
There'd
most
be nothing.
important
There'd be
thing to
nothing.
show.
No, there'd be nothing to see at that point. Sorry, you won't be able to. No breaking the sound barrier. There's
Is
no.
that excuse number 11? Nothing to see, so why
There's
record
nothing
it?
to
Are you
see.
kidding me? Are you
I'm
freaking kidding me?
100% serious on this one. There's nothing
You
to see.
should go
There's
on
no.
mute.
There's no breaking the sound barrier. There's no shaking. There's no.
Oh,
You don't
there's no
break
views from
something.
space. I mean, there's no
I mean,
view.
you don't get like a sudden choir singing. You don't get like welcome to outer space
Can
recording or
someone
something.
mute this guy?
Yeah, mute me because I'm telling you that there's nothing to see there. Yeah, I got you.
Really? There's a rocket going, spending 10 days to get to the moon. There's nothing to see?
Basically, what do you expect? Are you going to watch 10 days of live video?
Why do you care what I watch?
You're not going to watch. Nobody's going to watch 10 days of live video.
Well, if there's nothing to see, I'm not. But I would like the option to
There's
say that
nothing to see.
myself. Oh,
You wouldn't want to watch the approach to the moon?
About the stars. Why can't you watch the stars?
No, there's nothing to see out there, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this discussion, Pate, it's not really about whether it's how you would spend your Friday night watching this footage. It's not really the question of that. I mean, the amount of people that would want to see it, I think, would be a hugely high percentage. Nonetheless, it's just that the footage doesn't exist at all. There's nobody has any footage of that. So that's the problem.
Well, it's because there's nothing to see, Geo.
There'd be really good video of the stars.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it'd be amazing of the stars. Oh my gosh, you'd be out of the whole Earth reflection, like what do they call it, like Earth shine. You'd be out of all of that. Yeah, you would imagine the stars would be epic.
But wait a minute, Gio. You can't see stars in. Oh wait, you can. Oh no, you can't. But you can. I'm not sure because half say you can and half say you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Is really someone here going, why would you put a camera on a spaceship going to the moon? What would you see?
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, seriously.
Where's Left Lane going? They're just trying to wind you up. Because that's idiotic.
Yeah, it's like in the order, like let's say that they did really discover Earth was a globe after all these eons of time. Somehow, like all humans since the dawn of time have had the Earth as a stationary planar surface with the heavens above. And somehow these guys come along and somehow, blow our minds that it was actually a globe all this time. Even though Soundly says we can see curvature with our naked eyes from ground level, apparently, as he said today. Even though that's the case, we never figured it out until these guys came along and then said it was a globe. The next thing that would be amazing to see right from that discovery is something actually leaving the globe and going to something like the moon. It's like literally
pictures. They've already got the pictures you want.
Because that's the next best thing from being on the. It's the next best thing from being on a globe. If you were actually on a globe, it's the next best thing to be able to literally see. I mean, to be able to do it yourself in a craft, sure. But if the next best would be footage of it, authentic footage.
We've got pictures of the Earth from the space, and you guys say it's all CGI. So why would you want 40 days of CGI video?
Yeah.
Wow, very constructive comment there.
Well, the truth is, we have like
throw it
little
out.
cut shots.
You'll just say it's all CGI, just like all the shots from Apollo, all the pictures from space, Himawari live 24/7, and you guys all say CGI fake, CGI fake. So now you want 40 days of videos so you can say it's all fake?
Well, that's kind of a strange way to ask that because that's assuming it would be fake. We're talking about real footage. What you're talking about with like pictures of the Earth that we're given, it's always either kind of a half curvature thing, or it's like kind of set in the image, or it's like just the one frame, and just blackness behind it. We could talk about all those and whether they're authentic or not. They're all funky. They're all different. They're all hacked up. They're all distorted. It's a mess. But if we want to just say that that's the case, fine. But the thing is that there's no actual footage of the Earth, like leaving from the Earth and actually seeing the actual live Earth, and then seeing as you're moving away from it, the different angles, the light hitting it. It's that stuff. So
you're not going
to see. That was
see
real. We're not talking about a fake version of that. There must be a reason they don't fake it. I imagine it's very hard to do. It's one thing to get like a one frame, like a painting or CGI, but to have something like footage where you actually have to have something moving away in the actual globe, I'm sure they've tried it and it just looks too fake. It just looks too CGI. There must be a reason that they don't do it. Like it's just too much of a giveaway because the angular size change and the light and then the moon coming in, all the satellites would have to be there, all of the factors of it. Like there must be a reason that they don't do it CGI.
You're not going to see the satellites.
And it doesn't exist authentically. So then
why not?
That's the problem.
They're too small.
Well, what?
They're too small. You
What do
expect
you
to
mean
see
they're too small?
satellites?
Yeah, go right. You're going right by them. Go right through them. Just hang out a little bit. You're in orbit right there. Take some video of the satellites orbiting by you.
Yeah, you would see it.
There's another stupid thing to say.
You would
Why?
see
They're geostationary. You know where they're at. You can go right by them. Some of them.
If you were orbiting the Earth, you would see a lot of them. Yeah, you'd see. I mean, you wouldn't see one. Whatever's in your local area, you'd see them. Yeah.
How come in every sci-fi video you see like a windshield, like Do you guys remember Alien vs Predator when they're leaving the Earth and they're out there looking at the stars? Even Star Trek, they have a little windshield. Like, wouldn't you want that view? Wouldn't you want to capture that? And then, plus, let me also mention that Neil deGrasse Tyson always claims that we can't see the curvature of the Earth because we're not far away. Well, you know what? This is going to be able to prove it once and for all. And this would be your guys' evidence, and you would say, "Hey, here you go."
What would be different between what you'd get from this mission and the 24/7 hours you get pictures you get from Himawari and all the other weather satellites? What would be different than these pictures and the pictures you got from Apollo 17?
Yeah, so what I would say be different about them is that something like Himawari, it shows like a black space and like a little cut-in circle. And then on that circle kind of has the features of the kind of globe and the little kind of looks kind of like animation, the way it moves. I get that idea. And if somebody really wanted to believe in the globe, I could understand that they would look at that and be like, oh, all right, yeah, I guess so, right? Like it's probably real. But that's like a very framed kind of a situation. It's like a little digital framed thing. Well, what I'm talking about in particular, like looking on that one that Left Lane just posted, it shows the globe Earth. So there's like Australia there. We can see about the size of it. Imagine if you're down in Australia and you're looking up at the sky. Imagine like a cone coming out from the person's viewpoint and going up towards the sky. That would be a huge part of the sky. Like the cone of that, if you put it up, that would be a large section of what the satellites, what the orbit would be. So if a human can see that wide of a breadth, if that's the proportions, if you were in a rocket or the ISS or whatever, and you come up out of that Earth and you launch up, you're going to see satellites, you're going to see the whole orbiting system and a pretty large swath of it. And then as you move away from it, you're going to be able to see the other ones, like all the other satellites that are coming around the bend, going to the left and to the right. You're going to be able to see the ice at the north and south. I mean, you're going to start to see this, if it were real, an incredible unfolding of the event of that. And if it were real, it should look authentic. The clouds should all fit in that entire transition. But instead, like I said, we just get kind of these framed little animation things that they claim are the Earth.
Yeah, there's no way you can justify not having pictures of the most spectacular thing ever done in the world. The biggest event humankind has ever done. I mean, you can't justify that, guys.
Yeah, and then you'd find something else that was after. If they did that for you, what would be your next objection?
Let's start with that first.
Yeah, I know. So you can call it all CGI. Let's jump.
Why
to a
are
bunch
you
of
worried about us so much?
Because
well, you don't believe the video and the pictures we've got. What makes us think you're going to believe anything else we give you?
I just want the chance. I don't give a shit what you think I believe or don't believe.
Why are you acting like this? And the question is,
fair enough.
The stars, dude. We could look at the stars. We could look at the sun. Come on, man. You wouldn't want to do that?
It's incredible that I want it more than
You don't think we already got stuff that does that?
Why are you acting like it's just to satisfy flat earthers? Like, there's so many space fanatics out there that would just love this. Just because you wouldn't doesn't mean others, or just because you wouldn't doesn't mean that's the same for everyone.
Yeah, that's a lame excuse. Forget about that. How about the money aspect? How about the commercialization of this? You can sell this. You can sell this to people. People will line up. NBC, ABC, they'll make millions just for that. Never mind us, the flat earthers. Just the money aspect of it.
Well, personally, I won't even believe any pictures until I see a demonstration of, gas pressure without a container. Until I see that can actually happen, I won't believe any picture of space.
Yeah, well said. How did they get out there to begin with? Yeah, we're just playing in their fantasy here. Yeah, but you're absolutely right, my friend. Yep.
Well,
how'd you get out there to begin with?
They give us the ISS footage, but that thing, once again, it's like a framed shot. It's like this one kind of framed thing with the one layer of like the half a curve. And then what's interesting about that one is that the speed at which the clouds are coming, they actually don't fit a sphere. They're it's like a difference between linear and exponential cloud movement. So actually the layer that they're showing is not, it doesn't even function like a sphere. But so they're taking some kind of a high distance footage and then cutting it to make a curve of it. But But nonetheless, they've given us that. But once again, that's just like a framed thing. It's not like an actual authentic, camera shot of the Earth.
Yeah, it's all assumptions. It's all fantasy. They give them a few shots from supposedly in space, and they buy the whole thing. And then they send craft into space, the biggest event ever done. They went to Mars. They went here and there, and there's no footage ever of a ship leaving and seeing the Earth, seeing the moon surround. I mean, come on. There's no way to justify that.
Hey, thanks for making my point. No matter what we give you, you're not going to believe it.
You didn't give me nothing, Blue. That's my whole point. You didn't give me nothing.
No, you've been given every bit of this stuff.
Oh, but Blue, okay, if I took a trip to China and I wanted to prove to you that I went, and I had a camera going the whole time, on my hat or my body camera or whatever, or even if I just took a lot of video. But if I did like an uncut footage, if I wanted to prove to you that I went there, that's what would be required. At least if you accept video evidence as real, that's a whole nother question philosophically, whether you even accept it. But if I did that, you would then at least have something to say, okay, let's see if this is authentic. You could start to analyze it and figure out if the frames all match up, if everything's in order, there's no cuts, there's no funky movement, it's actual authentic footage. But what we're given, like you were saying that we would just call it CGI if we did. Well, here's the problem. Like what I would say back to that is that we can go through everything that's given, and I'll tell you reasons why it actually isn't authentic. Like why what we're seeing is actually inconsistent with authentic video in terms of the frames and the cuts and the lighting, all these different factors. So that's kind of the problem. So if it were real, it wouldn't be CGI, and then people wouldn't be calling it CGI. If it were real, it would just be real.
I know that's exactly what you'd do. Exactly.
Because we're calling this stuff CGI because it has actual evidence of being of inauthenticity.
Well, I've not seen a shred of evidence.
Okay, because
ask yourself why we don't believe it.
Yeah,
why?
we could go over. There's thousands of things we could go over.
Personally, I don't believe you, Blue. I think you have seen it. You just reject it. Everybody's seen it.
You had to have seen it by now.
I've seen what you guys claim, and I reject what you claim.
No, you reject what you actually see.
I know. I reject your claim.
So let me ask
I reject your explanation, sir.
Why does Blue's Himawari image, which he just posted a little bit ago, and then I went and looked at my radar app over at above Australia and then that area, and the cloud pattern on my radar matches the Himawari.
You can't be serious, right?
Oh yeah, I'm serious.
Oh my goodness.
Why does it match?
You think Google Earth is real? You can put cloud patterns. I have a mapping system that I can overlay onto. Like it's called Simrad. I can do it. You don't think that can be done? Come on, man. You're smarter than that.
Here, I'll tell you something, and I'll show you right now that they're gonna go into La La Land. They're gonna see something, and they're gonna justify it. They're gonna justify the unjustifiable. Okay, watch this, guys. Do you think a zipper can hold back pressure? 10 to the minus 12, let's say.
Versus what?
But of course.
I asked a simple question to the ballers. Can a zipper hold back that much pressure?
A zipper by itself? No.
Question's incomplete.
All right, now I'm going to show you a picture.
Good point. Yeah, Etsy's definitely got something with this one. This is what I'm thinking.
What's the pressure difference?
Yeah, now I'm going to show you.
I know what he's thinking. I know what he's going to show us. Go ahead.
I don't know if it cut out or if mine cut out. Is he? I don't.
No, he's posting him.
Was he talking about the pressure differential and the?
Yeah, this is the spacesuit, Gio. I just posted a picture. I'm going to post more. Okay. I want to hear these guys tell me how this zipper can hold back pressure like that.
Very good point.
Like it's not all there.
This is actually not what I was thinking you were going to say, but this is a new one. I haven't seen this. Wow. So, okay.
There's more.
Are they going to claim this is like an under layer and then there's the outer layer probably?
I don't know. I'm just dying to hear what they're going to say about this.
What's the pressure difference?
Pressure difference? Well, it's 10 to the minus 12, I believe, on the moon.
That's not the pressure difference. What's the difference?
And inside, well, I was getting to it. And
What was the
inside is
pressure? Okay, what pressure was the suit at?
well, close to Earth pressure, I
No,
believe.
it wasn't.
Close to, I said.
No, it was at about 4.5 psi.
The pressure inside was 4.5 psi.
Yeah,
You sure about that?
yeah.
Okay. And the outside pressure, 10 to the minus 12, right?
Call it 0.
No, I'm not calling it 0. No, I'm calling
Well,
it what it is.
okay, then 10 to the minus 12.
Okay, so the
One
zipper did
times
its job.
10 to the minus 12. If you want to call it that, fine. I was making it
I'm
worse
not
by
calling
calling
it that.
0.
That's blue.
I was
I'm not
making it
calling it
worse by calling it 0, SE, but you don't know that, do you?
You can make all the fun you try to make with me that you're trying to do now, Blue. Fact of the matter is, I don't say that. That's your model. Don't get triggered.
I'm not triggered. I'm telling you that 1 times 10 to the minus 12th is a positive pressure. 0 is not.
Say whatever you want.
I'm
telling you
the truth.
what. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm not disagreeing with you. So the zipper can do the job of that. What it takes here on Earth, steel doors about a foot thick. You're telling me that zipper, and I have more. I'm going to post more pictures. You're telling me that zipper can do the job.
The zipper by itself can't. The seal can. Do you own any Ziploc bags, SE? Same basic principle.
Go ahead, continue.
I'm just
You
asking.
asked me if I own any Ziploc bags. Yeah, my kitchen's full of them.
Good. Do they hold pressure?
No. A Ziploc.
You're going to tell me I can take a Ziploc bag and bring it to 10 to the minus 12?
Dude, that's a really specific type of seal right there, dude.
Yes, it is.
Which seal?
Wait, Blue, are you saying a Ziploc bag would work at 10 to the negative 17 torr? Is that what you just...
Of course it would.
Zero.
Of course it would.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't it?
Gio, do you understand 10 to the minus 17 and 10 to the minus 12 are basically both 0?
They're very, very slightly positive. That's all.
Like a 10 to the 13, minus 13 vacuum doesn't suck 10 times harder than a 10 to the minus 12.
All right, so those huge vacuum chambers that they use that have like 10-foot thick metal walls to get it down to low pressure, you're telling me that that's what's needed, but somehow you think a
No, it's
plastic
not
bag
needed.
is going to do it?
It's
That's
not
even
needed.
more pressure than that.
How much pressure can you hold in like just an ordinary balloon? Pressure differential.
Yeah, it's the opposite direction, man. Like
It's the same. It's the same.
I'm sorry, I mean addressing Geo. Geo, they're
No, the only
they're sucking
it is that
stuff
they're using
out.
a pseudo-physical concept that outer space is a zero vacuum to account for it. Because on Earth, you have to have a massive vacuum chamber to pull vacuums.
Because
But they
Behold,
So they're making
zipper.
up something that they're making up pseudo-physics, something that isn't actual physics of Earth, claiming that this outer space thing is that to then equify to make equal the difference in pressure.
But I guess what I'm thinking is if there's no air like inside the bag when you start, and then they do the vacuum on the outside, it's not gonna make the bag balloon up, is it? There's nothing in
But
the
what
bag.
I was talking about is a differential of 14.7 to 10 to the negative 17 with a Ziploc bag.
which is 14.7, right? The differential between atmospheric pressure and 10 to the minus 17 is the same as the differential between 14.7 and 10 to the minus 12. It's the same.
Right, but the
The
closer you
same
get
number?
to zero, like on Earth, the closer you get to zero, you have to have a massive, like the real physics that we know in Earth, to pull a vacuum, you have to have massively thick walls, a massive chamber to do it. So
what's the pressure differential in a can of Coke?
You're just claiming that it's a vacuum up there to balance out the fact that that pressure difference is massive.
What's the pressure differential in
the
your car
reality is
tires?
we can't even live as humans at that, is what I think, at that high level. We just
You're comparing
pressure
keeping people
on
safe
the-
in vacuum chambers to soda cans and flat tires, dude.
We're talking about what you need to, not have things explode due to the pressure differential. Right? My car tires, what are my car tires like 36 psi, something like that?
Exactly. You got to change the subject, dude. That's what I'm.
So what level vacuum do they pull with those massive vacuum changers? 10 to negative 5,
And a -6 or something like that?
Yeah.
Which again is basically zero, right?
So why do they need the walls to be 10 foot thick and for it all to be sealed perfectly and for the massive equipment that it takes to do it?
From what I understand of the facility you're talking about, it was a nuclear test facility as well. So if there was any explosion, it had to be contained.
Yeah, I'm sure those military guys have all kinds of chambers like that. Yep, it's just part of it.
That's not the story. They said it had to be that thick so the particles wouldn't get sucked through the wall because of the pressure difference.
My car tire has a bigger differential than the ISS to space.
How come we're hearing so much opposite of mainstream? What mainstream says here?
Can I ask a question of the groups? Which
Yeah,
has
and
more
it's not
energy?
zero. It's when you get closer to zero, the pressure it's exponential.
No, it's not.
Oh, Jesus, Gio. How many years have you been in this arena? Seriously.
Well, what's this guy's question? What's your question?
Go ahead,
Which
H-Dub.
has
What do you
more
got?
energy per volume?
Oh yeah, it was Kool-Aid.
The difference between outer
Oh,
space
Kool-Aid,
and
man.
sea level, or a sea level and a can of Coke. Which has more energy in it?
Can you ask it one more time? Somebody was talking over you.
Yeah, my bad, H-Dub.
Which has more energy? The difference between a can of Coke at sea level and outer space.
Oh, I know. I've just Googled how much pressure's in a can of Coke.
I'll go with sea
It's
level and
the
outer
difference
space.
between a New Zealand emu and an Australian ostrich.
Can you just make your point?
There's more energy in the can of Coke. It's harder to keep the Coke in the can than it would be to keep the air in the ISS.
Awesome. So, what about the zipper and then the big walls of the high pressure chambers here? That I was told that they're so thick because they have to be when they pull the vacuum, that there's so much pressure on the outside of the wall that like dust and anything was trying to get through those thick walls. And now I'm being told that that's not true, that they built them so thick because of they were used as nuclear reactors too, from some guy named
Not a reactor, a test facility.
Yeah,
They have
from
one bar of pressure on them.
Yeah. But you understand the Coke can is like less than a millimeter of aluminium, holds a bigger pressure differential.
Have to be
Well, it's like,
lead walls so they don't suck through the dust particles.
Yeah,
You
and
understand
pressure
that's what
gets
we're
like
doing?
exactly, and as pressure changes, it does get pretty wild. Like I know it's different in the ocean, but it is similar in some ways. But if you've ever done scuba diving, it's wild how it changes. Like if you're at like 40, 50 feet, that's pretty deep, but you're pretty good in that range. Once you get to like 70, 80, 90, there's like cutoffs. And as you get deeper, especially you get to like, 85, 90, 95, like each 5 feet at that point is like exponentially more intense. And the everything's changing in your body and your brain and the air. Your tank will last a lot shorter amount of time, so you have to time it correctly because the actual pressure doesn't, the oxygen breaks down quicker, so you don't get as much. So it changes dramatically as you go to those lower levels, which is why when they go really deep, they do have to have crafts that are very strong to. So it is similar in that way. Like it exponentially gets, as you get closer to quote unquote zero, and it would be the same when you're going up if it was like that going up. Well, it is kind of, but it just doesn't go into a vacuum.
Well, that pressure change in the ocean is really quite linear.
Yes.
There's nothing. It's
incompressible.
Only very, very slightly compressible.
Compressibility. Yeah.
And you've got to go to extreme depths to start realizing that.
How do you create a vacuum in empty space?
You can't even breathe at 30,000 feet, basically.
Right.
So you're saying on the moon it's not exponentially worse? The pressure differences?
The biggest pressure difference you're going to encounter is 14.7 psi. That's it.
Right, but it's drastic, right?
What do you mean drastic?
14 at sea level and at 30,000 feet, whatever it is, it's drastic, right? There's big effects on your body.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's only
So
30.
In terms of
when you're on the moon, it has to get worse and worse, right? As you go further and further up.
No, the maximum differential you're going to have is 14.7 psi.
Okay, what is it at 30,000 feet?
Like
About
12
4.5
PSI.
psi, yeah.
Yeah, it's 12 differential, yeah. Whatever it is.
So you don't think at zero it's going to affect you more? Or near zero?
I'll say it again, Rakia. The maximum differential you're going to have to deal with is 14.7. Right? You're not going to have to build something that can withstand 100 psi differential.
Yeah, but just calling it 14.7 because that doesn't sound like a very high number is not a very strong point, because what he's saying is that if it's 4 at 30,000 feet and you already like can't breathe and your body's like down,
we're talking about different things.
So from 4 to 0 is not just a 4 little things. Like you're already half dying at 4. So what happens?
Yeah, it is.
3, 2, 1, 0, etc.
It's 4 little things.
And
the
then
differential is the same.
10 to the negative 17 on that in addition.
No, it's
I'm talking about the structural integrity of something.
Is 10 to the minus 17 more or less than 0?
Yeah, it's more than 0, but it's 4, 3, 2, 1, and then 10.
0.
And then it's 10 to the minus
4, 3, 2, 1, 0, Rocky.
Those degrees mean a lot. No.
4, 3, 2, 1,
Why do they
0.
have 10 to the minus? Yeah.
Wait there a second. Let me help you out.
Minus 1. 10 to the minus.
It's a very large, very small number.
No, it's a very small number.
Yeah.
It's 0, Geo.
It's
10 to the minus
0.
4 is the same as 10 to the minus 17, right?
It's a large, small
it's
number.
0.
Basically 0.
No, it's a small
It's
number.
not 0, and it is significant because it's life and death, and it's huge amounts of
There's
pressure.
no difference between
0,
10 to the minus
yeah.
4 and 10 to the minus 17. You're going to die.
10 to the minus 7. 1 times 10 to the minus 17 is, for all practical purposes, 0.
Well, they can't even pull it 10 to the negative 17. That's how
10 to the 17, 10 to the minus 9. I mean, come on, you're talking about differences on protein 0.
Right, but you're writing something off that has never
but there are huge differences.
There's not a huge difference. There's not a huge difference between 10 to the minus 9 and 10 to the minus 17.
Why
really?
can't they just turn up their
Say it
machine?
again. Say
That's
it again.
another ridiculous statement by paid NASA.
Are you
Not a
familiar
ridiculous
with the
statement.
term order of magnitude? Paid NASA
Oh
show.
my God! Do you understand when we're talking about numbers
Yes,
that
we
are so
understand.
small? We're talking about
Yes,
these are
we
not.
understand.
These are very small numbers, not very big numbers. Very small numbers. The
We're
difference
not
between
just
two
talking
small
about
numbers,
numbers there, sir. We're talking about pressure and
like
the
I said,
effects thereof.
two very
When you get
small
down
numbers.
near to 0 or extreme.
When you
Type
get
in the
down,
word in Google, order of
pretty fucking close
magnitude.
to. Again, when you get to something that's like really, really small, and you make it really, really much smaller, you're not going to feel that much difference. I'm sorry.
There's no. Are you sure?
You have no
Yeah.
clue, man. You have
Actually,
no
I
clue.
have 100% clue. I mean, you guys don't understand that this is like asymptotic to 0.
I know an officer in the Air Force that has that qualification doesn't talk like you. I know that.
Hang on, I got a
Once
question.
again, now you're going to attack me personally because I'm showing what you don't know what you're talking about. I understand this, Rocky.
No, I'm just poking fun at you a little bit,
I'm not going to respond in kind, because when I do, I get warnings, and I don't want to get warnings. So
Yeah, blah blah blah.
No, it's okay, fine. It's
If I
We
build
get it.
something
Into the
that
negative,
can
it's
handle,
above 0. It's between 1 and 0, but it's significant. They wouldn't measure it if it wasn't. It's
if I
huge
build
amount. That's
something
why they have
that
to
has
build those.
a Rakia,
To pull
if
those
I
vacuums, that's why they have to build those big lead walls, not because they're doing nuclear.
Not
the
lead.
difference
Rakia,
between building a structure to retain 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 14 is insignificant, because it's not that
Oh
much
my
difference between the two.
God. Just that statement alone proves you have no clue.
No, Rocky.
Yeah, it is. Well, here's why I would say
it proves you don't have a clue.
I would say differently, Paid. Here's what I would say. my understanding of like equipment that can pull very, very, heavy vacuums, like the strongest equipment. You guys keep saying, "Oh, it's just zero. It's just zero." Well, that isn't just something of minimal meaning to get it to zero or what is perceived as zero, which that's a whole nother question in and of itself, because pressure is measured through mercury. And so it's like really how that thing is responding. So are you actually going to zero? It's a whole nother question. But nonetheless, as the pressure changes, I'll just say in that direction, getting like the equipment that can get it to 10 to the negative 6, for example, they can't get it to 10 to the negative 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, etc. for a reason, because they don't even, physically they can't even do it. Now maybe in the future they'll be able to or something, but that's actually how big of a difference it is. So the whole difference between 10 to the negative 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 is massive, to the point where it's literally a physical limitation of what we can even do.
No, if I build
Gio couldn't have said it better myself.
If I build something that can withstand 15 psi differential, can I use that in space?
If you build a hot dog maker, can you use it in the water? What are you saying?
If I build a fucking tin can that can withhold 15 psi, can it go to space?
What? You're going to have to build it out of titanium. If that's what you're thinking.
No,
and I don't even know if you can do that. That's
a can of Coke. A can of Coke.
5 psi inside a can of Coke. That's a difference.
Yeah, only in your dreams, guys, can you do that. You're talking.
I have tires.
Let me ask you a question. S.A., you're the LIGO expert. What is the pressure inside those tubes at LIGO?
I never said I'm a expert in LIGO, but I know those tubes are at like you say, I think it's 10. I'm not sure. They say it in atmospheric pressure, so I haven't really heard it in the number. Do you know what it is?
10 to the negative 8 or something. It takes them months to get it there.
10 to the negative 14, I think, is what it is.
Yeah,
14, it takes them months to get it there.
Yeah.
And,
hold on. Do you know what it takes to get it there? What Rakia is going to, since you're quizzing me? Do you know what it takes to achieve that?
Yeah, I do. And basically, that's a 1/8 inch thick steel tube.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Right. So do we need fucking 10 feet thick? No.
No. But that tube is not.
Good concession,
They
SE.
say it's that, but it cannot be that.
Well, you cannot deny the data. That's fine.
They say it's not, but it can't be because why?
Yeah, because why would Tunguska build a foot thick wall then? If they can just put a little thing like that, why would they do it?
What's the place called?
When you speak, make sure the words that come out of your mouth, bro, make sure they go to your brain first. Okay?
Please.
Yeah, I don't think anyone claimed that they would need a 10-foot thick wall in that environment. That's not. But
that's exactly what you guys are saying.
We were originally talking. No, that's what it is to pull it on
That's
Earth.
Exactly.
Because what you guys do is you have a belief that outer space is a perfect vacuum. Therefore, as you enter a 10 to the negative, etc., you're only going into a partial vacuum.
Oh God, 10 to the minus 17 is basically fucking zero. Do we have? I mean, come on.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, bro. You have no clue what it takes to do that.
We understand that it's hard. We understand that it's hard, right?
What's
but
the
difference between 0 and 0 is 0.
What's the difference?
Wrong. It's exponential. It's orders of magnitude.
We understand that it's exponentially more difficult. We understand that it's more difficult.
Do the research for yourself and see what it takes to achieve these vacuums.
We understand it's more difficult.
What you're talking about, I assure you.
We understand it's more difficult, SE. We understand it's more difficult. All right? But the difference in pressure is fuck all. That's the point.
Yeah, you get to a point where it's hard for the pumps to find anything to pump. There are so few molecules left.
Well, then why?
And let me correct myself. Actually, I was remembering a different thing besides LIGO. The pressure in LIGO is actually 10 to the minus 9th.
Yeah, I was going to say 14 sounded high.
Wow. Boy, it's not even that. It's not even that, Gio. I'll bet anything on it.
That's what they say it is, and it takes like 40 days to get it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, the metal itself, I guess, is...
Those plates are solid steel, and those walls, the big one, that's concrete. Solid steel is way stronger than concrete.
No, hold
Why
on,
didn't they
hold
make it
on.
out of solid steel?
Yeah,
Why the
well,
walls have to be so much thicker?
it's a
Hold
lot
on.
to
The
do.
concrete
Lot to do
walls
with the
have nothing
size of
to
the
do
thing.
with that installation. Let's get that clear. That was built for another thing, a nuclear thing.
Yeah.
The steel is what maintains the integrity of that structure. But the cement doesn't hurt, but it's not needed. It was built for another purpose.
It has a steel liner in it.
Door alone weighs 1 million pounds, and it's like what, a foot thick? The
And
whole 10 to
huge.
the
Yeah, I mean,
minus 6.
And huge.
like
And
Blue, if you went up
take atmospheric pressure times the square footage of that door and see how many pounds of force are on that thing. It is enormous.
Yeah, that's my whole point, Blue.
14 pounds per square inch. That's what, over 2,000 pounds per square foot.
Yeah, that's my
Every
whole point.
foot, 2,000 pounds. And now you
Yeah,
spread that
we're
out over a
talking about-
door that's 25 feet wide or whatever it is by 20 feet tall. Multiply it out and tell me how much pressure you got.
Yeah, but we're talking about
Blue
that's
is
a
saying-
crushing force rather than a explosive force, right?
If Blue,
An
if
internal.
you went up to 100,000 feet, Blue, in an airplane, in a helicopter or something like that, where you could, just take off the top of the thing or walk out, I'll be, just literally be outside at 100,000 feet, what would happen to you?
You would die.
Okay. That's just 100,000 feet. So the pressure gradient, whatever the pressure gradient is from what we have on Earth, what you and I are living in, as you go up 50,000 feet, 70s, etc., 100,000, which is not really that much off the Earth when you're considering going to the moon and outer space and all that. We're just talking about 100,000 feet, a couple miles. So at 100,000 feet, if you would just die instantly, the pressure, you couldn't even breathe, couldn't do anything.
You wouldn't die instantly.
Then we now have to keep going at that same gradient. Remember, that's 100,000 feet. We have to keep going continually, miles upon miles upon miles. And now you're telling us that pressure is, that would be even that much more dramatic as that spectrum would keep going.
It's essentially not much different. Very little.
Okay,
different.
Blue. Why can't they use? Okay, let me ask you this: can they use
levels
the
off
same metal that they used at LIGO? Why don't they use that at the Tunguska? Even if it's less pressure, right? Why don't they use that? Why did they pay that extra money to get that million-pound door?
What is what? I don't even know what you're asking about.
Oh, did I? The
What is
LIGO.
that?
Sorry, the LIGO. I said.
You
said
don't
the tubes are thin, right?
Okay.
And they hold 10 to the minus 9. My question is, why don't they use the same metal, thin metal they use there, at the other place? Where
Because
they do
because the LIGO tubes are only 4 feet in diameter, and that damn thing at Sandusky, Ohio, is like 120 feet in diameter.
So that's the only difference, the size. That's it.
Yeah, this is what engineers do, SE.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can believe anything you want, Blue, but if you think that 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 12 is not a big difference, then certainly question your engineering.
More difficult.
It's no difference.
It's difficult to achieve,
question your
but there's no
engineering.
functional difference.
No, it's orders of magnitude more. Orders
It's harder
of
to achieve,
magnitude.
SE. It's harder to achieve, but practically it's the same.
No, it's not. If it was the same, then they would have a 10 to the minus 17 torr test thing here, and they would test how space is. They don't have it. You know why? Because they can't do it.
We can't pump.
Because it's not what you say. It's a huge difference.
It's not the pressure
It's not
problem.
a huge difference. Fuck me, SE. You've been in this game for years as well, and the fact you don't understand this, unbelievable.
Not only do I understand it, I brought it up. I brought the zippers up in space, and I killed your moonwalk space fantasy.
No, you didn't.
That's what I did.
I told you, it's the equivalent of a Ziploc bag, for God's sakes. It's got a seal in it. It's not just a zipper. You showed pictures of the seals.
Well,
yeah.
How come
You
they
debunked yourself.
All right, so you're saying that
those spacesuits and go in the vacuum?
it's a zipper and a Ziploc bag. Is that what you're saying, Blue?
Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to.
And that does it?
That's all
That
it
is
needed.
a joke.
No, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
how
It's
come
not.
nobody?
that? I mean, come on, man.
I'm
You're an
trying. It's
engineer,
not.
Blue.
How come
You
nobody
can't
will get in
be
that
serious.
spacesuit?
The zipper's structural. The seal is a pressure thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
why will nobody get in that spacesuit and then go into that big vacuum? How come
Good
that's
question,
never
sir.
done?
Good question, sir.
Why do you want it? Why do you want to do that?
To prove that it will hold in outer space, for crying
We've
out
already
loud.
used it in outer space, and we've used it in other pressure
They
chambers.
claim it, so do it in the vacuum to
They've
show
done
that
it.
it can
It's
They've
been
actually
done in a
hold.
vacuum. It's already been done time and time again.
They've got smaller
What?
ones they do it in. They don't fire that one up. I mean, just because it's huge.
You think because the chamber's bigger, the vacuum's going to be bigger?
I was told that nobody's ever done it.
Well, you're wrong.
I've never heard of them doing it.
Well, you're
Where was
wrong.
this done?
Uh,
Okay, what was
there's
the
a
pressure
video
difference?
out there.
I mean, how strong of a vacuum was it?
I don't know all these answers off the top of my head. For fuck's sake.
Well, is it
Again.
even close to be supposedly out of space?
Yes.
Yes. 10 to the minus 6 is very, 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 very close to 10 to the minus 17. This is the
No, it's not.
fundamental.
Yes,
It's
it
not.
is.
Don't listen to him. He has
Jesus
no
Christ.
clue.
Yes, it is.
How many years, Essie? How many years have you been told this?
How many years have I been telling you? How many years?
It's
Yeah,
less than,
Ruhif, you're just doing it again. It's really just an attempt of an ad hom. If you want to say what you think is
I'm
the
going to
case,
call
yeah,
out stupidity.
but that's pointless. If you want to say what you think is the case for everyone listening, then you can say your point. Just saying that about him is just ad homing.
the difference
Yeah.
between 10 to
SE,
the
you're
minus.
a fucking
Your
idiot.
assumption that he doesn't think the same way you do, and therefore he's just isn't up to whatever you think he should be up to. But that's just your judgment.
The
Well,
difference
I'm
between
sorry.
10 to the
It is actually just laughable.
The
Gio.
difference between 10 to the minus 6
You're
and 10
right.
to the
It is
minus
blue.
17 is less than, what, 1 times 10 to the minus 6? Because, it's like small. It's like we're talking about, what's that, a millionth?
Have you Googled orders of magnitude yet?
Yeah, orders of
NASA?
magnitude
SE,
small.
we're trying to explain them to
What does
you,
orders of
SE.
magnitude mean? NASA, go.
Do you
Tell us.
understand that every time they go down in order of magnitude, it gets a smaller and smaller and smaller difference? That the difference
Tell us
between
what
10 to
order of magnitude
listen
means.
one more time. We're not talking about going up in orders of magnitude. We're talking about going down in orders of magnitude. 10 to the minus 6 to 10 to the minus 7 is an order of magnitude. It is less than 1 times 10 to the minus 6, right?
Tell us what order of magnitude
I
means.
just
'Cause
told
some
you.
people might
The
not
power
know what it
of
means.
10.
The
You don't
meaning
know
of
what it
order
means.
of magnitude. What
You
is it?
don't know it. You don't know what it means. It's a power of 10.
I'm sure Blue can answer it. Right, Blue?
It's a power of. Did I just say it's a power of 10?
Okay,
It's
thank
between
you.
1, 10, and
So
100. Now, if you go down, it's
not
1,
significant,
1/10th, 100th, 1,000th, and then 10 to the minus 6 is what, 1,000,000th or 100,000th?
So it's not insignificant, right?
Each 100 minus the 100, 1
of
times 10 to the
magnitude
minus.
times 10.
It's
NASA.
yeah, but that's like 17 zeros and a 1. That's 10 to the minus 17. The difference
Nice,
is 10,
Shines. Look at
6
that. Look
zeros
at
and a
that.
1.
What pressure does, Bubba. Look at that. Nice one, Shines. Now listen to the excuses.
Do you want the excuse of
Understand
one's
that?
crushing pressure
This
and
is
one's
math.
expansion?
I can't believe I have to explain simple math to you.
Oh, man. Yeah, you go in your books, go in your drawings. Just understand that
Okay.
pressure is not what you think.
10
It's
10
not
to the
just
minus
from 1 to 0. There's
10
orders of magnitude, and it's very significant. And it
10
takes
to the minus
machines.
6
I
is
can't get a
1.
sentence out, man.
0.0 with 6 zeros, 1 is 10 to the minus 6. Or is it 5 zeros, 1?
Yeah, Paige, you are kind of just talking over everyone.
Well, I'm just trying to say that the difference, once you get to
just
10 to
make
the
a
minus
point and
6,
then pass the mic,
I'm
because
trying
otherwise
to.
you're just chattering.
I'm one last time. 10 to the minus 6 to go to 10 to the minus 17 is a very small difference because we're already at 1/1,000,000th of a p.
Thank God that's over. Now you're going on mute.
Can I ask? I know this might not be the right question, but what is the Glober explanation for a vacuum in space?
Well, they have a container. We have a container, and then the air's being sucked out somehow, and there's a vacuum.
It's the same thing that it's the magic word, gravity. It's the answer for everything.
Yeah, bendy, warpy space time with dark matter that they can control.
What's pulling out
They
all the air?
accept both.
Yo, Globers are letting other people answer for them right now. Y'all don't want to say anything to that?
When gravity has to be a force, it is. But when it doesn't have to be a force, then it's just a curvature of space-time. They use both of them. When they need a force, then it's Newtonian. But when
Don't
you
let
don't
them
need
veer
a
you
force,
off gravity. Keep on the pressure thing till we settle it.
Okay.
You guys understand?
Well, but that is how they
vacuum
explain the gravity working on their sphere.
means
And
the absence of something.
if gravity, just to give it to them for a moment, if gravity is what they claim it is, let's just say this thing, this just like whatever they claim it is, like let's just say that does exist, then they could just
one do
what
they
they
claim?
do is they just use that to describe that functions as the pressure container for the Earth.
Yes. For that, yeah, definitely. That's their claim. Yeah.
It holds gas at the Klarman line, which creates a barrier that they have to get through. When they're re-entering, it creates such friction because they're traveling at such an angle and such slower speeds that it causes so much friction because there's a lot of gas at that line causing that container, apparently.
And somehow rocks burn up, but they just fly right through, no problem.
And some cool down and hit lasers and pies.
Unscathed.
How come Baumgartner never caught fire?
Oh.
Because he had a special NASA wetsuit.
He was hauling ass through air. A lot of friction.
How fast was he going?
He was hauling ass, man.
He
You
broke
saw him?
the speed of sound, I believe,
Yeah,
right?
he was going faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, that's a lot of
happened to Buzz Aldrin. He just went too fast. He got there.
Did any Glober want to answer my question, or
Yeah, what
how
was
do you
it?
have a vacuum in space?
Oh yeah, I gave him one gravity, but that's I think
What's the question?
How do you have the vacuum of space?
The density gradient just goes to zero, or close to zero.
Well, maybe more the question: is this what you were asking? Were you kind of saying like, why is outer space a vacuum in their model?
Yeah, like what's creating
Not
all
a
the
vacuum like what you guys are claiming, which is that it sucks things. It just means the absence of matter, and a very little matter. And you don't need a lot of, matter to show a vacuum. You can have a very small one particle every billion yards or whatever, and that's a vacuum. But you still have, material in that vacuum. It doesn't suck things away. It just happens to be the absence of something. And density gradients go up as you get closer to bodies of mass.
I don't know why y'all shy away from the sucking, because pressure difference is actually a sucking action. Ask Hoover.
It's not a sucking action. Okay. It just basically, if you were to have an object that didn't have a lot of mass but had a lot of other gases around it, and it moved near another object that did have a lot of mass, most of the atmosphere on that smaller object would get pulled away just by the gravitational force of the larger mass. It's not, no. It doesn't.
So a particle
Okay,
has a gravitational
will you give me
pull?
this? In
You're
a
saying
vacuum,
particles have
is pressure
gravitational pull like
difference?
that?
Every particle, every piece of mass has some effect on all the other pieces of mass in the universe. But that's an entirely different subject. We're just
There's a just
the
particle right in
absence
front of me. It's not attracting anything.
Okay, that's because it's all close to a very large mass already. It's right beneath your feet.
Yeah, but there's plenty of particles around it. In empty space, there's supposed to be none. So what's it attracting?
No. In empty space, there is no such thing as none. You'll always find particles out there. They're just so spread out, and the density is so thin that's why you have the term a vacuum. But it's not a vacuum that sucks things along. If you go out into deep space,
So
and
we
there's
just
nothing
determined.
around you. Nothing
So we just
around you.
determine vacuums based on particles floating around.
No, it's density. It's just the lowest.
You just said every time you see a particle floating around, it makes it a vacuum.
No, I didn't say every time you see a particle floating around.
All
It
right.
makes
Well,
it a
I
vacuum.
really misunderstood that.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
think you misunderstood. What I'm trying to say is a vacuum is just very low density. In other words, very few particles in a general area. You can't even count them. There's so few.
Wait. The vacuum of space is that, or a vacuum itself? Like a vacuum is a pressure
You can have a
change, right?
vacuum. You can make a vacuum in a vacuum chamber where you can take out everything that's in there and pretty much get down to no particles. But I think you'll still have a scattered one or two. It might even have, even subatomic particles traveling through that vacuum on their way through to somewhere else.
So you sound really civil and smart. So I'm gonna ask you this question that I've been asking people. I don't really get an answer to. In a vacuum that we pull here on Earth, what's left?
You mean after you take all the air out?
As much as you can. Yeah. What's left in there?
Whatever you can't take out of it is going to be left.
Yeah.
If you don't
is
have an
that matter?
efficient way of taking all the air out of it, you're going to still have matter in there. It might be a few molecules of hydrogen, a couple molecules of, even water vapor might even still be inside the vacuum.
Okay, fair enough answer. But why doesn't the light change?
What do you mean by the light?
Well, you have the light in the room that's at a certain pressure with certain particles and all that. When you pull that vacuum, you're pulling all of that out. Why doesn't that affect the light that's inside the vacuum?
Well, again, is that light sealed away? It's not in the vacuum. It's sealed unless you've.
Yeah, there's light in the vacuum. Yes, sir.
How are you putting the light in there?
Well, the light's already in there. If you have a clear, like a vacuum box where you can see in it and there's light in there.
The vacuum container.
No, what I'm saying is there's light everywhere. So the vacuum inside is the same. Everything's in there that's in the outside.
That's not why the vacuum chamber doesn't get
why I'm
bought.
trying to clarify. Yeah, why doesn't the light change when you're pulling a vacuum and pulling the stuff out of the box, the vacuum chamber? Why doesn't the light change?
The light in the light in the room itself, where the vacuum container is. I assume you have a transparent vacuum container, and that's why you're showing light going through it. All that ambient light in the room is reflecting into the vacuum, so it's not going to change whether there's air in there or not. Air is transparent, and so is a vacuum.
So light is just everywhere, no matter what the medium.
Unless you put a colored gas inside the chamber, which is no longer a vacuum because you added a gas, you're going to get different, the ambient light will change color. But the minute you take all the gas out of it, it's transparent, just like, if it had just plain old air in it. It's not going to change the colors of anything. All that color is determined by the ambient light out in the room.
You're taking all the air out of the vacuum, right? So the light's not in the air. It's in the space, right? Like it's in the area.
It doesn't go black like space. If that's
what it doesn't dim at all, does it?
It should no, because again, it's transparent, just like if it was gas in there that was transparent.
But you're taking all the particles out, like you're mimicking space, right?
Okay.
But
when you have a gas,
is dark.
When you have a transparent gas and you add a light, there's some of that light gets scattered, but very little of it that you can notice with the naked eye because it's just going to be transparent. And so the light just travels through. Now there's ambient light in the room reflecting off the walls and so forth, illuminating the inside of that container. Now you take all the gas out, there's still no, there's even less, scattering of light. So it's going to show even clearer the tube as you look.
So light is traveling through that vacuum, right?
Of course.
So obviously that vacuum that we're pulling here on Earth is different in many ways than the vacuum that's just right outside there.
It's the same in space, and here's why: because inside that container you have a pressure gradient of 0 or near 0, and out in space you have a pressure gradient of near 0. The difference is that inside the room, the photons are still allowed to go through the vacuum, just like the photons of the sun are still allowed to go through the vacuum of space. So it doesn't change the brightness or change the transparency at all, because there's not enough material in that emptiness to show any kind of illumination. So you'll have no change.
I thought that space was black, like it was dark.
There's light traveling through it, but there's not enough particulate matter for it to become, reflective. There was a time when there was enough material in space, billions of years ago, where it had a kind of an orange glow to it, because everything, was it was dense. The space wasn't.
Well, okay. So now the light is bouncing off the particulates that are in the vacuum here on Earth?
No.
Like reflecting?
No, you're chamber doesn't have enough material in it for it to reflect anything, so it's transparent. When you look through the chamber, and you're telling me it's a transparent chamber. If you have somebody standing on the other side, you're going to see their face, clear as a bell. But it's all illuminated from the light in the room, the ambient light in the room, not from inside the chamber.
I got you. I'm following you. I'm with you, right? But why isn't space lit up? It's transparent. It doesn't have. It has.
If you're in front of a light source, space itself doesn't get lit up, but anything that is in the path of the light source will illuminate and reflect the light that's
Okay, so why isn't space lit up? The vacuum here on Earth is lit up. That's
no, it's lit up because it's surrounded by light on all sides. If you were to turn the lights off, you wouldn't see anything, would you? If you go to the dark side of the Earth,
the lights are not turned off in space, though. There's millions of stars in the sun and all that.
The lights don't you? And you see them, right?
But you only see the light source. The space itself isn't lit up.
Because there's no ambient, right, and neither is the container inside is not getting lit up by the ambient light in the room. If you turn the lights off in the room and put a small beam through that, like a laser beam or anything through that chamber, you're only going to see the beam at the source and at its target, and nothing in between.
So you're saying if I turn off all the lights and I put a flashlight on one side of the vacuum and I stand on
too wide of a beam and too wide of a too many frequencies of light, you're going to have too much light spreading out and bouncing
all right,
off
I think
the air
we've reached a point. I kind of reached a point, but let me ask you one more thing because I know you'll answer. Like I like the way you're dealing with me. So the Earth is rotating in that model, and the air is rotating with the Earth basically. But at what point in outer space do that air and molecules and all that stop rotating with the Earth, or does it? What distance? What altitude?
Which model are you talking about? Is that in the chat room somewhere?
No, what I'm saying is on the globe model, I've been told that the air here on Earth, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, like it's dragged along or whatever.
Yeah.
It's right. So at what point, what altitude does that stop happening?
Well, you could technically say that no matter how far up it goes, it's still moving along with the rotation of the Earth because it started with that motion. And so, yeah, some of the lighter gases, as they go further up into space, they do get blown off because you've got solar wind, you've got other things. Radiation from deep space can cause, parts of the atmosphere to blow away, but it also adds to the atmosphere as we have other particles coming in from outer space being attracted to the Earth.
Do we have a specific or a range of altitude, to be fair?
Not really. I mean, it's not a case of like we're going to bleed off our atmosphere. We have a magnetic field around the Earth to protect us from a lot of solar winds, so we're able to maintain our atmosphere.
So the Van Allen belts, is that made of like a certain gas?
The radiation belts from the magnetic field of the Earth?
Right. Is there gas in that?
Well, I'm not a physicist, and I'm certainly not I
Okay,
don't
fair
know
enough.
exactly what the
So let's come back down closer. The
particulate matter is.
Yeah, but we'll come down closer. That's fair.
I don't think it is. I think it's just
so the Kármán line, that's made of gas, right? Like that area is gas.
There's an atmosphere there, yeah.
So that is rotating with the Earth. Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Okay, is it lagging behind, or is it keeping up, or what? Do you have knowledge on that?
I have no idea.
Okay, right above the Kármán line, let's say 50 miles, 100 miles further up, is there still gas rotating with the Earth?
Of course, and almost everything that is trapped in that has been trapped within the Earth, and even if it was gas, it eventually made it to the surface and then went back up and up into the atmosphere through currents and so forth. It's going to be moving along with the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
There are slight differences, which is why we have everything from the Coriolis.
Yeah, if I smoke a blunt right now, the smoke is gonna go up.
Yeah, but hang on, I'm getting to a finishing point.
Hold on for a second.
This
is a really neat story. Can you verify any of this? Can you verify any of this that you're saying?
He's been fair, but I asked you for a range a while ago, like an approximate range. So you told me 50, 100 miles above the Kármán line, the gas is still rotating. But let's go further and further and further. You can't give me that range, so I don't know how you know this. Like, being frank, like a while ago, you were like,
Well,
no,
so
I
you're going to
can't
go
really
out
give you
far enough
that
into
number.
space that the molecules aren't going to be able to be, they're so light they're not going to stay within the Earth. If they have any movement whatsoever, they'll exceed escape velocity and leave. For a lighter molecule, the lighter the molecule, the less speed it takes for it to leave the Earth's atmosphere.
So it's going to approach escape velocity around how many miles per hour?
I don't know. I don't have the math on that. But it's just, I mean, it's common sense to
We-
figure that out. The other thing,
escape
too, the
velocity.
gentleman asked if there was any, proof on this. A good meteorologist will tell you exactly all the experiments they did with weather balloons and so forth, give you an idea what the atmosphere is made of, all the way from the ground all the way
Can I ask a quick question to you?
to near
No,
space.
let me jump in first, please.
All right, go ahead.
So when we talk about common sense, right? Can you, for example, Mr. Great Angelo, provide or demonstrate the physical mechanism by which air molecules rotate with the Earth to the west?
Can I demonstrate it in what way? I mean, you could take a weather balloon up and see that the air molecules are going right along with, the weather balloon is going to pretty much stay in the general vicinity of where you are as it goes up. It'll eventually catch air currents and float along into, who knows where, depending on where the currents take it. But, the whole atmosphere itself is still stuck to the Earth. Stuck to the Earth due to the curvature of space-time.
Like, is there a point of line, or what would you call it, like an event horizon, where gas gets sucked beyond our atmosphere? Where's that?
It doesn't get sucked, it just leaves. Because, again, you're dealing with density. Space itself, the
So
vacuum
can
of
we
space
observe this? Is there a
doesn't
video
suck
of gas
atmosphere.
leaving our atmosphere? Where's that? I want to see
You
this.
can't observe that because it's at a small molecular level. You can measure it. You can do that probably experimentally in a vacuum itself. You could probably take an item that has some kind of allows the gas
So we can't
to
observe this?
penetrate like a
Why are we
membrane
claiming
or
it's
leave a
happening?
membrane, and then what's that?
I mean, we haven't observed it, so why are we claiming this is happening above our atmosphere?
Yeah, and you claim they
Like
reach.
I said, ask somebody who's got experience in the physics that's involved with how gases behave as they get less and less.
Yeah, that was my
dense.
main question: is how gas behaves if it's leaving our atmosphere.
It
That was my
expands.
question.
Well, he
Yeah,
said it
it'll
reaches
try to
escape velocity.
it will try to no, it just leaves because it gets so far up into the atmosphere and like hydrogen and
No,
lighter
how would it
gases
go up? How would it
can't
go up if there's
because
gravity on Earth
the
pulling it
Earth.
back down?
Okay, it has to do with the density. It's lighter than all the other molecules.
Right. So what is the
the other elements, and so it's
Well,
going
then
to.
how is it reaching escape velocity if it's so light?
It doesn't have to. It's so light it doesn't need very much.
You said it earlier. It had to. That's why
I
I was
don't get it.
questioning
So
escape
there's a
velocity.
layer of density that's trapping gas,
It's
and
like
then right
why
above
light.
it, there's a layer of density that's letting it go.
It's
I don't
why
get
when
it.
you take a
How does
flashlight.
anything get past the
I'm
first
going to
layer?
explain that. It's
Okay, go ahead.
when you take a flashlight and you shine it off into space, or up in the air, those light photons are going to go. They're going to leave the Earth. They're so light and traveling so fast, they're gone. And the gases are so light. The gas like helium and hydrogen are so light that eventually they get up to the upper atmosphere. If a current doesn't bring them back down, and that's what it would take to bring them back down, they'll just leave.
Okay, do you guys understand that he made a claim that the gases are stuck to the Earth due to the curvature?
Yes, I used a bad word. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mean stuck. They're here because of the curvature of space-time.
Curvature of space-time. How do you bend concepts? Can you please
No, wait,
explain that?
wait. This is again another claim you won't be able to substantiate and refer us to other guys or
Well, no,
professors.
I want to hear how
I don't have the simple way of explaining it. I could tell you that Einstein's equation will, in general relativity, will show you exactly why.
Yeah, math. Okay, that's
no,
math.
Actually, that's where you're wrong. It's not the mass that causes you to fall to the Earth.
No. I said math. His equations is math. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so That's not reality. How do you bend a concept? We're talking about reality now.
Okay, how do you say it's
What?
not reality? If the curvature of
Because
space-time
space and time are
demonstrates,
concepts.
let's take a 1 meter piece of iron and let's stick it out there in space somewhere. I don't care where you put it. Put it between halfway between the Earth and the Moon. And if you have it, where the stick is pointing directly towards the center of the Earth, the nearest end of the stick is going to be moving slower through space-time than the farthest end. In other words,
Oh, okay. How do you?
okay,
How,
because of that
you just made
difference
a claim
in
there.
time. Because
Hold
of that
on.
difference, yeah, but
You
that's
just made a
Dude,
claim.
you gotta
How do you
calm
prove
down.
that?
yeah,
Man,
relax
How
a
do you
second.
prove what he just said?
Again, using Einstein's general theory of relativity, it's been demonstrated, and it's been demonstrated also with taking atomic clocks on airplanes, taking atomic clocks.
Yeah, we've
on
heard all the
mountains and so forth.
mainstream, man.
Oh
Right.
man.
Okay.
Please spare
For
us.
that reason, for that reason, when you have that object out in space, the bottom half of that object is actually traveling 2 times slower than the top half, causing it to tilt and slowly fall to the Earth
Okay.
as it follows
May
the
I
curve
ask where
of
you teach
space.
at?
I don't teach. I'm retired.
Oh, you did teach.
Not physics, no.
Yeah, but you were a teacher, right? You don't have to say where. I'm just. You were a teacher, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks for being civil.
Just a quick question. You said that vacuums do not suck. Could you please explain then, when you put 2 sheets of metal together and suck all the air out of them, create a vacuum between them, it's impossible to pull them apart. You have to slide them apart. Could you explain why? If it's not a
That's
sucking
easy.
mechanism.
It's not the sucking. It's actually the pressure of the air on the outside pushing against the 2 sheets of metal, keeping them together. Has nothing to do with the lack of air inside. That's not sucking.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank
Same
you.
reason why when you take all the air out of a gas can, you use a vacuum pump and take all the air out of the gas can starts to collapse because 14 pounds per square inch of pressure is pushing in on all sides.
Yeah, but we do apply that as sucking. I mean, pressure difference. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's how vacuums work, like engineered. The pressure difference. And we call that sucking. It's going to suck dust or dirt up towards that pressure difference. So I know y'all don't like to use sucking, but that's the layman's term. We can relate to a Hoover vacuum, pressure change caused by the motor that's creating that difference in pressure that's sucking things up.
Until it reaches the point where the motor no longer can pull any more air out. Then at that point, the stuff inside that you've sucked all the air out becomes a vacuum because it lacks, it has very low density compared to the air outside. The vacuum itself, the machine that you used, is what's creating the pressure to pull that air out. But once it's reached its limit, that's no longer part of the equation. It's not really a vacuum sucking anymore. It's just a lack of air in the middle. No,
yeah, but without a motor, you wouldn't have that vacuum. But I think our motor in the atmosphere is the heat difference, right? The sun and the moon.
See, this is the thing. The problem I have is what do you guys think is causing the lack of air out in space? If space were real and you believed in it, what would be causing the lack of material?
I think it's in a container, bro. But
I believe in the container also. I believe the container is in that density layer because all the gases are created at ground level or near it, and then you have the heat induction with the sun. That thermal energy is creating that pressure differences and creates a gradient, and it just creates what we have: the circulation. And you have the seas, the cool water coming off the water, and the warm water in the air creates a current. You have different water temperatures in the water itself that creates currents. You have different temperature layers in the sky that cause different currents, and when those mix, and you introduce a cold and hot daily, you get that movement. That's all you need. It's just a cycle. Current, also based on electrical, I think, because they use those terms like current to explain it. It just makes sense. We know there's electrical charges out there, static and otherwise. We can prove that. We know it ourselves. And you don't need a scientist to tell you there's electrical charges in the atmosphere. Just look up on a stormy night and get struck by lightning or rub your feet on carpet, and there's all types of different static electricity.
Aren't we talking about what's happening beyond that, beyond the
No,
atmosphere?
not really. We're talking about what Earth is, or where we live is, and how it's created and how it works, how this machine works. Well, that's a way it can work, because if you have electrical current and or thermal current, then you have movement. Once you create movement, you create friction, which creates more electrical static charge. I mean, it's so simple. It maybe people are missing it, and I think the pseudoscience has complicated things to keep people where they don't even want to think about it. I mean, you got to be an engineer or something to even know that thermal energy input causes movement. No, you don't. You can be a concrete finisher like me.
Rakia, let me ask you this. I mean, I've been sitting here telling you a little bit about the Earth and our model. What evidence do you have that your model works?
What evidence do I have when you introduce thermal energy into an air or water that it makes it move? You can do that in the lab.
On a grand scale.
Any scale.
So what's keeping the atmosphere on Earth?
I think it's contained.
Container.
Just like every.
It has to
contained by what? I'm curious.
What does it matter by what?
This is my first time.
I think this is what I believe. This is my personal thought. I think you do have those light gases that are going up called helium. And I think once they get to a certain pressure and temperature, they turn into a superfluid. And at some point at that pressure and temperature, that can turn into a solid. So that creates a container. And then you have more and more helium goes up and creates that cycle. So
you're saying
container,
the pressure increases the higher
I thought
you go?
wanted to know. That's not what I said. I said that element, that light gas, which we have a lot being produced at Earth and going up, that at certain pressures and temperatures, which we can recreate in a lab, becomes a superfluid or super solid. I don't know if you've ever heard of those two terms, but you can look them up yourself. They're being recreated in labs. And if that's happening in our upper atmosphere, then that explains our container. Once we have that container, we have the thermal input and all the cycles that we know of, which are gas and water. Voila, you have yourself an aquarium. Or what do you call it?
When those elements basically change from one state to another, they're going to give off energy. Where's that energy going?
Into the atmosphere. That's what's creating movement. You have your upper level movement. You have your lower level movement. You have cycles. Thermal input. You have
has nothing to do with it?
What did you say?
I say the sun has nothing to do with that?
Do you know what thermal input is?
Yeah, the sun is our best example of that.
Did you hear me say several times that the thermal input, which would be the sun, causes the current of the air and the water?
But you left out the amount of energy of all this hydrogen and helium that's changing into some kind of gas or liquid and some solid, a super solid. That's going to expend energy also. I want to know where that's going.
Going into the atmosphere, going into the what it's building. What are you talking about?
Is this something you can see with your own eyes?
No. I can recreate it in a lab, though.
But if you can recreate it in a lab and you can see it in a lab, then why can't you see that same material up above you?
How do you know you're not seeing it? I mean, gases can be transparent, right? How do you know you're not looking at the dome? It's just transparent.
Seriously, this is coming from a guy who thinks that space and time are physical things?
I can give him his,
Seriously?
but he's got to be smart enough to give me mine.
Physical things. I never said that at all.
Yeah, but I've given you your deal. I'm telling you things. I'm telling you things where all the helium is going. You're saying it's just reaching escape velocity and going off into expanding space. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm telling you, what if it's reaching a certain pressure and temperature that it's creating a superfluid and super solid like we can in a lab right now? What if that's where all the helium's going? And you're asking me, well, you asked me my model, what I think.
I understand. I'm now going to address that now. You have this problem where you say you can demonstrate it in the lab, these two materials, a superfluid and a super solid, but you haven't demonstrated how that occurs up in the upper atmosphere, creating a dome. You have no experimentation that shows that. Just because something is done on Earth, and you can do lots of you can change water to ice. That doesn't mean that there's ice on the moon. You have to go
Well, I
there
don't
and
know
see
why
it.
you're going there. You asked me what my theory was. I'm telling you very precisely. I think that's where all the helium and other elements are going to do. And then some of them are cycled back, right? So they come back down. They're bouncing off of each other. They're creating currents.
How
That
far out
thermal
is this
input,
dome?
I have no idea.
Did you say there was ice on the moon?
Yeah,
No, he
that's
was
the
just
thing. We don't know
No,
if there's ice
ice
on the
can't
moon until we
exist.
go there.
Oh, yeah, we do. We do know that because ice can't exist in a vacuum. It
What?
evaporates.
It eventually
Ice.
will evaporate. It doesn't evaporate all at once. No, that depends on the temperature.
well, it does on a vacuum here on Earth. When we pull it to less than what's out at the moon, it does.
It's
It
interesting
boils.
too, Rocky. It's like there's a cycle from helium coming from deep within the Earth up
Yeah.
to the sky. It's like seems like a free energy machine that just keeps.
Is that vacuum at room
keeps happening.
temperature? If that
I'm
vacuum's
sorry.
at room temperature, yeah, the ice is going to boil away. But if the vacuum is at like minus 300, which is at the south pole of the moon, it doesn't have any sunlight whatsoever. Yeah, it's going to stay frozen
Okay,
for a
so
while.
you're agreeing with me that a barrier of ice or whatever it may be up above us could be created if it's in a vacuum at a certain temperature and pressure, then, right?
Because again, you have to answer the question: where's the radiant heat coming off of? Because we have heat coming off the Earth itself that can be measured, and wouldn't that melt the ice of the dome?
Well, I'm not saying I'm not saying the dome is ice. I'm just saying you agreed that at certain
Even
temperatures
in
and
liquid
pressures
hydrogen and
yeah,
liquid.
go ahead and cut me off. That's how I know you really are understanding what I'm saying and not liking it.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm confused by what you're saying because you're making a
Is
claim.
that why you cut me off while I was explaining it better?
Oh, okay. Go ahead and explain it better on how you proved that stuff actually
I
exists.
didn't say I proved anything. I said it was my theory. And you can go research it yourself a little bit if you've never heard of superfluid or super solid. It's I understand because it's pretty new, but it's coming out in the mainstream already.
So your hypothesis is that as gases go up, eventually they become super liquid and super solid, forming this dome.
Certain gases, yeah.
And then how does plasma?
How do you demonstrate? How do you demonstrate a way for us to experimentally test that?
And my question was, how does plasma, in your mind, link into that as well?
Is that to me, Gio?
Yeah, but I think
I don't have all the. I don't. Yeah, all fair questions. I mean, of course, I don't. If I knew, I'd be a super scientist winning prizes. But it's just a basis of a theory that I've had for years and years. It seems to be coming light. I didn't know when I first came up with this in my mind that there was such a thing as superfluid. I only discovered it later at a local university, and it just makes sense to me. That's where all the helium is going. Now, do I have all my T's crossed and all that? No, of course not. I mean, it's just a theory, but it's just as good as Bendy's FaceTime if you really want to know the truth. I don't want to be Einstein. I just want to have people go look at superfluid and super solids and know that those can be made from the type of gases that are going up. We do have the pressures and temperatures that would allow them to turn into that. There are some unknowns, but they are non-viscous, like frictionless. And then once you put a magnetic field in them, you can create quantum locking and quantum, all of that. So that would explain all the heavenly bodies moving in the same clock-like movement year to year. Because once they get set in motion, they wouldn't change unless an extreme, something was put on them.
What do you call that cold superconductive stuff when it's superconductive? If it's cold up there, he's exactly right. The suspension of the sun itself could easily be superconductive.
Yeah, and it's frictionless, so it can achieve any speed. And once it's put into a speed, it would remain there on that track. And those tracks can be built out of some type of electrical field or whatever. There's several different ways to do that, and we have all of that in our atmosphere. We have all that we know of. We don't have to make any of that up.
That shit's reasonable, man. You got your shit together. That's hot. That's hot. You're
Yeah, the only
Yeah.
problem I have, I'm reading up on super solids and super liquids right now. It's not my specialty, so, but I will tell you this, that it's demonstrated that even the best super solids and the best super liquids are all running around 200 minus 200K. That's Kelvin. And that's still very, very cold, and that's in the deepest, anytime you're on the sunny side of the earth, or if the sun is up, whatever's up there's going to melt. It's going to change back to a normal state. It's not going to be able to maintain its also it needs high pressure in order to do that. And you don't have high pressure up there. You have low pressure. So you're telling me that as it goes up, it's changing into this state which requires the pressure gradient to go up, which means there has to be something else up there pushing on it or pulling on it. And that's where I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I understand that because you've been taught. You went to university and learned what you did and became a teacher. So you're a little biased like I was. It takes a little time, more than 10 minutes, to research this thing to really start gathering it up. But I've been doing it about 5 years, so I like my theory. I'll stick with it.
So Rocky, do you think do you think that field turns into a plasma once it's charged? Do you think it has plasmic effects?
I think it's
like the way that our body, like the surroundings of our body is plasma, like with our blood, skin. Do you think the entire do you think the entire Earth system has that, like on the macro scale?
I do. I think it's a mixture, and I think it's your charge, like just like your body. I think your body is a representation of Earth. So that's why your heart is electrical, your spine, your systems. It's you're basically cycle, right? You're basically a cycle.
Yeah, and when we're in the womb, like when we're born, we're basically born in like the womb itself,
gel,
gelatin plasma field. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then the spark of life, right? Like what starts your heart? Well, there's got to be something that starts that electrical unit. I can tell you what starts it when it fails here on Earth when you're out of the womb, and that's an electrical charge. Clear. They don't clear you so you don't get hit. They clear you so you don't get shot. Interesting, right? I mean, who knows? I mean, really, it's just a theory, right? But it does start to add up. I mean, we know there's cycles, gas and water cycles. To have those, to me, you have to have a container. The pressure alone, to me, proves container. Now, you can argue gravity all you want, but I think gravity is just another word for, the downward direction, downward acceleration. You can call it, multi-Molly if you want. I don't care what you call it. It's just a downward bias of acceleration.
So
I think that's more of an electrical
acceleration
field.
always in the same spot?
Same spot, same direction. Yeah, I think it's different
towards
than
the center. In other words, directly
always
below
the
you.
same. Yeah, I truly believe in that direction is bias. It's set by whatever field that we're in.
Yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on that, like on essentially like why things fall to the ground and so on. But just real quick before we go to there, just on the last one, then why does the sky turn black and blue then? What are your views on that? Does that have to do with the electric field activating the gases? Is that activating the superfluid? How is the way the sky looks so black and then blue to us?
Yeah, I think you said it, like all the above. Like it's the gases above us that are being charged by the sun, and then when the sun gets far enough away, they change colors, just like what is it, neon or whatever. You can get those different colors with different gases. You fill those tubes with different types of gas, and you create an electrical current through them, and you're going to get a color. You can mix those to get different colors. You can like make them move, like create a current through there, like make those gases move, and that color will move. And it's amazing. I think that's what the sky is.
Well, I got to bail. My raid's starting. This has been fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, later, man. Yeah, that type of conversation right there, whether he wants to be a kind of a, he's going to hold his own, right? This is life. Like this now, this has become my life, so I'm going to hold my own a little bit. But that conversation right there, people can listen to and learn from.
Right on.
Yep.
Yeah, you explained something great about helium and superfluids, and that might have answered my question about why gas can't escape a density, but it can enter a gravitation based on density. You heard that part? Gas can leave our atmosphere, but it's also
Yeah.
trapped in our atmosphere.
Yeah,
And
I think he
really
got, he might have just, what I'm saying, how you get going and you just say stuff. It's hard on VC sometimes, but I get what he's saying. Like he's trying to go with the mainstream and repeat it as much as he can. But I think we've all heard it to the point where we know it better than most. So it gets kind of boring for us to hear it again. Like, but to say that a gas is reaching, escape velocity and overcoming Earth's gravity, but then it's not, like, that starts to not make sense. What makes sense is that we're in a container and that gas goes up and maybe forms the container, some of it, and then the other gases, bounce off of each other and bounce off of that container and come back down. On the way back down, they're bouncing off of each other and they're creating this density layer. And then because most is created at ground level, and combining and being cycled and all that at ground level more, that the pressure is higher at ground level, and as you go up, there's more volume, there's less particles, so there's less pressure. As you go up, if those gases are being used up, right, and there's a bigger volume, then of course the pressure is going to be different.
Imagine this. Imagine if you had condensation forming on the top of your roof, basically, and it falls off. There's your asteroids.
Yeah, I think you can have that breakdown, because everything would be a cycle. So that container would be cycling anyway, right? It would have to be. But one thing that boggles me is the rain, right? Like I fly and we fly through clouds that are high moisture and there's just not a lot of water up there. And then you have these, it'll be raining below you. You know what I'm saying? Like you're flying through these clouds that it's raining below you and there's just not a lot of water hitting your plane. Like that, that cycle I don't get, but it is some of these downpours that we get, just think about how much water that is. That is crazy amount of water.
Yeah, I think it's being fabricated in the clouds with the electric charge itself.
Instantly made, right? Like it has to instantly happen, because if not, it would just be this thick layer you couldn't hardly fly through.
Exactly. It'd be like a swimming pool in the sky.
Yeah, it'd be like a pool in the sky. That's what I'm saying. It has to be instantly made, like generated,
They are pretty solid when you bump into them. Clouds.
Nah, come on, man.
No, you feel them when you hit them.
Yeah.
They are misty.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing I really question a lot.
No, you're
There's
right.
so much water coming down from those clouds in a rainstorm. When you fly through that, it's not the same. Like
they still don't know where the water in the earth came from.
Okay, here's
seems
my
like there's
point.
some way to, maybe there's like gases above a water layer. It almost seems like it is being pulled from above.
Yeah.
But it also in some way like manifested in the clouds. Like it's a combination probably between like the gases. And that's interesting to think about. Like if you have like from the upper layers of this whole thing, whatever gases that then would be intersecting with, the various charges and different like water layers as it materializes. If it actually is coming from above and it's freshly made, that would explain why rain is often like so cleansing. It's like this fresh, of course it can pick up like toxins or particulates as it's falling, but the whole thing of like fresh rain and the way that rain cleanses.
Acid rain. That was the killer back then, right? When we were young. But just to make my point further, getting there next time you're in an airplane flying through rain, notice how much rain is hitting, the airplane when you're in the rain itself, and then when you get in the cloud, it gets less and less, and you go above and there's blue skies, right? Like it's a strange deal. Like all that rain is in the cloud. that and rains for hours and hours and hours. No way. That's being produced. Like, you know what I'm saying? The cycle, they're saying it's building up, like it's the moisture content in the cloud is getting thicker and thicker, and then all of a sudden it gets so heavy it drops, it falls to the ground. There ain't no way that's producing all that rain. Like, it's got to be being produced over and over and over again very quickly.
You know, you're showing a point that I've been trying to tell people about flat earthers, especially the ballers. They take their little bit of information, they keep telling us about it, and we keep telling them about what's missing. And we read between the lines. You know, we really do. And what you're saying is, hey, I'm making an observation, and I'd like to know what's there. That doesn't come from academia. That doesn't come from school. That comes from a mind working. Your mind works, and I just want to commend you for that.
Yeah, appreciate it. I mean, you know, I don't.
But it's important, man.
Sometimes I come across as arrogant or whatever. Some of these guys, like you know what I'm saying, like they're getting what they deserve. They're you know, they've been fighting the religious. They're the same people that, you know, 10 years ago were in the religious fight being as ugly as they're being here. The same guys, same group. But I give them hell back.
Good.
Yeah. Anyway, it makes me look a little bad, but I can have a civil conversation for hours with people. We have several groups here in my town that we get together and just brainstorm like this, and we know certain things, right? Like, you can't tell us otherwise. I mean, we do this every day. We can go out and measure, you know, elevation change from any benchmark you give us. So you don't think we can't measure, you know, from a benchmark near water or use that water as the benchmark, you know, at this mark, and then measure down from there and know that it's not curving? It's easy. I mean, they make it sound so hard, but it's not.
No.
You can trip them up. I mean, all you got to do is learn some basic things. Stanley today made a fool of himself, you know, stating that he did all this in New Orleans and doesn't even know there's no pine trees on the shoreline. And then that was a simple one, but no one saying that he measured it, you know, and it fit their model. Well, they made that model. They made it in an app. And then the not knowing if the measurements was from mean sea level or from the center of the earth is a problem, right? He should have known that. Until they added the curvature from their measurements, they measured the bridge very accurately, like to be not curving. They never measured the water either to line it up. They just measured the bridge. They never got in a boat and made the water curve.
No, that's actually a very good point. Yeah, they're claiming, what is that, Jesse Kozlowski, who claims to have who took that readings or whatever. Yeah, they're doing the points on the bridge. Yeah, they didn't even do the points on the water to even compare?
No, they didn't get in a boat.
So why couldn't it just be a curved bridge over level planar water?
No, he didn't measure a curved bridge. He measured humps, like a bridge that starts from the land and curves up a little bit, gets 5 point something meters above the water, 16, 18 feet, whatever it is, and goes dead straight, like without curving, and then goes over 5 humps in between. And then what they did was added the geoid calculations to it, and voila. Crazy. It shows you the data of it being straight. I don't know, man, but you hear Stanley, you can see Earth curve from ground level. How can you? I mean, how can you say that? That all academia is wrong? That Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong? Hell, that I'm wrong? I mean, I'm sitting there telling him I can go to the power line or the bridge right now and get at a certain angle, and it's going to appear to curve, but I think it's due to perspective and miraging. Now you change that. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Well, I was just going to ask from before. So you're saying that he actually measured planar coordinates, but then plugged calculations in to have it be curved? Is that what you're saying? Because I think what he's claiming is that they measured the actual, you know, curved XYZ coordinates, you know, along the bridge that he's claiming are curving to the curve of the Earth.
If that was the case, then he would have taken his benchmark at the base of the bridge, and then in the middle, 12 miles away, he would be higher, right? I mean, that's what they say. The middle would be higher. Now, if he's saying it's from equal elevation from the center of the Earth, that's not what he showed. He got confused there, and when I called him out on it, he was like, "Well, I'm not really sure." Well, couldn't you be sure?
I mean, what I'm imagining they did, from my understanding of it, even though I haven't looked into all of what he's put out there about it, I've probably seen it maybe briefly or quickly, but I'm not sure I remember all the details. Because yeah, it was a long time ago that when he was first putting that stuff out. But those measurements, my understanding of it in my mind is that they're claiming if you took the XYZ coordinates that the GPS are giving them, of course, so they're just, they're getting those, whatever those coordinates are in the XYZ axis. If you were just, as they were marking them along the bridge, if you were to make like a computer graphic of that, they would look like dots that are curving to 8 inches per mile squared. Is that not what he did?
No, not in the one I saw.
Because that's what he's claiming, is that the actual points along the bridge are matching the curvature of the Earth, which he then claims the picture is also picking up.
How can he be claiming that if he's saying it's like, well, anyway, I mean, I'll let Soundling tell you. I mean, like I said, you're at what point do you not listen to a guy that's telling you he sees curvature of the Earth? That's clearly a mirage from ground level. You got to have 20/20 vision to do it. That's bullshit. I don't have 20/20 vision. I can see the apparent curve of the power line going 80 miles an hour past it. It's an optical effect, but it's only at a certain angle. You change that angle by a couple degrees, and that curvature goes away, son. On the bridge and the power line. You seen my video from like 10 degrees down from the Marriott? I'm in a parking garage that's about the same 100 and something feet off the water. And I take a video and that bridge don't curve an inch. I don't get it, man. I hate to say they're paid or whatever.
What if you went out there and did some yourself? If you live right there, like you could I don't know if you could get on that river, on that water with a little boat or a canoe or a kayak or something to get on the water and take points, and then take points along the bridge. That would be cool. Then, because then we could actually see, the different, what's actually going on with it. I mean, again, you're still depending on the GPS system, but if the GPS system is showing you a curve, then we have to get into another question about the validity of GPS.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I go out there and shoot pictures and videos all day long. I don't bring a boat in there. Like they have marinas.
It's Kosho that keeps saying that like some of these Galaxy phones, they have like the type of GPS where you can get down to the centimeter.
No, listen to what you just said, right? They named a phone after a galaxy and then put a program in it that's going to teach you about the curvature of the Earth.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know what's going on with all this shenanigans. We gotta get to the bottom of this.
They named cars after it, candy bar, everything is to promote this propaganda crap.
And you're going to
Galaxy phone.
You're going to test it on a boat named Refraction, right? I see refraction.
For Soundly to say some of those pictures don't have mirage in it, like that's Earth curve, it's total. I mean, it's just total deception.
All right, so the three things on the table, he's going to say it's Earth curve. Another option is that the bridge is actually curved. It's built curved. And then the other option is mirage. So which ones of those three? Isn't it pretty much one of those three?
It's 1.5. The bridge is lower at both ends. It goes up to a point and levels out. And then it has 5 different humps in between. 2 60 foot off the water and 3 like 40 or something like that.
So it's just a roller coaster ride.
Well, it gives you when you get at a certain angle looking down parallel to it, it's going to give you that optical illusion. And if you're close to the water, well, then you're going to get it more on certain days and less on others.
Right, but are you claiming that that bridge is completely level, planar, and then the mirage, just the visual effects, is causing that? Or do you think that the bridge does have some of its own actual physical curvature built into it, and then would a visual mirage effect then be optional on that as well? Like it could be both.
No, certain points are exactly 16 foot or whatever it is, 18 foot, depending on if you go to the deck or underneath, like above the water, the whole way of those spans. And then you have different elevation changes where boats go under it. But if you get to a certain angle, that effect is just an optical effect that makes it appear curved. Like those just illusions. It's just an illusion. I mean, that's all it is. You can go out and look at that water without the bridge, and due to perspective, it will appear to go up to your eye level, and then what is it doing beyond that? It must be curving down, right? It's just an effect. It's not actually doing that. I don't know how else to explain that. Like your mind is easily fooled. I'm talking about the other day I was on a lot with two contractors, and the road sloped severely left to right for like a 30 or 40 degree angle down, like a hill. But that lot was on top of the hill, and it made the dirt look like it was sloping right to left. Like if I would have put money on it, I would have said it was like a foot. When I got my laser out, it was dead level. And the only reason it looked like it was sloping back against the road is just because of how your brain interprets things when there's things like that. Now you put a parallel bridge that has some humps and blah 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 in it, and the way your eyes and perspective works over distance, you get at a certain angle and it's going to play tricks on you. Just increase that angle a little bit and that all goes away. The only thing that stays is what the atmosphere is doing, to the bridge. Like I just changed my angle a little bit at the same elevation Soundly was, and that bridge is freaking straight. Like, but you get closer to it and start looking down at it, it gets funky and wonky. You saw
interesting. Yeah, if you ever have a chance to, I don't know if you have a drone access, some way to get different altitude. Because he has his that shows, like almost like this really dramatic curve. Then as it goes up, like he has that one too. So it'd be cool to have someone else to take footage there.
Problem with the drones is that they're terrible lenses. They're what do you call them? The GoPro lenses. They're terrible.
Well, it's also like if that effect was Earth curve, why would it only be in that area that this is so dramatic?
Yeah. Dude,
because unique areas can have, I think that's what's happening with the whole Blackpool Tower thing. Like there's certain magnification in certain areas based upon water. Like you were talking about the flows, like the currents of the temperatures and everything in the environment that creates the temperature gradients, the pressure gradients. And in certain areas, there can be like pockets that can be very similar on a daily basis for that area, but quite unique in terms of the effects that can happen there. Like that's not happening everywhere like that.
Temperature, like I'll show you this picture. I'll just quickly do it. I have better ones on my computer, but like this is a picture that I took that was right after a rain. So a lot of cold water got dumped into this shallow, warm water lake, and it freaking distorted this bridge to hell and back. Try and find a picture of what the bridge. Now, this isn't perfect, but you'll get the gist of it. I can't post pictures for some reason. But anyway, the bridge looks like it's curving to me. I'm to the east of it. I'm on the south shore, right by the Marriott. And it's curving to me towards the east when it's actually straight. And it appears to be underwater when it's not. It's above water. I'm only like 6 miles from it, 8 miles from it. And then on a different day, I'll show you, I could show you like the reality. It's straight bridge above the water. The only difference is that I stopped one day and it appeared like reality. And then it stormed, dumped a lot of cold water in there, went back the next day. And the bridge looks like it's curving towards me, right? Like it's all just miraged up, refracted up, whatever you want to call it. I call it miraging because if you look up the definition of mirage, it's just an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. That's as simple as you can get.
Okay, so to take it to the next level, if that is happening and it's making the bridge look curved based upon that, and if that curve fits a 3959 radius sphere, that doesn't necessarily mean we're on a sphere. It just means that our perspective field works as a 3959 radius optical sphere.
I think they took perspective, and that's how they knew they were going to fool it.
Yeah,
it's definitely perspective. Like the beginning of the bridge is everything is going up, and then it's going down. Like it just the power lines do the same thing on certain days, like on the majority of the days, because perspective holds true. On other days, it does the opposite. Like it's crazy how much refraction or miraging you get on that lake. I think it's because of the salt and freshwater mixing, the cold and hot water, because you get the snow melt coming from the like the Mississippi River flows through Lake Marpaw, from the Amite River and Tickfall River come through Lake Marpaw. Then you have the flood gates are always open until they want to flood the fields, or they have a lot of water that they want to divert, and all that water comes through that warm lake area and flows out into the Mississippi Delta. And then they open the gates to go into the Mississippi River sometimes and all that. But you get that salt and fresh water mixing. Then you have an airport that's dumping a lot of toxins, over the lake. The airplanes are consistently flying over the lake to land or taking off. It's a big fuel dump, right? Like you just get this turbulent air all the time. There's like, I can't even name, there's probably 50 chemical plants right there within 30 miles. All the river curves around, right? It comes in from the west, and then it curves back towards, New Orleans, and then back up north, and then curves back towards the south. And there's oil refineries and all kind of shit right there that's just dumping pollutants into the air. You have two or three, well, you actually have three main interstates that run, across the lake itself. That's a lot of pollutant.
Okay, but I mean, your understanding, I'm not going to say claims, I'm not saying you're claiming it, but I mean, your understanding of it on this level is that it actually is optically curving due to all those conditions. And it does happen to be at roughly at what the curve. No, because it's not even at what the curvature of the Earth should be. It's way more.
It's a huge curve. Like optically, it's a huge. You would be living on a basketball, basically. I mean, it's just enormous curve.
Right, the Earth would be tiny. Yeah, it was very small. A couple miles, you'd be on the other side of it and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And Blue is saying that the bridge is 90 feet. Like if you stood on each shoreline and you had a line from your toe to your other, whoever's on the other shoreline toe, in the middle at 12 miles, it would be 90 feet higher. The water, it's craziness. The Sagitta in the middle, if you drew that cord underneath the water, the Sagitta, at 12 miles would be 90 feet higher. If you really think about it like that, that's so ridiculous. And that he's right. So the same thing, at 12 miles, you put a tangent line and it's barely touching the water at 12 miles. At each shoreline, it would be 90 feet above the shore. You can't have it, man. 12 miles. And you'd be angled up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's 90 feet and 12 miles is a lot. This bridge is actually their killer. I mean, if you really go with the basics of what you know about water being the base, and then how they tell you that this bridge is actually 90 feet higher in the middle, from each shoreline, you don't have to think about it long. Just go out there one or two times, and like I said, you either can see curvature from the earth, from ground level, or it's an optical illusion. I know there's optical illusions happening.
So can you get footage where it's not curved at all?
I have a video. I can't post anything right now. I went to the other I went to Bev's page, which is basically the only other thing I'm on, and I couldn't post there either. So it is me. I need to get off and reboot or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if you're on a phone or computer, but yeah, maybe just kill the Discord app and then just restart it up
Yeah.
again and see if that fixes it.
It's weird. It hadn't happened in a long time, but I was posting earlier. I was doing it fine. I
Yeah,
can detect.
this seems like Discord did a big update, and at least for a lot of people, it seems it really like it wreaked havoc on the cell phone version. The PC one's pretty much the same, it seems.
See, the power line is worse for Soundly, and I should have remembered this earlier. But when he's on that bridge, he has to pull over on the shoulder of the highway to get that picture. And if you just go to the southwest a little bit, there's another power line that actually intersects this power line right where he's at. And then there's a train track there also. He never shoots those. You know why? Because at that angle, that other power line doesn't appear curved. That optical illusion has gone. You'll notice every picture he takes of this, he's either in the middle of two parallel bridges, or he's right at a certain angle to one side or the other of the power line or the bridge that's giving him that optical effect. That's why I call him a deceiver, man. He's got to know.
I might be a little late because I stepped away. But are you suggesting measuring the actual power lines and seeing if it matches Earth curvature? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to. I used to fish there a lot, but I mean, to get out on a boat, this is a big lake. Like, it's rough to use a theodolite or a GPS out there. I don't know, but I don't go there anymore. It's a terrible lake. It's a lot of trash. Like, I don't bring my boat there anymore.
Well, I mean, obviously he's free to have his theories and ideas about it and present whatever data he's claiming. I think what would be interesting is to see competing data that would show another side of it. I'm not saying. I mean, I know you said you live near there, so I mean, or if you know anyone else that would want to, or if just in general someone does, just to be able to have something to contrast it with. Because I mean, you can't. I mean, I know you want to call him a deceiver and stuff, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can't really do that until it's verified, right? And even at that, he could just be mistaken in some way. But yeah, I mean, there does seem to be something going on with like the fact, like kind of Jesse Kozlowski goes out there and gets the coordinates, and Walter Bislin. It was a kind of a group effort and whatnot. So yeah, it does seem like there's some way that they kind of put all that together.
The only three guys ever to like measure Earth curve in that way. It's kind of crazy. But when I call him a deceiver, it's when I point out obvious things that he should agree with. Like, this picture right here is a mirage, right? Like, he's even said it was 4 miles and the bridge is like diving down into the water. The sign's all upside down and replicated like top to bottom. It's a clear mirage. And he's saying that's Earth curve. That's not cool with me, man. It's just a test. And when he says, no, that's not a mirage, that's Earth curve, I'm like, yep, all right, cool. To me, that's a deceiver, man, the worst way. He's smart, right? He's obviously smart. He could change the angle. Just notice all his pictures. Just go to the site. They're all at the same angle. It's a reason. You can go do it yourself. Go at that angle and you'll see just a optical illusion. Just change that angle a little bit and it goes away. Like, in the same moment.
Okay, so you're suggesting that he's noticed this and knows this and therefore snapped it at just that time to fit?
100%.
Okay.
Like, no doubt in my mind, I've talked to him more than, and see him and Jesse. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was like 2 years ago. I was in the one of the bedrooms of my boat, just laying there talking to them, and they taught me about compressed perspective. How things, when you get at that angle, get compressed, and due to perspective, it will appear to make them curve. They don't. Did he mention that today? You look down a parallel, even the pool stick, right? Go get you a pool stick and a cell phone and get at a certain angle. That circle will look, if it's straight, it'll look curved. can do these things yourself. When you know the water isn't curving, you can come up with all types of different ways that that it could happen, right? Optically or whatever.
So you've for sure eliminated the possibility that he just has seen this effect and then just took the photo and then just really wants to believe the globe and therefore is just linking it to the globe, or you're saying he knows it's an effect? Because those are different.
I know he knows of the effect. So why does he deny them? So you can go from there. I draw my own conclusions, but like earlier I was going to say, it'd have to be like hired, like, or paid, or why would someone just, unless they're just sinister? And I don't think he's that. I mean, who knows, bro, what motivates people? I mean, I don't even care. I just want to point out to people whenever I can. That's why I came in, because I saw Soundly here. I mean, that dude is straight up using his photographs at a certain angle to create that okay. You know the video that's on YouTube where these people are driving down the road with trees on the side and the building in front of them looks really small or big or whatever it is? It's an optical illusion, and it's all over the internet. Like, people have filmed it, they go there or whatever. Or the one where it looks like you're rolling uphill because of an optical illusion. I mean, people know about these things. It's easily shown. Your brain is easily tricked like that. Soundly is smart enough and was out there long enough, supposedly, to do all of this.
Well, it's not even the effect I would expect if the Earth was actually curving at the rate that they say it is.
Right.
So it's like what would be expected is a consistent geometric horizon at the 8 inches per mile squared, et cetera. I mean, there's slightly different variations on it, but I mean that, the general 8 inches and so on. And there would still be refraction in the environment because that still exists. So there'd still be wavering and there'd still be some different effects, but I don't think you'd ever see around the curve. You would just see, as far as you could see, the curvature would be apparent and measurable, and that it would be consistent. And then there would be the refraction that would be happening would just be the same in a similar way. Some of the same refractive effects we have now, like whatever's between you and that object can be, sort of warped and affected. So that would still exist, but the actual geometric curve, the actual rock of the Earth, would be a physical limit.
Well, that's why I said it was deduced from perspective, because if you heard me earlier, your view, your line of sight goes out so far, and then whatever's beyond that, where the sky and whatever the water or whatever meet and is merging together and distorting the image right at that point. And anything behind that is going to be obstructed on a flat plane. Now, would that happen on a curved Earth also? Yep, absolutely. You see what I'm saying? Because of perspective. So that's why you can't I'm not stupid enough to say that on a curved surface that things wouldn't be obstructed bottom up. No, but you heard Blue flounder when I asked him on a flat surface, could you have something disappear due to perspective? Yes, of course he has to say yes, right? Well, what if you add atmospheric conditions at that really, really tight angle and that extreme distance that's causing distortion of the bottom that you can't get that information, so you'd have bottom up obstruction, right? Well, yeah. Well, bingo bango, there you go. That's how it could happen. That's how I think it is happening.
Exactly. The point at which the ground and the sky meet changes due to the conditions.
Yeah.
And then how that intersects. Yeah.
Shit. You can have a freaking line of trees, making the sunset. So you're 6 foot tall and a tree, 10 miles away from you is 100 feet tall. Well, that sun is going to set behind those trees, buddy. Due to perspective, you know what I'm saying? Like when that sun goes away from you, or a helicopter or whatever it may be, it's going to set behind those trees due to perspective, not because of Earth curve. I used to use the thing, a helicopter sitting on a water tower and it takes off and goes directly away from you. You're looking up at the water tower. Would the water tower ever obstruct the helicopter? They have to say yes, right? Even though the helicopter is above the water tower. Just an angle change. I don't know if it's too easy or,
Right. Yeah, like a ratio, but I often think about it as like a ratio between the size of the object, the position it's in, and essentially how far you can see, which dictates where the ground and sky meet. So depending on all those ratios, if that point at which the ground and the sky meet is closer to you because of a lot of fog or whatever it may be, then the point at which something will set is going to be sooner. Like the sun is going to set sooner in that scenario.
Well, I know you hate this, but this is also why I call them deceivers, because when you're in this argument, they'll always say, well, perspective doesn't make anything disappear bottom up. Well, you've never heard me say that. I've said perspective makes things go further away from you and change your angle. And as that angle decreases, you're going to have atmospheric conditions as you get closer to the ground and you're looking through thicker, more dense air. That's going to create that bottom up obstruction. And they'll always bring it back to perspective. They know what they're doing. You think Blue don't know what he's doing when he says that? He's smart, right? You're dealing with smart people. They're not dumb. So they know how to argue. They'll always, for the audience sake, or to make you look dumb, they'll always say, you said perspective. No, I didn't. And then you have to argue about what you said. They know what they're doing. Yeah, they know they're
notice
doing
that in a lot of arguments, dude. People confuse perspective with Earth curvature, or they'll just randomly just go back and forth. 1 minute it's Earth curvature, next minute it's because of perspective.
That's debate tactics 101, man. I learned that in school. When you don't have a good argument, just create that confusion, obfuscation, and that's what these people do all day, man, day after day. Same people.
Well, the only thing is that you'd have to figure out whether they believe it, because they might actually be really into it and believe it, or whether they purposefully know it's not the case and are actually quote unquote deceiving in that scenario, like actually, being deceptive. Then there's a third option that maybe they don't really know. And so they're kind of just going with one, even though they don't really know yet,
Blue today, if you can't tell the way he answers things, then that's on you, right? But he agreed that perspective makes things disappear on a flat plane, then agreed that the atmosphere would make it look like it's disappearing bottom up, but it's actually not, just an optical effect. Like he agreed on all that, and then later on totally denied it, and then totally obfuscated, and then totally tried to call me an idiot for saying it and all. Tactics, man. If there's having to do that,
did he pull that on you?
Yeah, man.
Because he usually doesn't pull shit.
I couldn't believe he agreed that the atmosphere would cause it to disappear bottom up. And then later on, he said, "Oh, I didn't know you were talking on a flat plane." He tried to bring it back to the globe. He's full of shit, man. I mean, that's totally deceiving tactics.
I did 5 hours today with Dr. Rob Parks, who runs an observatory. I'll paste it in the chat. 5 hours, and it's like I lined him
nice. Yeah, you mentioned you were going to do this. Nice. How'd it go?
I lined him up, man. I buttered him up, and I lined him up.
Nice.
I got him. Have you ever seen that picture of Jupiter with the stupid aurora on top of it?
Yeah.
I went spent 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, looking for the original without it, because I knew it existed. And I'm going through, there it is, fucker, so I presented stuff like that. He started a lot on, well, how come you guys are so angry and just dissatisfied with everything? And I'm like, because you guys are full of shit, and so I had to say it really nice and had to explain where our distrust comes from. Then he disassociated from NASA. He reminded me that astronomy's been around a lot longer than that. And he's right. We talked about astrology and shit like that. And we got along, but I think I wanted to save him. I didn't want to destroy him because he's more valuable than you think. The guy runs an observatory. I could bounce shit off of him. So I've been enjoying the ballers lately because they bring something different to the table. You know, I mean, aside from arguing, whatever, but, you know, they do have some. You know, we need people with professional opinions, and we need their opinions because you know, and I know when we get to the top, like when Wakey Wakey gets a hold of somebody, they're useless. You know, they really don't know what they're talking about. They're stuck in academia. They tell you about the minor thing they learned, and they can't do what you do, Orkia, is look around and have questions, because that ain't what it's about for them. It's not, and it's sad because we want to burst their bubble and they're comfy, and we are assholes because it's our lack of contentment that makes us want them to fix it, kind of. You know, it's like, hey, you know, we're tired of you lying, and they're going, well, it's only minor deception. What's the problem? It's like, it's full-on deception, you know, because you can downplay it and call it minor. Bullshit, you know, and it's just gotten on top of the bullshit. Now it's authoritarian everywhere. Authoritarian bullshit. I'm not going to survive if they go through another mask thing. I'm not going to make it. No way. I'm not going to, you know, they're going to have to lock me up.
Oh, you're going to make it. We're all going to make it.
But my fucking brain works, you know?
I never heard of it like that. Yeah, I don't let it get to me too much. Like on here, I get wound up or whatever. Like, but I'm usually for a reason. Like, there's a reason I put my name out just to expose George. And, you know, I get on the blue a lot and wind him up just to show people, you know, it's just too easy, right? Like, Soundly even got aggravated and called me retard today. He usually keeps his cool more than anybody. And all I was doing was taking his own pictures and going, you don't think that's a mirage, dude? Things like that. And he ends up calling me a retard because of it. Like, that's troubling, man. What's he doing? Why is he here? I mean, he's been gone forever. There's no need for him to come back here and take this. He's here for a reason, man. But we'll see.
In terms of on this channel, yeah, he's probably been in, I want to say, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 times, something. Yeah, a couple weeks ago he had come in, a couple times, and yeah, we've had several discussions with him.
Yeah, he's a smart man. I mean, you know, he's obviously studied optics a while, and that's how I know he knows. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He knows more than me about optics. So you're saying he don't know about optical illusions caused by the angle that you're viewing a parallel line at over water? Yeah, right. Come on, man.
Well, this is the stuff that if all of the flaring up ad homs were not involved, that you could have actually hashed it out so we could hear fully both sides. I mean, you guys did hash out a lot, but it was also like, I wasn't really at my computer at the time. Like, I was listening, but I wasn't really able to interact much through it. But at parts, it was just going so fast, back and forth to all these different things. It was like, it was wild. And then and there was like a lot of points. It was hard to make out the specific points being made.
I called him a liar. He made a big deal about that. And then Lemon's like, yeah, don't call a liar. And then like 5 seconds later, Lemon's calling him a liar.
Oh yeah, Rakia, I was there for that. I thought that was I was at work, but that was definitely,
it was pretty obvious
I gained
that
a
he
lot
was
from
lying.
that. Thanks,
We
you
shouldn't
guys.
have been calling him a liar, but it was funny that Lemon was like, yeah, Rocky, you need to calm down, settle down. Like 5 seconds later, Lemon's going, you're actually, he said it in a different way, but he was basically calling him a liar.
A deceiver, he said, yeah.
Because he was, man. He was blatantly not being honest, you know, about what he, you know, there's just no way he's being honest. He's too smart. He's using the tactic. Anyway. Yeah, I get on the sound. Like I said, there's certain people that I'm just gonna. They've been doing it for years, man. These are the same people that came after me, right? I mean, these are the same people that, you know, all the horror stories.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't it ultimately up to the audience to figure out what the truth is? And so, at the end of the day,
that's why I said the conversation with that guy earlier, the teacher. See, I told him, I didn't ask him, you know, I didn't say, are you a teacher? I said, where did you teach, right? Because I knew he was a teacher. I was just letting him know I'm smart enough to, you know, decipher how he's answering questions and what he is. And just to let him know, right? So the audience can decide that during our conversation, he's a mainstream teacher. Of course, he's going to have some bias. I'm someone who, I'm just an idiot on the street, basically, thinking of theories, what's happening, and then you can go research what I'm saying. Is anyone going to go research what he said? No. They already know it. Or they already think it's bullcrap. How are you going to go research what he was saying? You can't verify anything. Did he ever say, go to a lab and see how far, whatever he was saying, bending space-time is? He can't do it. Theoretical nonsense, man. It's not science.
Right. I mean, if to be able to recreate it, you'd have to recreate like a sphere that exactly did all that and had like an atmosphere, or anything that had an atmosphere that dissipated like that, the way they try to describe it. Yeah,
it's not nonsense in this case. It's scientific nonsense. Totally.
Yeah.
Totally different. Totally.
But when they ask us, can we recreate what we're talking about? Hell yeah. We can't do it to scale. I mean, who can recreate it to Earth scale? But we can scale it down.
We want you to know nonsense means something different in science.
Well, you can introduce the plant growth and all that into a container and get all the condensation and introduce an electrical charge and current and thermal energy and all that, and pretty much replicate everything that we see in our lifetime. I mean, it can be done. How water flows.
Hey, Rakia, have you ever seen the terrariums that are under the sea and just like 3 or 4 feet under the surface? They're anchored to the bottom, and they got air in them. So you suck air and you drop it, and it lives under the sea. They're probably 3 or 4 feet across, maybe 2 feet. Have you ever seen them?
Well, I'd like to then.
Okay, well, imagine a terrarium, functioning, whatever, everything you'd imagine under the sea, and it creates its own ecosystem, and with the fresh air it started with, and it gets sunlight from above, right? Because it's just under the surface, or maybe 6-8 feet under the surface. If I'm using my visual recollection, there was 3 of them. I'll find the name of the project, and I noticed as the sun hit each individual terrarium dome that the things inside would have shared a sun. In other words, each terrarium shared a sun as it hit the dome and traversed across each individual dome, but there was only one sun. So I thought that was interesting. For instance, if we have outer ponds, they may not need their own sun.
You mean that there's one
cover. They just need a cover. They just need a cover.
That's pretty mind blowing. So are you saying wow? All right. So the idea that there's actually one massive sun somewhere out there, and somehow it's being like refracted into each of these realms.
Because we are getting some funky lensing stuff, and
yeah.
So simple solution. That's the way you're thinking when you're thinking of the superconductivity and the superfluids and all that. It's just logic, and they cut it off like right midstream. It seems like regular science just cuts it off on imagination anymore. Because they go forward, they don't go backwards to basics. You and I think logically, so we think about shit like that. But when I saw the 3 things, noticing that the sun going, let's say west to east or east to west, would go across each individual one, and the people, the plants, or whatever lived inside would see it go across the sky. So, wow, 2 of them side by side could share the sun just that easily. So
when I started
that's sort of waters above, waters below kind of vibe then too, as well.
Yeah, when you add that water, it can do some funky stuff, right? That's why I think, you can get the waves, and then they call it a lunar wave for a reason, but you get the lights twinkling, and just go look at a pool light. But when I first started researching superfluid, I went to a presentation at my local university at night, and I wasn't a student or anything. I just went. It was amazing, dude. I can't even explain it all. Like, definitely not. My memory's terrible, but I'm definitely not smart enough to explain all the things they're thinking of. But you go research it now. There's scientists now that are saying if it is a superfluid, or I think it is a superfluid up there above us, that throws all of our viewing of outer space off, right? The distances, what we're seeing, all of that is different. So they're acknowledging it. I don't think the sun is the actual physical sun that I think it's whatever projection or reflection or who knows? I mean, but you throw a crystalline dome up there, light coming through it or in it with water behind it, or if it's in a fluid, you start, those lights can go all over the place. Don't have all the answers. It just, I see it in a different light. And I know that mainstream has freaking lied, like, almost about everything to a certain extent. So I see it in a biblical stance why they would lie. I think they're using creation to lie about the creator, to hide the creator. Well, why wouldn't you? If you have that, whatever, that element, I call it satanic, but if you have that element that wants to go against the creator, then just say the opposite about creation. How can it be that the majority of people think we're on a sphere? Basically, people that's never even thought about it or measured it. They just believe what the authorities told them. And then there's another group out here that does do all the testing that they can and deep thinking and critical think it's not a sphere. There's no way that's possible. It's just not possible. You give me the media and the schools and all that for 5-10 years, and everybody would they wouldn't think they were on a sphere. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They'd be free thinking. That's the only reason people believe that. They're stuck in it. Don't know how to get out or don't want to get out.
Hey, you know what I noticed? That early aviation that was private was Amelia Earhart, gone. Charles Lindbergh, baby, gone. Look up Lindbergh. He was an intense dude. What a really trippy dude. And they were private aviation. Like the first global supposed treks, They knew about the shape of the earth. They got fucked with.
Patsy Cline, like a lot of these artists were outspoken and telling the masses, because people were listening to them back then. Look, you're being lied to, she got killed in a plane crash. People, almost all the people like that are gone. Like they die of mysterious, deaths or whatever.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be a whistleblower.
Well, back then it was, it was easy. Now with the internet, it's a lot of disinformation and a lot of truth that people just get bogged down. Like that's what I've found. People just don't care, man. They don't want to spend the time to learn. They just want to listen to music, watch TV, have sex, eat.
Yeah, you're right. They're overloaded with information. They're overloaded with disinformation. But what you and I see is misinformation. We see what's missing from the data sets. And I'm surprised we can't get to the ballers to understand your data set is incomplete. I'm surprised we can't logically get to it.
Right, and the assumptions. Yes, exactly. Like once the assumptions are founded, they'll still go with it.
But if we're like 7-on-1 and they're bouncing us around the alley, it's and then we're emotional. We already got our problems before we got here. We end up in a war. It's fucked up. It's like it's a hard way to communicate with people that are hell bent to begin with.
Yeah.
You're here for their punching bag. You go into certain rooms, and that's your role, is to be a punching bag.
I've been in, lately I've been off the internet a little bit, but been doing like small groups and like locally, and it's been great, man. People are so receptive in person. and they're coming to me, right? I'm not going to them, to their group, going, blam, here you've been lied to all this time. They're coming to me going, hey, how about this? What about this? I've heard you say this. And, they're just listen. And once you have that conversation and they can go do their own research, it's over with. I mean, it's easy that way. You waste your time here fighting Kosho and Soundly and Blue all day. I mean, it's a lot of, like you're never gonna gain anything with Blue. I mean,
I'm always open to other people's viewpoints on things because there's always something I can usually learn and pick up. I think I hear what you're saying. I think there are some guys that really do just want to kind of be argumentative. Or the thing I've noticed, which happens a lot, where I mean, we've talked about actually even like moderating more for this, like specifically, and it kind of seems like the energy is already shifting. Where although this still happens, but where someone will come in and they'll basically assume the role of a teacher, even though you didn't agree to be their student. They just assume that, and then they just start unloading all kinds of teachings onto you that they then expect you to like instantly concede to. Instead of an actual conversation where there's an actual back and forth going on of minds in that sense. So yeah, they kind of take it more into that sometimes.
Blue's trying to be my teacher, right? Like, are you kidding me? You're trying to teach. He tried to teach me how to set slabs. I literally do 10 a week. Do you understand what I'm saying? And he's trying to tell me how to do it. I'm the whole time I was laughing. My son was in the car and he was like, "Wow, dude, that dude's pretty arrogant."
But to tell you the truth, they're used to dealing with dummies. Certain rooms got a bunch of fluffers that gather around someone and go, yeah, you're right, and they have small minds, small ideas. You give them a little bit of it, they get all jacked. We come in and we're emotional, and they go, "Look, you're an emotional mess," and it's like, yeah, because I can't communicate through stupid. No, you're stupid. No, you're stupid. And
it's crazy because the first, like, in the morning, Monday morning, the first thing I'm going to do is take out an auto level. I mean, it's the very first thing I do and my crews do. Almost every fight we go on, that's the first thing we do. I don't know how else to say it. Like, and Blue's going to tell me he probably hadn't used an auto level in 20, 30, 40 years if he used one at all. He said he built a couple of houses, but just, I mean, craziness how they think, right? He wants to be my teacher. Hey, I'm open if you want to tell me something new and improved about the auto level or the process or whatever, but you're telling me you got to put it in the middle to get the four corners perfect? No, you don't. I mean, come on, man. He was sticking to it too.
God, he's one of the nicest ones.
Yeah, he's pretty chill. I mean,
yeah,
me and him.
Think about it. He's one of the nicest ones.
Yeah,
but
our differences.
I don't got time to be nice all the time. I'm just like you. You know what I mean? I don't got time. Who's got time to be nice? If I was going to be nice, I'd be a Canadian.
Yeah, he's crossed the line, so it's hard to go back, get on the line again. I've crossed the line with him. He's crossed the line with me, so it's just going to be like that. But he's pretty knowledgeable. Like, he's definitely smart. You know what I'm saying? You can gain knowledge from him, but when he starts saying stuff like Gio was saying, he's trying to teach you. Come on, man.
I've been working them lately, though. I've been gathering up a couple of links on something. I thrust them out there and start talking about it, and they start finishing my research. Really cool. They'll start, debunking me, and they'll go a layer or two deeper while I'm yelling at someone else. The guys in the chat are digging up my research. It's really funny. You can kind of set them up to do your work because they're so hot to debunk you that you just put out a subject and they start doing your research. Pretty funny.
Blue for years has said, water levels aren't used on construction sites, right? Like, they're not used. Well, like a couple of weeks ago, he admitted on a live stream that he personally used a water level on a construction site. So we've been ragging him about that.
So
he used the water level.
What's he claiming to some saying because there's lasers now, meaning they're not used anymore, or what the hell was he saying?
Dude, he's just against our group, and we're all about water level. Water is the baseline, right? So a water level tool is the most accurate over distance, and you don't need line of sight. So ultimately, it's actually the best tool, but it's not as convenient, right? Unless you don't have line of sight, and that's what he admitted. We were inside of a refractor. We didn't have line of sight, so we had to use a water level tool.
So think about this too. The tool is the container. The water's the tool. You're referring to the container.
Water controlled by the container, so it's not affected by the outside element.
But the water is the tool.
It's very accurate, dude. If you use it right, you can use it an inch apart or a mile apart, and it's the same thing.
People they talk about different tools, and it's like no different. Fucking water does the job.
You can't do that with any man-made tool. Even the auto levels close up are inaccurate. Water is the key. It's the baseline of everything. Life. You can't live without water, I promise you.
All right, let me just try this. Let's see how it goes for me, right? I'm going to explain to you how as I go across the water, it's not a straight line. I'm going to say, well, it's level when you started, and you see it's level everywhere you go. So if I ignore movement, you'll never have... It's like, I don't understand what the fuck they're thinking, It's like, well, you're level everywhere you go. And it's like, yeah, but as soon as you move, you're drawing a line. Let's talk about the line, you fucking asshole. You're moving. It's like...
What you don't hear a lot is, and if you question them on it, they have to say higher than certain parts, but it's lower. Like it dips down and it goes up due to the gravitational pull of the geoid. Nuts. Look at the picture that Blue posted earlier. He's got the ocean lower than the Earth's surface and higher. He has to. It's craziness, man.
Yeah, so here's the path that I've been going on with them, because they're like finally being cool, and they're going, okay, what's it going to take? And I go, well, of course, it's a rocket. As a matter of fact, we're getting close. A couple hours, they're going to fire one of these fuckers up again, go to the moon. So it'd be nice to see an uncut shot. It'd be nice if you took advantage of that platform and gave us a shot of Earth live. And they start in with, nah, man, there's too much other shit. Himwari this, Epic that. You don't need it. Why would we do it just for you? All this bullshit. As if there's no navigational or weather value of a fucking live shot of Earth. And then they tell me...
What would you be excused? How would you dismiss it if you got it? What would you do? You'd say, no, I did that too.
I understand that argument, but it's...
I mean, you got a huge pile of evidence that you say no on to. You say, well, maybe this one more piece of evidence, then we won't say no on to that one.
Well, I was asked what would I be looking for? And of course, I'd like to see the Earth and Moon together, or I'd like to see home. I'd like to see live home. It's not that much to ask. Earth in all its glory would be cool. That's not too much to ask. So anyway, they start telling me about all this crap that's already up there, right? And it's like, and they have shown us that there's something, possibly transiting around or ballooning around or bulleting around that they're calling the ISS. I get that there's something we're tracking there. So help me verify it. Show me something else. Show me how, let's say a geosynchronous satellite for communications. Oh no, it's too small and too far away. Really? 22,000 miles away? It's going, okay. Even though it's stationary? Okay. How about something the size of a bus that's 300 miles away? And all of a sudden, the crickets start in. It's like, because you just got through telling me the thing was too small and too far away, but this shit's floating around out by the ISS. Get your fucking little camera out and shut the fuck up, right? So they won't produce that. Chandra's 60 feet long. They won't produce that. They tell us it's not for flat earthers to depict what we're supposed to see.
The Anatov 225, a Russian plane, it's one of the biggest planes in the world, right?
Yeah.
Its wingspan and the length of it is effectively and basically its surface area is much bigger than the ISS. At 30,000 feet, its angular size is smaller than the ISS.
So let's not confuse difficulty with impossibility, because that's a trick. Yeah, it might be difficult. But don't tell me it's impossible. Don't even try. I'm not falling for it. Yeah, it might be hard.
You see the ISS not only because of its size, but because it's very, very bright on a dark background.
Or the opposite, as it traverses the moon.
Well,
But
that's
why does
true.
it appear? Why does it appear bigger than an object that is bigger than it, when the object that's bigger than it is closer than it?
Because it's really, really bright against a
What I
dark
know,
background.
it's about equal to the size of a football stadium. And what I'd like to see an object like a football stadium. What I asked for was, buildings pointing in different directions.
Look at the Anatol 225 in the air, bro. Trust me, like I don't care. You can try and say because it's bright and it's against a dark backdrop, right?
Well,
Again,
that's why you see it.
so you're saying that then it's being lensed to be, because remember that
No, because
we're
it's
talking
really,
about
really
angular
bright.
size. We're talking about an inverse square law almost, right?
Kinda, but in the meantime,
Yeah.
it's like really, really bright. When it does come overhead with non-visible passes, and you don't see it. You only see it when it's lit.
Okay. Why does it appear to be the size it is when something that is bigger than it in terms of the surface area and the width and breadth of it, okay, like the Anatol 225 plane, right? Why is it appearing
Why
the
don't
way
you
it is?
guys just run the math, see how big whatever that is should be at what X distance?
Oh, you mean the former Anatov 225, the one that's now a pile of aircraft parts in Ukraine?
So how big is this plane or whatever, and what's the distance we're looking for?
Have a look. Someone type it in.
290 feet. I get it, and gotta get it in. Okay,
You said 290 feet?
290 feet wingspan, 276 feet long. What's that?
Okay, and what's the distance we're looking for? Like, how far is this thing?
30,000 feet, he said.
30,000 feet. 30,000 feet. 30,000 feet.
Arm was about to model it up.
No, I'm just literally just gonna do the math. I mean,
Yeah, I know you're already
Well,
you're cooking
not-
it up. You're getting it all set. You're building
it's
the
easy.
3D graphical environment.
So they're telling me that they got plenty of stuff in the sky looking at Earth. And I'm like, okay, show me the Eiffel Tower. Show me the Empire State Building sticking in different directions. I'll be cool. And they start telling me there's no resolution. So
No, they have but the satellites. I mean, you can see that on Google Earth, which is pictures from space.
So, there is value in seeing the Earth. We can zoom in, we can zoom out. In other words, they could prove a globe to us. They're not. They could prove it in a second. But they claim.
Why do satellites only take images of the Earth in a parallel straight line from a 12 position above it? Why don't they take, like, imagine you're looking down, right? And the way you're looking down, you have the angles of a clock, right? So the base of the clock is looking down toward the Earth. So why is it that they only take a picture at the 6 o'clock position? Why don't they take well, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. There's a website called Satellites at Oblique Angle.
They do that all the time. The military satellites do that all the time. Now you're not going to be able to see the take from the military satellite, but they do it.
Provide some images for me.
From
And
the
prove that it's
classified
not sent to a
military
U-2 spy plane.
from the classified military satellites, right? I'll do that for you right
Yeah.
away.
Well, no. Well,
Maybe Donald Trump.
Redundant.
Ask Donald Trump. He's got some in Mar-a-Lago. I understand.
That's redundant, bro. That's redundant, then, isn't it?
Real fast.
We have it. I know we have it, but you've never seen it. Can't show
I've
it.
seen it actually. There have been a couple that have been released openly.
No, cool.
It was one of the Russian, one that would leak by one of the spies. The carrier being assembled.
It could just be a high altitude aerial vehicle.
Yeah, except that a lot of these places the U-2s don't fly anymore because they're vulnerable.
Well, there isn't just the U-2, right?
That's pretty much it these days. The SR has been retired for some time.
Okay, so anyway, the plane thing that was talked about earlier, using, what was it, roughly 290 feet, whatever, and then using the distance or the height of 30,000 feet. I mean, I personally, the math that I got was like roughly half a degree angular size. So yeah, it would be larger than the ISS, but I don't get what the argument is. Yeah, what is the argument? I'm confused.
Well, we're talking about an object, right? Yeah. That appears to be lit. I don't know how you don't get the argument.
Well, I'm just saying, the number that I got is half a degree in angular size. And the ISS is supposed to be like what? Let me do the math of the ISS real fast again. The ISS is it's really close to that, I think. It's like divided by. I don't know. It's like smaller than that though.
Yeah, but no. When you look at it with your eye, it appears to be bigger than the Anatov 225 at its maximum altitude.
257.
The ISS appears to be bigger, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I don't know about that because I mean, the angular
Well,
size.
the guy a minute ago said the reason for that is because of the amount of light that's touching it, and then the amount of light that's reflected onto it, and it's got a backdrop that's dark. That's what you said before.
And real fast, what's the name of this plane? Because I haven't gotten the name of it. I want to real fast.
225.
225. Wait, what was that first part? I didn't quite hear that. 225 what?
Anatov. ANTOV.
Oh, okay, thank you. Right, so you sure? Wait, so you're saying that the ISS visually appears larger than this thing? I mean, is there any evidence of this? I mean, I feel like because no way would the ISS ever appear larger than a plane unless it was really, really far away. I mean,
at its maximum altitude, like when I've seen it with my eye, right? Okay. Yeah, it appears to be that the ISS looks bigger.
Is this anecdotal or is there like actual evidence for this?
That's why I'm throwing it out there. Try and find out if it's not anecdotal or not. I think most people, if they're being honest with themselves, they've looked at the ISS, observed it as people have told them to, told them where it roughly is going to be, and then they've also looked at planes at the highest altitude possible. Maybe not the Anatol 225, but those planes appear to be, well, roughly either the same size or a lot smaller, right?
Okay, but from the math that I did a while back, the angular size of the ISS seems to check out. It's the right size. It's like what was it, like a 30th or a 40th of the moon's angular size, and that checks out with the math that I got. So I think the angular size of the ISS is fine. I think the angular size of this what is it, Anatov 225 thing is wrong. You got to figure that out. Why the fuck is this smaller than the ISS? That's the real conundrum. Because it seems to check out with me. It's just this plane is the fucking is the
I
conundrum.
get what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't. These guys that would be doing this deception have so much money and resources. They wouldn't not make. the angular size fit for what they're claiming, you know?
So then, okay, so how is there an argument then? How is who was it, crack villain? How are they able to make this argument then if the angular size number should be correct? I don't. It should be the
I didn't
plane.
say that. I'm just saying from what I've witnessed myself, right? The Anatov should look a lot bigger than the ISS, right? The surface area of the Anatov is much larger, right?
Yeah.
It's at much lower altitudes. But anytime that I've fucking seen that plane versus looking at the ISS appears to be bigger. That's all I'm stating. It's anecdotal at best. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
But there's also an issue with it too. There's also 30,000 feet is if it's directly above you. If it's also in the distance, then there's an extra amount of distance going on. You know, it could be more than just 30,000 feet away from you. It could be a bunch of miles away from you.
I'm talking about 12 o'clock above my head, obviously.
Yeah, if it's 12 o'clock above your head, then it should always be bigger. Yeah. No doubt. I will agree with that. Especially considering its size, because.
But obviously, I didn't have like a thing to measure the angular size of it there and then. I had no scope with any form of scale or gauge that I could do so with, right?
Yeah.
So, like I'm not gonna lie and say that, and I'm going off of memory. I didn't see them both next to each other in the sky either.
Fair enough. That's very truthful.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is, Crack?
The ISS, I have no clue what it is. Like it could be some form of vehicle that we fucking don't know about. I reckon.
Could be a space station for all we know. I mean, if you look at it that way, I mean, like
that it is actually a tube of metal up there that you can go up to?
no, it could be someone else's station. It might not even, obviously they're faking the interior stuff. That's the thing that's a trip. They're proving there's something there, but they're still fudging the exterior. So that leads towards our hologram bullshit, or it's too fast for balloon bullshit. We don't really know the height, but it does appear to be fucking fast. Could they project something across the sky? Fuck yeah. Are they going to bother? I don't know. I don't know. That's why I say, show me the Hubble, show me Chandra. Just show me something else up there. 16,000 of the fucking things. And maybe I'll ease up. They convinced me they could survive in the temperature. The fuckers convinced me that it's only radiation coming from the sun and not heat. Now, I know that sounds like bullshit, but that's their story. That it's radiation in space converted to heat when it hits the planet and gets trapped in the atmosphere as the temperature rise that we feel. So I'm like, what the fuck's with the temperature of satellites? How could they survive? And they give us that shit story about it being too thin. But when they mentioned finally someone smart, it's not heat, it's radiation. I maybe could swallow that. Maybe. So I'll give them credit. Now I got to start on that path. What is radiation compared to heat? It's like, fuck. So they got me on that. Now I got to look that up. Because I was sure the materials couldn't survive, the heat of the sun. Which I can feel out my door with my hand. So that's interesting. And they start giving us all this bullshit about temperature variations everywhere, and you can't get a straight answer out of them. So, is something up there? Yeah, their fix is in. Have they put the fix in? Yeah, they kind of have. But I've been busy pushing past the NASA program and looking at the other things in space the whole time. The NR, the National Reconnaissance Office, and the ULA, United Launch Alliance. Supposedly like the most successful company in space, 155 in a row successful launches, and we never heard of them. That says something.
Have any of you seen the new high altitude launch? Basically, it's where they spin on an arm, a smaller form of rocket, right? And it's inside of a vacuum chamber, and it spins around on a
Yeah, I've seen
carbon
that.
fiber arm, and yeah, basically it uses centrifugal, propulsion in order to fling it out. They open up the vacuum chamber with these doors very quickly and close it up very quickly, and it's similar to what that guy did back in Germany with the hydrogen cannon to try and get something higher up at a fast velocity before you use a rocket to take it on high further.
They call it a slingshot. Slingshot.
Yeah, the slingshot. That's it.
Yeah, they call it spin launch. There's a company called Spin Launch. It is the stupidest fucking thing you've ever seen.
Works.
It didn't
It
work.
was kind of cool.
Prototype worked.
If you look at that footage slowly, its drift from left to right as it penetrates the cover is ridiculous. In other words, it got hurled out of there. It didn't get gently released. It was.
Well, yeah. What do you expect?
Well, it flopped out like a mess. It went flopping out of it. It didn't go.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, that's only prototype. They got to build a
You know
bigger
that.
one now.
You know when you shoot a railgun, the round also looks like that at the beginning. It does look exactly like that. It rocks back and forth until it starts to stabilize a little bit further along. So like that doesn't like. I get your point though. It does look fucking ridiculous, doesn't it?
Well, just the idea that we'll throw something into space is. It's not even worth talking about.
Why? Because you don't believe it, or?
Well, first of all, we're not used to tossing projectiles over 200 miles, or tossing them straight up. We're just not used to it. If you think we've achieved the velocities and you think it's possible,
well, they haven't done it yet. They've only done the prototype.
But
Next one is to build.
Look at the potential stress on the payloads.
Yeah,
so now we got some tremendous stress if we can release it, if we can get it out.
There are problems. You got 30 Gs. You got 30 Gs for a couple hours. Right.
So maybe I'm used to old-fashioned satellites where they were much larger, and the term satellite maybe has changed a bit to me. These smaller.
These things is like they're going to send 10 of them in one go, like in a day, and they're going to be very small with little small parts that then get built up there. Like I'm a flat earther dude, so I'm very skeptical of all this shit. I personally think it won't be used for satellites. I think they'll end up using it for ordnance release. Personally,
yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Fuckload more sense. It really does.
Which is what we saw with lots of various delivery mechanisms in the past.
Explain more what you mean by that.
Well, I mean,
development is probably not going to be the end use, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't believe the end game is going to end up being like it might be their intention right now, but I personally think that eventually it will be used in order that as a weapon. It will be used as a weapon. Intercontinental missile, effectively.
Why would we need that? We got intercontinental missiles.
Well, yeah, but that uses a lot of fuel, doesn't it?
Who gives a shit? You're firing off nukes.
Here it is in the chat. You can see here it is. Here it is set up for a sideways projectile right here instead of upward. So it says a little something right there that they can launch it like artillery.
Well, if they can get kinetic, if they can get the velocity out of it that they're claiming, right, it is going to basically be extremely effective as a weapon if fired in an artillery arc instead of straight up. This will reach massive amounts of distance. The payload could be quite big. You can have intermediate forms of nukes, right? The Russians have a massive amount of, right? Apparently,
that would be very useless as a weapon.
You know why it's
well,
pointed like that?
It depends whether you have a. Depends whether if you can launch 10 of them, right? Yeah, and then out of every one of those, you have 30 different select payloads come out of it that are all nuclear, right? So like, I don't know if you're quite understanding the potential for it to be a release mechanism, right?
He just
This
downplayed
thing
it.
won't have a heat signature. You're really not getting it. This thing wouldn't have a heat signature like that of a rocket. Okay, right? There's lots of different things about this that make it a very good way of being a release mechanism for ordnance. Trust
For
me.
instance,
Except it's a fixed
immigration
position.
problems. You know, if you have immigration problems,
It's a fixed position, though. That's always a tough one when you have a.
just launch.
And you know why it's pointed like that at that angle, don't you? Because in order to get to orbit, you need a whole shitload of sideways.
That is true. You have to. You do have to go sideways to get into
Yeah,
that.
going straight up, that doesn't get you to orbit unless you can, get all the way to escape velocity, and generally it's not possible.
A sideways cosmology based on a sideways exit the Earth.
Well, you got to get in order to orbit the Earth, you need a whole shitload of sideways. It's not just straight up.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Gio, I mean, it's not really funny. I mean, if you actually, I mean, and it's not me trying to, dunk on you or anything. I'm just saying, like, realistically, that's how orbits work. If you go straight up, you're not going to get an orbit out of that. I mean, there's no way you can logically figure that,
Yeah.
Well, it seems like it would
what would
be-
happen? You'd fall back to Earth. You'd just fall straight back to Earth, right? Instead of falling around it. So you're saying it's impossible.
No, well, you have to realize the way this thing works is that they launch it up as high as they possibly can, and once it's at its maximum velocity, as high as it's going to get, it releases a part of it, and there's a rocket inside of it that does the rest.
That makes sense.
It's because they launch it from the land, and when it releases its payload, they don't want it to land on their head, so that they want it to land in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
No, this is Newton's cannon. If you fire something, the orbit's going to take it right back to where it was. It'll hit the spin launch if it doesn't fire.
I just want one on garbage day. Just want to launch my.
Anyone that believes that, like, and maybe this spin launch thing.
Well, the prototype looked interesting.
Anyone that genuinely believes like some shit that flat earthers say, and I am one, alright. So when people say that in the past people out of a black powder cannon fired a cannon straight up and the ball landed back in the barrel, that is fucking stupid. Know anything about ballistics? Not only is that improbable, it's nearly impossible. It could happen on a one-off if you did it like 1,000,000 times, maybe.
Well, if everything was perfect, it would.
What's the probability of everything being perfect? The amount of powder that's even packed, how it's packed. It's very difficult for that to happen.
Well, I was going to respond before what someone was saying about the escape thing. If the Earth was a globe the way they described, it seems like you would be able to do either. You could either just go straight out, or you could get at some curve if you wanted and try to whip with it. Like, I get that idea, but
Well,
it seems like you should also be able just to shoot right out of it. Why not?
How would that give you an orbit, though? I mean, the whole point of an orbit is to go around the thing. If you go straight up, you only have, you're only going vertical. There's no.
No, I was just talking about blasting off the thing and getting out of it. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's different if you're trying to claim some kind of orbit versus beyond the whole thing. But I'm just saying, even if you were getting to orbit, you still should be able to go straight out, and then you just kind of like turn off your thrusters, and then you would just get caught in it, and it would start going. You start orbiting it, right?
Well, the mechanics of this machine is if you launch it from Earth, from this position, it's going to come right back around and hit you from the other side. You got to fire off something in order to do it. It's just mechanics. It's orbital mechanics.
Well, it's an orbital concept, but not based on actual physics.
Actually, it's totally based on physics. This is fairly well understood stuff.
Pseudo physics or real physics?
Real physics. The Newton's cannon. Newton figured this one out, I think. Or was it after him? I forget.
Wait, what did he figure out? Can you substantiate any of what you just said?
At 2:30 in the morning, probably not. I'll have to look into it.
Well, I'm not calling you out. I'm just like asking for more
Well,
info.
they call it Newton's canon. I don't know.
Right.
I thought he proposed it. I don't know if he figured it out or not. But the basic thing is that if you fire it, the way that it works is it's going to come back around and go back to its launch point, unless you put in other energy. I think you have to put it at apogee. No, you have to put it when it
When
slows
you say
down.
go back around, what do you mean by that?
It's going to orbit. If you throw it far enough and high enough with enough velocity, it'll come back around, hit you in the back of the head.
Okay.
Seriously.
And next week,
That's what this thing's going to do.
snap my fingers and create a new universe.
Yeah, we've made it.
That's fucking hilarious.
We're shooting.
Brilliant.
We're
Cheers
shooting
for that.
a
That was a good
cannonball. We're shooting a cannonball one way, and it starts coming from behind us.
Yeah, it will. He'll wrap around the Earth and come back and hit you in the back of the head.
So Newton actually did this. Is that how he died, or was it mercury poisoning?
It's theoretical on his point.
I think I've got a gift for that.
Theoretical kick in the ass.
He had me going then. I thought he actually believed that shit. Good joke,
Oh,
mate.
it's true.
I found
Here
it.
it is. Geo, yeah.
Wait, you're not joking?
So
No,
this
it's serious. This is
Oh, shit.
this is a well-known orbital mechanics
All right,
problem.
mate, just stop. Because now you make me feel ill.
If you want, you can feel ill all you want, but this is if you ever studied orbital mechanics, one of the first things you'll talk about is Newton's canon and the problem and what you have to do in order to solve it. Wonder what the spin
Is
laws.
theoretical canon or an actual canon?
It's theoretical, because he
Well, it's
didn't
not a
really have
problem that needs to be solved, then, is it?
he didn't have a big enough cannon to do it.
Dude, things just don't do that, man. Balls don't just curve around upside down.
Actually, they do.
Especially huge lead heavy balls like that. Like,
actually,
what goes up must come down. They will propel due to real physics, like in an arc, depending if you throw it or roll it. Or
if you throw it, if you
and
throw
if
it
it
fast,
changes elevation, sure, it'll arc off. Like if you threw one off of like a waterfall, you know, and went smashing into the water, like you're gonna get an arc. You're gonna get an arc, but it's gonna hit the ground. Everything grounds out.
See that if you go fast enough, though, you actually fall faster than you know. So you basically fall. It's like falling to the earth and missing because you're going so far. You're going fast forward so fast that you miss the earth. So you're basically falling, and as you fall, you keep missing the earth.
Everyone learns that. Everyone doesn't.
Yeah, everyone who studies orbital mechanics, yeah.
Right. It seems wild compared to up and down. It does.
Well, it's basic orbital mechanics.
But orbit basically doesn't exist. So
actually, they do.
If you start to look up today how NASA is slipping the word orbit into balloon flights, and
no, they're orbital mechanics, well known, very physical, lots of numbers, lots of math.
Right. So how does a balloon have an orbit? Why is NASA using the terms now?
Balloon have an orbit.
Exactly. Why would they use that term?
What balloon are they using the word orbit on?
Well, they're just
Echo 1?
Oh no, I mean recent shit. I'll just type it in and see like.
You understand Echo 1 was a satellite that was inflated in space, right?
Right, and it was also like 60 years ago. So when I said this, I was with you. So satellite, balloon, orbit. And wow, gas after it's been put into orbit. Let's see. Satellites inflated with gas and put into orbit. You're probably right. That's but the point is that a balloon shouldn't have the word orbit shouldn't exist. The available method of the creation of large reflecting objects balloons, precision orbit determinations based on an optical training. The term is the point is they're slipping the word orbit into balloon flight, and I resent that. I'll post that I haven't done any more research on that, other than I smell trouble. And that's the illogical part of flat earthers where we smell trouble. But I'm telling you, the word orbit shouldn't belong near the word balloon.
What link did you find? Can you post that in the chat? Oh, you did. Sorry.
It's just basic search. I haven't looked into it yet. But I see the word orbit slipping in a great deal, and I'm pretty uptight about it. Commercial balloons in the stratosphere, geostationary satellites which orbit. Confusing the two. Let's see. Companies are sending up massive high-level balloons.
Yeah, you're talking. These are echo, basically echoes and echo clones.
Space startup aims to launch CubeSats on balloon. It says here, dedicated rise orbit. No. I mean, I'll copy some more specific links, but I'm right. They're slipping the word orbit, and it's not cool. It's not cool at all. They're definitely slipping the word orbit into balloon flight. So that goes against what we were taught about orbit. Orbit is a state of falling. So they got no room using the term here, if you ask me. Applying these methods of the motion.
Are you talking about where they take a rocket, put it on a balloon, and then fire it from high altitude and go to orbit?
I don't think so. I'm seeing it over and over again, or over and over again. Here, Leo explains on its website that high altitude balloons launch can cut energy requirements.
That's what they
can cut energy requirements to orbit by over 10%.
Right. So what you do is you take a rocket and you put it on a balloon, and you take the balloon up to 100, 130,000 feet, and then you fire off the rocket to go to orbit.
I've heard of that. I know what you're talking about, but I don't believe what you're talking about. I hear you, but I
send the link. I mean, that's what I'm seeing in these links.
All right, you could be right. I'll look into it further.
That and then you've got Echo and the clones where they take.
I don't see the word rocket in any of these, but I wasn't looking for it either. The assumption is that the balloon was a balloon.
Balloons can go high, but
for a balloon satellite with a semi-major axis, 5 radii. This I don't understand any of this. The atmosphere drag is already significant. Where's the word orbit in this? Anyway, something to think about if they're slipping the word in. Oh, it's in the headline. Nonlinear evolution of a balloon satellite orbit. Boy, I better send you this one. Yeah, it doesn't take much research to note that they're slipping the word orbit into things that don't apply to what we were taught an orbit is. Because an orbit is a state of falling, a state of free fall. And I'm definitely seeing the word orbit having nothing to do with orbiting.
All right, the first line of the abstract you sent me, the motion of a spherically symmetric balloon satellite near the equatorial plane. That's Echo.
You say so. Echo wasn't like 45 years ago?
I know, but it's an Echo clone then. It's a.
How did you assume that?
It says balloon satellite. If you look up Echo, they talk about balloon satellites. That's the other link you sent me.
No, but you're pretending that means they're rocket based.
Well, I assume so.
Well, but they're not.
Well,
they launch balloons out of Antarctica all the time. There's
yeah,
no rocketry
balloons don't
involved.
go to orbits. Balloons don't go to orbits.
That's my whole point. Thank you very much.
A balloon satellite is an Echo-ish thing.
All right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I just wouldn't expect to see the word orbit, satellite, and balloon. I'm seeing lots of them here. There have been balloons in space in orbit around Earth. There have been. So that's in the past, like you're talking. 3-stage vehicle designed to put a 75 kg payload into a sun-synchronous orbit is launched from a high-altitude helium balloon. So you're right, that's a rocket from a balloon.
So I see it. There are two things that are happening here. One is they're launching a rocket from a high altitude balloon, and the other one is that they put a satellite into orbit and then inflate it. Echo is the most famous of those.
Hybrid global communication architecture with balloons and what? Just saying, between geostationary satellites and the balloons. This is all interesting stuff. I'd have to look into it a great deal more. Equivalent, the last decade, 20th century, seen the emergence of satellite constellations. Here it is right here. The last decade of the 20th century has seen the emergence of satellite constellations in low or medium Earth orbit. I sure see what I'm talking about here. Maybe I'm not missing the details. You're saying that I should be looking for raccoons more, and I see balloons mentioned in orbit. You think they're being inflated in orbit, and
I think so.
I beg to differ.
Oh, we'll see.
All right, cool. All right, I guess I'm going to go. I got some research to do, right?
Yeah, it's like 3 in the morning. I should go too. Have a good night.
All right, thanks a lot. Good night, Gio.
Yeah, there is the idea that if you have certain balloons that could go at very high altitude, you can kind of get them in these currents, like the wind currents, electromagnetic currents, and perhaps sort of flow along with those movements.
I put some links earlier to the spy satellites, the K-12 and K-11, and they talk about running out of fuel. You know those weird round tanks that they find in fields that look like UFO orbs? In other words, I think they're running these things on balloons. According to the NRO, they're dropping them out of the sky, driving them into what would seem like to the ground, but they're actually catching them in those old boxcar planes, and so they're catching them on chutes, and when they run out of fuel. So even a balloon-based satellite may not be relying upon the wind. That they carry fuel to move from target to target. You know, if you were going over like some Russian thingy, you couldn't really afford to play with the wind all the time. But who's going to question it, right? It's drifting up there. Who's going to know if it's wind or not as it's drifting at 130,000 feet? So what we think of drifting, they may be powered, as far as I was reading. They drop them when they run out of fuel, and they put another one back up. And I believe that's all balloon. As far as I can tell, balloon-based. Hard to believe. Yeah, they're slipping that word orbit in on me, though. Balloons in orbit.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would try to conflate those.
Yeah, they've been working it. Little words, right? Like conspiracy theorists, right? You can't have a conspiracy without theory being crammed up around. That's bullshit. And they use that came around from the Kennedy era when they started pumping that word.
Yeah, that was like a full blown psyop what they did with that.
Worked.
It's crazy. They just went all out and just put it everywhere, like in the news, and just tried to like completely shame people that are considering that there might be one or more groups of peoples that are concocting various plans.
Have you seen that? Have you noticed canola oil and where it came from and the campaign behind that?
Oh, that is crazy. Yeah, I
That's
do
a
know.
campaign. How about the that fish that everyone eats now? Chilean sea bass. It's a total marketing campaign. There is no such fish. They just made it up. It was some shit that was in the bottom of the net, and they gave it a. It was called like rockfish, devilfish. You know, like that's some ugly ass name, devilfish snapper or something. They renamed it Chilean sea bass. The shit ain't a bass and don't come from Chile. And it's in every restaurant as the catch of the day. And it's a marketing campaign. Fucking amazing. People are amazing. It was very successful marketing campaign, Chilean sea bass. And it's because they'd fished out everything else. Remember, it used to be snapper. Now all the crap you ever see is tilapia because it'll grow in garbage. It's weird. Real life's pretty weird.
Yeah, that canola oil.
Fuck.
Even the name comes from rapeseed, right?
Yeah, it's Canadian oil. It's short for Canadian oil. They say it's like a mustard that's so nasty the bugs won't eat. And it's so good as a lubricant industrially and so bad for you physically that it runs right through you. Therefore, there's no polyunsaturated fat because it just literally won't absorb in your body. And then everyone's like, yeah, pick me up some canolas at the market. You know, they don't realize there's no such thing as a canola. And now they're starting to slip it into vegetable oil, which used to be corn, you know, and now corn prices. Oh my God, ethanol.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the oil that canola comes from and the plant is literally called rapeseed.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know I'm not saying it means like rape, the like RAPE, the same in the same way, but it's just still called that. And and basically all it's done is just like rape the environment, raped people's health. Like it just isn't good for much of anything. Like you were saying, maybe a lubricant in some industrial scenarios, but anything for like the human body, it's just toxic and genetically modified.
But now they're slipping it into ingredients, calling it vegetable oil and not identifying. So
You're talking about rape. You're on about rapeseed oil.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever heard of the bird called rape?
No, the bird asked for it. I resent that. The bird was
Well,
asking for it.
that's what's funny about it, right? Like, was it the bird that was named after the rape seed, or is it that the seed was named after the bird that rapes the rape seed? Who knows?
Well, they also say the tree doesn't fall. The seed doesn't fall far from the tree, but in reality, the bird eats it and goes and shits it somewhere else. So it's interesting. You know, they do say that. Like for instance, I had a bad parenting, so they'd say, "Well, you know, the seed doesn't fall far from the tree." Well, I'm certainly hoping that I got eaten shit out somewhere else.
Yeah,
for my growth. You know,
I agree.
I don't need to be the
apparently rapeseed oil isn't all that bad. The one from the stuff we use in England, anyway. Apparently, it's not that bad. That's what I've heard.
It's another sales campaign, though.
Well, I think there's like different cultivars of it, but as far as I know, like there aren't any like real medicinal or beneficial effects to it. Like it's this genetically modified plant that they basically grow to feed to cattle and livestock, and then they use the oil of it as well. But like as far as I know, it's not like a medicinal type of plant.
Well,
although
no,
I mean, it may have some oils that have some medicinal effects though, because it is a plant oil, so it could have something. Maybe not full medicinal, but like I don't know if they put it in some skin oils and stuff.
probably really good as like a forceful lubricant, if you know what I mean. Too dark? Okay.
There's things like they say it's like high in vitamin E, things like that.
It's just surprising when you find out something's part of a successful marketing campaign and not part of a natural progression. For instance, in this country, women started working in the 60s, and it's sort of left over from the 40s in the war when women were working in the air factories, and there was this character named Rosie the Riveter in the 40s. And in the 60s, they dredged her up and made it look like women wanted to go to work and wanted equality. But really, I heard it was just a way to get more taxes by putting them to work, and they felt empowered, but it created the home that didn't have matriarch in it anymore.
Of course, and then it halved the wages of a man and doubled the taxpayer base. But the real reason was so that they could get your children into schools, because then you needed someone to look after your kids.
Yep.
Then we have the state-funded schooling system.
They could dumb them down. Down, children, down. Get your dumbs ready and come down.
Just real quick on the rapeseed oil thing. I was just kind of refreshing my understanding of it. So there is a slight difference. Like canola is made from rapeseed. So canola,
Right.
it's like there's a little bit of the way the two terms are used, but it's like rapeseed is the core plant that canola is then genetically modified from.
No, there is no such thing as a canola. It's not modified in any way. I mean, it's already a nasty mustard. I'm not sure they did much but harvest it. I don't think they modified it to make it canola oil. I think it's just rapeseed marketed differently. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is just marketed. I think. Pretty sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I'll read this here. Rapeseed oil is often associated with canola oil or Canadian oil, a GMO crop bred to lower the uric acid. In the 1970s, canola oil was created through a GMO plant breeding process so that the certain components, including uric acid, could be removed from pure rapeseed oil. Most grocery store canola oil is genetically modified. Canola oil is a cheap vegetable oil typically grown in industrial agricultural fields full of Roundup residue, pesticides, and herbicides, then chemically extracted, deodorized, bleached, refined, and filtered for maximum shelf life and neutral taste. See, that's the shit that's really bad.
Wow. Good one. Wow.
And then it goes on to say, like, while canola and rapeseed have some similarities, they're different. And it comes down to the genetic makeup and this uric acid. So yeah, it's like the canola one's like the freak version, but yeah, rapeseed itself, like you said, it is like in the mustard family, and if it's like a natural oil, yeah, I mean it's probably not like necessarily bad for you. It might not be like the greatest medicine in the world, but I mean
It's much better. Better to fry fish in than
stuff like that. Yeah,
like fucking butter or let's say vegetable oil. You know.
Yeah, it has kind of a sweet taste to it, right? Have you had it, like the real one, the original one, the rapeseed?
Yeah, they use it here in deep fat fryers. Yeah, for like,
it's a little sweet. Yeah, it's got kind of a. People like the way it tastes a bit.
It makes fish like beer battered fish, which can have a little ale, and beer battered fish tastes very nice with it. Yeah. I used to basically keep the bird off of rapeseed as a job at one point.
Early on, people were shitting themselves when potato chips were first brought out in it. I don't know if they changed it or what, but people were running to the toilet after ingesting. I forget which products it were, but I believe it were the first canola oil chips, I think. Could be wrong. I can't remember what the name of the product was that everyone was running to the toilet after eating crisps.
Oh, Olestra, maybe?
Yeah,
Remember that shit? That shit was nasty. It's like a genetically modified fat. It's just
It's not the
gnarly.
same shit. Look it up. It's probably repackaged. It's probably the same name. I bet it's the same shit.
Oh, the shit they've done. Yeah, all that like margarine and like Crisco. They just literally are giving people heart attacks with these toxic plant oils.
Olestra went through 25 years of research before being approved by the FDA. Oh, wow. People who eat Olestra containing potato chips and snacks may mistakenly test positive for what? Malabsorption. A condition. Malabsorption. Well, I called it the shits.
Geo, can Ava get screen share capability? She's making like a thing in a program, the spin launch thing. She's trying to like create it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she should have it now.
I don't think she's in now though.
But yeah, they've made some very. It's the whole food industry is actually. It's unbelievable how many chemicals they make. Like even a lot of those flavorings, like even in just like fruit juice and stuff. Like they pretty much just can do anything they want. They can concoct all these chemicals that have certain like flavonoid profiles. Who even knows what they are? And yeah, they are getting them approved through the FDA, but that shit's all corrupt anyway. So who knows what they're even really approving? And I think a lot of these like different flavorants and things like cause like addictions in people. Like trans fats are like addictive. It's just crazy how much they've modified all that stuff.
Scary.
Yeah, it's like a Campbell's soup. Like growing up, like they were usually fairly solid. Good Campbell soup.
Yeah.
And now, when I've seen the ingredients and the ones that they release now, there's just lists of chemicals, including like MSG and like all these toxic sugars and toxic salts and
ridiculous amounts of salt. I hear.
yeah. And that's white salt, which is way different than sea salt. That shit's really bad for your
Salt
blood
must be
pressure.
yummy. We ask for it and everything. It must be yummy. It's funny because MSG is used, but MSG doesn't have flavor. Like a flavor, you ask what is MSG, and they go, "It's a flavor enhancer." What is that?
Well, apparently they figured that out. Actually, you've got they found a whole different portion of the tongue for that type of taste. Apparently, is it the unami or ugami? I can't remember. It's not sweet. It's not salty. It's a completely different taste. It's somewhere in the, like.
Yeah, like it has a unique texture and a unique like way that it. I often describe it like it makes you feel like it's the best food you've ever had. So like if they put it in like Indian food or some food, Chinese food, and you're eating, you're like, wow, these cooks are so good. Like they're amazing. Like there's this way that it just kind of like tricks your mind into making you think it's like the best tasting thing.
Drugs.
Like it's somehow, like you said, it's not really sweet. It's not sour. It has kind of a slimy texture and it somehow just makes things like, it's somehow like it almost enhances like in some bizarre way, like those other things, like the other flavors in it.
I'm obsessed with a product called lecithin because I think I recognize it and I like it. And it's like, what's lecithin? And the answer is, it's an emulsifier. And it's like, okay, I'm alone talking about lecithin, the emulsifier. It's something I like.
Yeah. It's like isn't it a type of lipid, like a fat?
I think it keeps shit from sticking together in powders. I think it keeps powders powder.
Yeah, they use it for that, but it's also even used as a supplement. Like you can just straight up buy it. like in
An
powder
emo-
forms?
I want it in my
Wait, do
coffee.
you think it's an emulsifier? Because emulsifiers allow things to be mixed, right?
Oh, right. So it's the opposite.
And stay mixed.
Stay mixed.
To mix them and then for them to stay mixed, But you could technically make a powder out of a liquid. The two liquids you want to mix together, use emulsifier, you mix those two liquids together, they stay then as one liquid, and then you dry that liquid out and it could turn into a powder, But an emulsifier is to mix two different things together, usually into one thing, and you use it when those things would usually separate from one another naturally once they've been mixed, over time.
Emulsifier would be a good bar name then. You could name the local bar the emulsifier.
Yes, definitely. A very good name.
Yeah, they also use it in like chocolate bars and stuff too to like blend together the different elements.
Shouldn't have said chocolate, man. It's not fair.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you prick. I have no chocolate here. Fuck. I've got a can of rum and Coca-Cola that I'm like, I don't really want to drink it, but
A rock cannon. Fuck me.
rum and Coca-Cola is a little bit sweet, a little bit spiced. It's spiced rum.
So this is kind of a topic change, but I was curious what your guys' thoughts were on. It is like a total change of topic, so we don't even have to go here. You guys could just keep on this flow, but it's just still something on my mind. Is what do you guys think of in terms of there being more land? Like, is there more land? Where is it? Is it actually reality? If so, what are they doing with it? How much of there is it?
Have you seen a new map? Yeah.
A new map?
Yeah, the map that shows lots of extra land. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen a couple different ones. Yeah, I've got a couple of them.
Well, the one that come out really recently, I'm on about.
I've got
I'll post it.
a Facebook group about it called the Outer Ponders.
Nice.
I can read you. Well, you can go there, but I probably got like a little like mantra thing there about it. Let's see what I say. Do you feel you're living on a spinning ball hurtling through the infinite space? Where is Earth? What is across the ice plane? Who are you? What is real? Are we inside a container, a building, a construct, a craft? What is outside of that? Do you ponder if there's a creator? Are we co-creators? Are we extraterrestrials? More land? Is there a heaven? Is it physical? Where is Atlantis? Are there planets, stars, ice passages, Mandalians, reptilians, concave overlords, or a hard drive? And then I go on to describe a game that I made up about trying to first develop all the land masses as we did over time through Pee Wee Reese and all the other mappings, and then you get to the edge. We find the edge where there's robotic penguins that we call IPSers that are keeping us from the edge in the game. So even when we find the edge, we find it's defended by these little IPS guys.
By Fepe.
Exactly.
Fepe himself. You have to have a full on.
No, yeah, I've totally mapped this. I've mapped this out into a game called the Outer Ponder, and in the Outer Ponder series. So first, the idea was to take the Chris Pontius flat Earth model and make it virtual. So you start inside a virtual model.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Right?
I've always wanted to see that.
I was going to get Mark Sargent to narrate it. So if you picked any spot as you flew around in your virtual model, you could stop anywhere and you get narration out of Mark Sargent. And then, so imagine doing this low tech as a game, as a board game. So imagine you get to the edge of the board, as we found, the edge of the ice. Get to the ice plane basically, and you just flip open another board. In other words, it's a series of games, just like levels in a video game. So imagine in the series, this is the other games that I made up. So in the Outer Ponder series, I call Tops. The Outer Ponder series, Tops, of short. So one of them is called The Dome is the Home, and that's where you start, where we identify all the land masses and what's here, and that there is a border, and then it turns to a shoot 'em up game with the penguins to get out. Then the other game would be called Project Bluebeam, which is, of course, is the alien force against us, or the false. The other game I called Discovering Atlantis. And then another Outer Ponders thing is called The Game is Real. Imagine escaping and finding another land and finding your dude playing you, right? Find the gamer guy playing you. And you're like, what the fuck? And he's like, you got to go back, right? And you're like, what do you mean? He's like, you're just a player, dude, right? The guy's telling you you're just his player. That would suck, right? So that's called The Game is Real. The other one's called The Search Below, which would, what is underneath. The one called Finding the Creator, which will give the little heaven people thing. Another one, Discovering Atlantis. This would be something we might achieve outside in the outer ponds. And then finally, the Mandelian civilization. Imagine if you were God and you had this world, you'd run a backup, right? What if you needed, what if Geo croaked and we needed him, right? So you go get the backup. And then that guy's like, fuck, this is similar to where I was, right? Everything seems similar, but it's just a little different because the dude's a backup. So those are the games that I invented around the concept of starting here, discovering here, and what's outside of here. That was a long-winded answer to a good question you had. Because what do I think is out there? A game. Looks like a game to me, called The Outer Ponder.
Nice, man. That's awesome.
So I wrote all that down. Otherwise, I was reading it right now. Otherwise, I'd never remember. But the Mandelian civilization, right, where there's a backup civilization, right? God fucked, something fucks up, like deja vu, something's weird going on. Just resort to the backup, right? Not that hard. Be weird for you, like subtle differences, right? So I'm trying to both entertain and explain between Atlantis, heaven, Mandela effect. It's my universal theory. Putting it all together. What do you call that? Universal theory? That string. What do they call that? Where they put all theory together?
I know what you're talking about, but
I forget the name of it. Unification. It's my unification flat Earth theory stuff, where I could get heaven in there, I could get Mandela effect in there, I can get Atlantis in there.
Well, what about like the idea that, let's say we're in a magnetic field and it's clearly cold when you go south. There is some kind of sun. There's the moon. We got our little system here. What about this idea where when you get to, in those sort of outer regions, as it were, it's like a magnetic field that acts as a portal. And so from there, you transition into whatever it is that portal takes you to. If it takes you to a portal that's more land, that just extends out horizontally, so be it. But it could be any land, and it could be any different type as well. So it's like almost like an interface of a field that then extends. And at some point, you would transition through that. And whether you like transition out of this realm entirely or into something else or into more land, then in that sense, it is more land, but it's like infinite possibilities of more land, kind of like expanding outward in larger fields, and each field is, it kind of changes as it goes out.
Yeah, you betcha.
That's like Portal style, where you would like literally physically go there, and at some point you're in a different place.
The term outer ponders is either new perspectives or IPSs. I borrowed it.
I remember it back in the IPS days. Yeah, I think he may have coined that.
Poor fucker.
How's he doing these days? Is he how is he?
I figure he nickels and dimes so many things that he's just not freaking. He's not attacking anyone these days because he's finally making a living. I think like for a long time I was like, God, we should just put money out and send this guy $1,500 a month so he can pay his rent, and stop being so agitated.
Who?
He doesn't seem agitated these days.
Who's that?
IPS. Mad Mike's fluffer, I call him.
Does he think Mad Mike passed away, or what? Does he think that's what does
Mad
he think?
Mike, Mad Mike did pass away. Mad Mike's life was a wreck. He was going to go to jail. He had to go to jail. He had 16 counts against him for identity theft and extortion. 16
Really?
counts. Yeah, and he admitted to them. Like he was saying, yeah, I did it. He also walked some sort of his own paperwork to a judge's house. He went to the judge's house. It's a real no-no. It's a real no-no.
What the fuck?
And he was just at the end of all his little argument, one of his limousines got confiscated by the city as part of like some parking issue, and when he got or registration issue, and when he finally fought to get it back, they had already like sold it, auctioned it away. He was furious, and he was trying to get the city back, and he was working the city as well as the flat Earth community, getting everyone's name. He threatened to take my name in all capitals and have me registered and steal my identity. He said, I mean, he was kind of wild, but my friend was there. He died. I mean, he died. He was lazy, and he didn't cut the last step. He added a step while he was working on it, and they go, man, this step's not going to clear the ramp. And he cut, it's not going to clear the launch, and he cut half of the step off so he could get in there easy. And it clipped the step. He should have cut it off. And it was the last minute. He was tired. You could see he was tired. And parts of Mike were a good guy, but he was not a flat earther, and I really resent the whole thing. He was far from a flat earther. Far.
What is this? The guy that killed himself in the in the fucking rocket thing?
Yeah, it's what we call a stunt man, like a circus stunt man.
Yeah, he wasn't a flat earther.
No, but in the newspapers, in history, I mean, this is how crazy the world is. He is the most famous flat earther. And he's not flat. I fucking hate it so much. It's so confusing. Flat Earth Society's not us. Mad Mike's not flat. But I mean, look, it's just so convoluted and fucked up.
That's
It really
brilliant.
is. Yeah, he's by far the most famous flat earther there is. By far. The most media, the most press, the most notoriety.
Well, you think more than Mark Sargent?
I think if you were to type it in today, flat earth.
Well, just in terms of number of articles, I do know what you mean on that, because it kind of hit another level of it. Like they clearly pushed it into one of those higher echelons of the coverage. So it was one of those ones they plugged into their AI machine and just started pumping out articles, by the dozens. Because it was all like, the headlines, flat earther tries to go to space or whatever, all that shit.
Guess what that means? They probably sold it cheap to smaller news agents. In other words, if you see it saturated, it's probably because they gave it away for free instead of charging for it to the other news agencies.
Yeah, that was a huge attack on everything because, they were trying to link that term flat earth with him. and him being so quote unquote dumb that he was going to launch in a rocket and prove the Earth wasn't a sphere just by going up in his rocket or something,
1,800 feet. I mean, he only planned on going 1,800 feet, but every headline said he was going to prove flat Earth, prove it. He was going, higher. Stupid. oh my God. Wait. You guys are here. Yeah, I'm going to play you the funniest fucking thing you ever hear. Okay, there was a conference that nobody went to. Exit the Matrix. You guys are going to laugh. Oh my God. Exit the Matrix. Bad. Okay, there was a conference that Mike put on with IPS, and nobody showed. It was really creepy. Like IPS let Mike tank. Really weird. I couldn't figure out why. I'm trying to find the video.
Well, that's interesting because, see, I don't know that I know all that story because, see, I actually remember now that you're saying that. I remember when IPS was on the radio and they were talking about the event and all of that. So, yeah, I do remember a lot of the build up to it, but I don't know if I know all the details of what actually went down. But I knew that obviously things seemed to started. Well, he kind of blew up and then it all went sour. And so, but yeah.
It was so weird. I was trying to help the dude because at that time I figured, well, a lot of people are attracted to Mad Mike. What the fuck? And so I tried to hang with IPS for a minute and help him with that. He did not announce the lineup of talent till Tuesday. And the show started Thursday or Friday. So nobody could promote it. It was ridiculous. The pay-per-view was
laziness or planned.
Pay-per-view was only $10, and he could have if everyone knew that, they would have paid. It would have been interesting. There was no show. He should have given away tickets and filled the place. But he didn't have the sense to do that and just let people in. It was really a strange scenario. But I got to find for you guys the Mad Mike video where they're showing what they're going to do, what his little plan was with his rocket thing. Oh, funny shit! I can't find it. It's not on.
Right, if I'm staying up to like, I just cracked open that drink. Fuck it, I'll stay up for a little bit longer and I'll just drink.
I gotta find it. It's just too. It's the funniest shit you ever seen.
Because I remember that one point where IPS was on like I don't want to say a major radio station, but it was kind of near there. It was like. He was kind of getting a little bit mainstream, and he seemed like he was all kind of hyping it up. And
he bought up a bunch of little things like that, and that was the leftover Art Bell stuff, like Midnight on the Desert or something. They called that show or something. That's what that was about. Yeah, dude's had potential forever, right? Let's not doubt that. It's just that he stretches the truth too much to follow him. It's all stretch before you know it. It's all stretch. Okay, I'm trying to find it.
Yeah. I appreciated that DM you sent me. I meant to actually reply to it. I thought I did reply to it. I typed it out and everything, and I clearly fucking didn't. It wasn't. I realized when I tried to DM you earlier. I did DM you earlier, but it was then when I realised that I didn't reply the first when you did send me it. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I hear you. I've done that myself. Yeah, sometimes. Yep, that can happen. But
okay, I found it, guys.
Well, that was from like a while ago, right? That was a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Long time ago.
Should I just share my screen? I think I'll probably just screen share this for you guys. Tell me when to stop it, okay? This is funny. Oh. Okay, so you gotta watch Mike's face when this guy describes what they're gonna do to put Mike in space. What they call equalization. So this is his engineer talking about it.
So he sets up his own crew. They build a border. Essentially, they just.
This guy gets.
Rewind it a little bit.
The spacesuit.
Say it again.
Do we need to hear any of this, or I'll just turn it up? Sorry, mate. Press play if you want.
Well, it's coming through your mic as well, and then it was coming through your mic. But if people share the stream, I think they can hear it through there. As long as it's not like a copyright thing for YouTube, that should be fine. If it's
IPS is the only guy that cares. He doesn't know I just want you to watch Mike's face when this guy shows little Mike hanging off the bottom right in the thrust of a rocket. Watch this.
We're the same thing with Mike. So when I first started out, the concept was to do something like this.
You're going to hurt yourself laughing.
This is a solid rocket. Got breathing bottles there, and that's Mike.
That's little Mike right
Wow.
And then this is what you call a balloon.
Look at Mike's face. He's like, what? And on top of his head is an 80-pound balloon, like a turbine, an 80-pound. So he's not only dangling in the thrust off of something in the completely exposed to the elements, but somehow his head doesn't snap with an 80-pound ballistically released balloon at the top of the apogee.
Balloon and parachute. Okay, you can see it's kind of conical. It looks something like Goofy.
Nobody has seen this, guys. Nobody. I'm the only one that.
Rewind it a little bit back. I want to hear the whole thing. Just go back a little bit. Like,
okay.
I want to hear it again
Because I'm cackling through it. All right.
Yeah.
So it's going up to as high as it's going to go. They kind of loose 135,000 feet. We're going to do the same thing with Mike. So when I first started out, the concept was to do something like this. Okay, this is a solid rocket. It's got breathing bottles there, and that's in a spacesuit. Okay, and then this is what you call a balloon. The balloon is a combination balloon and parachute. Okay, you can see it's kind of conical. It looks something like Goofy, something out of science fiction. Okay, and the idea was the balloon, this thing would attach to a balloon, it would go up 20, 25 miles. And then
look at Mike's face.
Somewhere around 20, 25 miles. Mike would the rocket would detach from the balloon would move away. The rocket would instantly light. These balloons are thrust, plus an RCS system, which means reaction control system, because you need that because there's no air to hold.
You need that when you're hanging off the bottom of a rocket in mid-thrust.
This is based on a escape system using Mercury and Apollo and the new Orion. But the idea is you need an RCS system because those are I don't want to get all into this, but the idea is we don't have enough air to make this thing stable. So essentially these rocket plumes that come out, you can imagine plumes coming. This is a big solid we're going to use. It's just going to be made of ammonium perchlorate rubber. So once we lit it, Mike would go boogieing up. Okay? So he's at 20, 25 miles, and then he's going to climb it up.
Just look at it.
The 28 to 30.
Kind of a cool idea, though.
Then
What?
It's kind of a cool idea, though. Just to,
if we were kids,
just
yeah.
launch your dangling body into space.
When we were 6, you and I would have done this
With a balloon rocket, G.I. Joe style.
This is modern world. This is what they were trying to sell us. It's like I was just like,
yeah, that's kind of an epic screenshot right there.
Screenshot it.
That really shows just the whole energy of it.
Yeah, man.
With Pepe too, right? Mike and Pepe making this.
Right, Mike and Pepe both have just 2 eyes above. That's epic right there. Dude. You should screenshot that.
Is this one of the funnier things you've ever seen or what?
That is that's meme worthy. And then right next to Mike's head, there's a globe.
This thing is out of power. It would sense a loss in pressure. It's gonna drop pressure inside. It would disconnect from Mike. For the last second, it's gone.
Now the turbine kicks in.
Okay. And Mike would basically be flying up like Superman. Okay. And the reason why he's flying up because he has a helium balloon attached to the upper half of him. That's this raccoon. You can see it's shaped like a cone. Okay. So the idea is Mike would fly up another somewhere between 5 and 8 miles, which isn't very long when you're doing 2,000 miles an hour. So he would basically be like Superman. Okay. And I know some people, that's crazy. That would never work. One of them absolutely work. Okay.
I should grab screenshots.
He's flying up like Superman, and then because he has this helium balloon thing attached, so once he reached apogee, would start to fall back, just like this. He'd go up like this and come back like this. Okay, in the meantime, I think he'd be screaming and stuff, but he would probably say, you know, the earth is flat, the earth is round, whatever he's saying, you know. He's coming, I know one thing. When I do put him in space, he'll tell you the truth. The earth is flat, he's going to tell you all about it. Okay? If it's round, you know, we'll have to do something else. Okay? Anyway, so the idea is, then at 20,000 feet, the chute would deploy, and then another one deployed 10,000 feet, and then he would land like a baby. Okay? The only problem with the whole thing, it's fantastic. The only problem with it is because he only has one line of defense against.
He's only got one set of neck bones. He's going to break his neck if he doesn't burn up. Dangling in the thrust. Dangling in the thrust. It's just like a rope. What's he going to fucking do?
Okay, and that's the spacesuit. He gets a hole in the spacesuit. There's a perforation. There's a tear. He's going to die. You've seen every seen science fiction movies where the spacesuit fails, where the guy gets a crack in the ground and he explodes or whatever. You know, that's not what happened. Okay, even if you're in an aircraft at 35, 40,000 feet, and if some window blows out, okay, that pilot better take that plane and dive that bad boy for 10,000 feet, or you will be dead soon. Forget about the fact they go, put that mask over your face. Yeah, that's going to help because you're not going to have any pressure around you. The airplane will depressurize. That's why everything goes out the window. Okay? Because all that the pressure is trying to equalize inside and outside the aircraft. You got 15 seconds before you start to get woozy. 1 minute and you're dead. So what happens? So,
I paid $10 for this, guys. I paid for this.
Were you there?
No. It was pay-per-view.
I mean, it is it is kind of a cool idea though.
Like I said,
What are you, Geo, bro?
It's entertaining
how the fuck
enough.
Is it gonna work? It's underneath the rocket. You have the exhaust hitting him. It's a cool idea, bro. It's a fucking hot idea, you mean?
Matt Mike's seeing it for the first time right here. That's the funny.
It's a sizzling idea.
You could just tell Mike seeing it for the first time. He's like, "That's what you're gonna do." So incredible. It really is. To the moon, beyond, and he detaches.
I want to know how he thinks he can protect him from the exhaust.
Yeah, it's not mentioned. I'm sure we'll say it's a fireproof suit. How's that?
Fireproof suit, bro. The guy will get cooked in it. If it is fireproof, it will be an even better insulator to cook him inside with.
And just the torque, the inertia, just every word we've ever applies to why you would not.
Fuck it, the G-force.
That's another good screenshot. Yeah, I'm glad to show this to someone because it's too funny.
Cost you $10, and it's funny.
I have a one more IPS goof here somewhere. Let's see. Let me find it. It's shit. It should be here.
IPS in his peak moments, like the way he could string together certain information was just on point. Like he was on fire at times. Like
It's ridiculous. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's so talented. It's he's off the chart.
Yeah, just his elucidation and pronunciation and like quick wit and intelligence and yeah, there were so many layers when he was on point like that.
I can't find the one. Oh, this
Sounds
is
like an onion or an ogre.
Can you guys still see my screen?
Oh,
still?
articulate. That was the word I was looking for. He can be very articulate.
All right, so you see a new one starting?
Who's this guy?
Okay.
Yeah, do you want me to share this on the live stream?
No, don't bother.
Okay.
Thanks. So this guy was Antarctic again or something. Forget his name. Actually, this guy got hung to dry by. They took his kid away because he didn't put a mask on his kid for school. His name's Michael Marashak or something like that, and it was called Exploring Again at the time. Well, they had a shitload of technical troubles.
Yeah, that was with that guy.
What?
That was with Exploring Again. Yeah, I remember that phase too. They have a Discord server. Yeah,
that's him, and he was having some mic troubles, and I was watching it live, and I decided to do a little voiceover. Hang on a second, I got a cat making noises for some reason. Stop that, Tracy. Stop it. You're making
You
noises.
also got a cat called Tracy. Fucking hell, that's a weird name for a cat.
I didn't know it was a boy when I named him either. So this is me. This is me making fun of IPS with his own live footage. So I turned it down the volume, and I turned up my my own sort of banter here because there was no sound. They were having sound issues. Tracy, stop it! What are you doing? Okay, it should start here.
We're broadcasting more silence over here as you.
That's me narrating it at the time.
yeah, I do remember the phase with Exploring Again. That was actually interesting there for a bit. Like, I remember when they first kind of came out with that. Well, that was what? That was after IPS's server blew up, right?
Uh-huh. Okay, here we go.
See, I'll do the sound.
Testing.
We need people to put on their penguin suits. Anybody who doesn't have a penguin suit, or if you can actually fly, step up here because that's what we're looking for. You see, it's an infinite plane, so we're gonna, kick ass. You know what I mean? Right. So Jacob wanted me to tell everyone to send money. If you don't have PayPal account or access to anything electronic, he's right back there. Just bring him like a 5-10 spot, something like that. Makes him feel good. You know what I mean? So here's some pictures that he drew of 3 penguins. They got shit like wrenches, different color wrenches, hey, whatever it takes. Art for art's sake. You know what I mean?
Sideways, look.
Right on.
Fucking sideways.
So, is anyone else out there with a checkbook? Or standing sideways? If you're standing sideways, mostly you can read this shit, and good for you. There you go. Sideways shit figures, don't it? So, I know you like to look at the ceiling and not hear anything, so give me a minute, and I'll point the camera somewhere else, you know what I mean? Because I don't learn very well. Thank you very much. Well, so that was just me goofing on it because there was no sound.
Fucking what a shit show.
No, the shit show was me playing it, turning my computer towards another computer, and letting this idiot pick it up, and he started rebroadcasting it live, and IPS heard about it and was looking to sue whoever played this live, and he doesn't know I made it. He doesn't know it's me. He already hates me. He has no idea I made it, and he's kind of forgotten about it. But for a minute, it was like, that's copyright infringement. Oh, and the funny thing is, we were fighting at the time because he had really fucked up the promotion of this thing. Couldn't understand why it was making it tank. And before you know it, shit, I can't remember the beef of what I was going to tell you, why he was so pissed at me. Oh, he blamed me for the show going bad. And he told everyone, Mike told me not to go, he told me not to go. And he told everyone on the air that on behalf of Mark Sargent, I went and robbed their audio equipment from the parking lot, and that I was responsible for messing the show up. And that's that he was making up that I was their I did their wet
Okay.
work. I was their hitman, and that I had brought. It was like just a total fantasy. He knows that I wasn't there. He knows it, but he uses me, and then he calls me on the air to like goof on me. You know, like, so what? You know, are you hanging out with any pedophiles? You know, shit like that. You know, to match his show, whatever the show is. He tries to use me as a tool. So a couple of months ago, I called him. I'm like, hey, I was just trying to figure out what number is good for you. And he's like, who is this? And I'm like, well, it's me, Dan the Waterman. He's like, call me on my show, and hung up on me. You know, he was like really pissed that I'd want to actually talk. Yeah. So it was like, I feel bad for him, but I'm glad he's not bugged. At the same time, I've learned a lot more about Bob with that sort of Globebusters FE Core club, and they're really hard on people they don't like, and they created these enemies, and they're making one of me right bad about it. So
Who is?
Bob, mostly Globebusters Bob, but Weiss too, and Karen and Mark. Nobody's talking to me anymore, and it's bullshit. It's like they're just protecting themselves, and I understand that need to protect oneself, but not from mathematics, you know, and we're supposed to be true. And FE Core hides everything they talk about. They're finally dead. The website's finally dead. And the idea that we had something there was kind of a fault. And nobody ever talks about the errors Flat Earth makes and how to go forward, because they never talk about when something came to demise and when it's over with and what's next.
Oh, I think FE Core was potentially all of it was wrong.
Yeah, and it's really
Yeah.
sad because we
I've
had
been
hope.
saying that for a long time. Like, people say, why didn't you use it as an argument? I'm like, because I think it was butchered.
Yeah, and with good intent to begin with, it was.
Of course. And
Thanks,
Karen and all them can all fuck off anyway.
Unfortunately, I've defended them for so long, just staunchly defended them, and I'm so hurt. I'm under friendly fire, and that I really understand the word friendly fire. It's not pretty to be shot at from both sides. Not pretty. It'll make you into an angry fuck. That's what it'll do, and that's what IPS is. That's the end of that story, and that's what IPS is. He's an angry fuck. He's angry as fuck. This guy, you know.
Yeah, I don't personally know anything about this dude.
Let's see. You want to see him? You want to see him threatening me with Satan and a gun? I mean, that's how stupid.
Oh, this dude.
No, that's me.
Hey, it's Dan the Waterman. Today's May 24, 2019. I just received
I recognize you.
What?
I recognize you.
Yeah, I've been around. Here he's like, leave me alone. I'll get a restraining order. I'll drag you and Mark Sargent through the mud. You know, it's like,
yeah, there was so much stuff that went on there a couple of years ago. It was just wild. Like, yeah, with the IPS guys, and then like, yeah, the FE Core and Bob and Karen. It was wild there. Like,
because it got less than everyone trying to protect anything real, and that sucks ass. And it's just, it got so.
I mean, I know what each side claims was going on, but it's like what really was going on, like just the threats and stuff. It was like a couple.
Dude, it was obvious what went on.
Couple months there, it's like the peak of it.
They lied about a lot of the shit in FE Core, right? They completely butchered it, and then we're like, well, we've said to everyone we're going to do this, so now we have to release it anyway. Fucking idiot. They never released it.
Yeah, and they became a little private gentleman's club nothing like we want out of flat Earth. Nothing, you know.
Little secret society.
And they started there. Yeah, there were some people kicked out and some dramas and some things.
Yeah, it's gotten worse, and it's been dead for 3 years. And as a matter of fact, one of the problems is when I talked to Jaron from Jaronism, he goes, "Yeah, I got the fuck out of there like 3 years ago." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you didn't tell anyone why." Well, that's bullshit, right? We're supposed to read into his life to understand the code that he don't talk about him and he's gone. It's like, okay, I guess you're right. Your hardcore fans might have read into, but how about denouncing the fuckers if they're full of shit? And
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
the problem with that, they'll break you down and come after you, right? Like,
right. So there's this "we don't rock the boat" shit going on.
exactly, yeah.
It's like the boat's on fire, motherfucker. I'm not rocking the boat. I'm trying to not get burned. So
Can you tell Mark Sargent, if you speak to him, that when he come on Good Morning Britain, he did a fucking terrible job and he shouldn't have represented Flat Earth that way?
yeah, he doesn't answer my calls anymore because he's up Karen's ass. Karen's up Bob's ass. So they won't talk to me anymore. So you can see IPS here is really cute. He threatens me with a gun, and then Satan here, which is really nice. I'm in his crosshairs. Wants me to block him. He thinks I had oral sex with someone, and he's going to tell everyone. And
Wait, those are actually texts from him.
yeah, look, hail Satan! I've got a gun by my side. This is him telling me not to go to Vegas. And then he told everyone that I stole everything in Vegas. I was just like, I'm like his little knockaround thing. Like, dude.
Whoa, that's drama right there.
Yeah, it was totally, there was all this drama because I helped put some of the people on the show, and I asked him, I'm all, dude, just get us 4 hotel rooms, right? 4 hotel rooms. I'll bring everyone, and he started balking on it. And eventually, by that Monday, told me there weren't going to be. Well, I'm not going as a paying customer. The people I'm sending there are going for free. We're not charging you any airfare. We're not thing for the speakers, and that's when I started to notice he hadn't announced the lineup for the show. He hadn't told anyone really. And he started focusing on his show about that weird Nipsey Russell, Ipsy Russell, Gypsy Russell, like some sort of black guy that got shot in a parking lot. Next thing you know, there's 700-800 people watching him every night, but he never mentioned Exit the Matrix. And I'm in his chat pumping Exit the Matrix, pumping it in his chat. And he's not mentioning it at all on the air. It was so creepy. When it came down to the 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week before, he wasn't pumping it at all. I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. It was so strange. And that's the way it went down. And then he tried to use me as the scapegoat. Mike said he'd physically remove me. And the drama was I threatened Mike to apologize to Patricia and Mark. And because he threatened to get them, And I said, look, I talked to Mark first, and I said, is Mike welcome? And he goes, sure. And I said, okay, I'm going to make sure that he fixes it. And he becomes part of the community. And Mike was just like, who are you to tell me what to do? And I'm just like, dude, you say you're a flat earther, but you fight flat earth. What the fuck? And he didn't show up to any of the events I helped to promote him. He's like, I don't got the gas money, shit like that. Stupid excuses why he wouldn't come to anything to promote the event. It was weird. It was like some sort of sabotage. I'm sorry, it wasn't weird. Mike had a TV show coming up. So all they needed was the footage of Mike planning it for the TV show. Then the TV show could dramatize the event, and they didn't. It was like for a TV show. It wasn't a real event. Nobody showed up. Did I show you the picture? Nobody showed up. No one. 17 people maybe total. So yeah, weird drama. But really, I think they knew it was going to be about really Mike's TV show. So it was the idea of what do you do for a TV show? And they go, yeah, we'll have this real show, and it'll be all about me and the rocket. And on paper, on script, it was. Everything was, but nobody was there, and this is the shit they talk. So it's pretty weird, right?
Wait, who was the guy talking about the rocket then? What's his name?
Waldo Stakes. He's what's his name's guy? He's Mike's guy.
Well, how come Mike only went up a few feet and then died?
On YouTube.
I can dig
Because
up.
this guy obviously never came through with a contraption that would have, got it all the way up many miles as he's fucking stated, did he?
No, this is a funding routine. This routine here is a sales pitch to try and get $1 million off of TV people who are interested in Mike, who are around now, to overfund something. That you could eventually go, oh, it didn't work. And it was really about, he had gotten paid he got paid for 3 episodes. I think $13,000 each or $13,000 total. I don't remember.
Okay.
He told me that Mike was paid for 3 episodes. So this seemingly event, kind of a staged thing for Mike's TV show. That's how weird. That's how weird life really is. It's when you say
these people have done a lot of damage to the credibility of Flat Earth, really, as far as I'm concerned.
What credibility it ever had, we've all participated in its demise, and it's fucking sad. It's sad because it's not here. It's not going to be here. About we don't want to man. Nobody ever gave a fuck. It's not about topography or geography. It's about bullshit, and bullshit was proven to win during COVID. They fucking just got in line. The sheep just got louder and stupider by how many fold? 3-fold? 4-fold? They just got.
Well, I don't know if I fully agree with that. It seems like there was there's a bifurcation that happened where the people that were going more that way, they went more that way for sure. But I think there's a lot of people in the middle. It's like the masses are really in the middle at this point.
Yeah.
I hope you're right, but
no, we are.
I think you're looking at it from your perspective, which of course you are. So I'm just not sure.
I think there's a spectrum of people questioning things. From how many people went from really trusting their government to being a little bit like, oh, I'm not too sure now. A little bit more of that. Is there a wolf in the hen house?
Right.
Well, listen to this, right? And I was brought up as a geocentrist, right? All of my godchildren, all of my family, everyone, they're all flat earthers, right? And I get reports back from, the people that are in my family and people I know. Many kids are flat earthers now, getting letters home from various kids in the family, they're talking about flat earth in a science class, and half the kids are also going along with it as well. The real work was people were effectively trying to reason and rationalize and just point out, the discrepancies of the globe to the people around them, right? If you told people the predictions in which you had made based on what you believe was going to happen in our society and in reality, well, if you told everyone around you almost like a prophecy, that this is going to happen. You know, RFID chips, all that. Then you did your job.
What happened? I think I'm still here.
And you did your job, you said? Is that what you said? I think you cut out.
If you convinced a few people around you, you did your job.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, in terms of speaking for the truth, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
The way I see it is, you know, the basically the culture of money and war is, you know, is going to run its course, and basically, like they say, the truth is out there. The flat Earth is like our billboard. It's not about flat Earth. It's our marker that things are being that we're sheltered from real life and the real potential that we have. So really, the flat Earth isn't the thing; it's the sign. It's the biggest sign that there's more than they're telling us about the world. So that's what I think. When we're starting to retreat from the words flat Earth because the truthers won't listen to us. So it's really a bummer to have to run from the name, figuratively, just the name. Like, it doesn't matter what we call it. French fry Earth would be better. It's like anything would be better than calling it flat Earth today. So non-rotational, like NASA calls it, non-rotational Earth. You know, what do you want to adapt? But I promise you, anything would work. Anything, the flat Earth, it's just it freaks people out. The words, and it's not what we mean. It's not what we're pushing. You know what I mean? There isn't a single flat earther pushing a model of any kind. You don't give a fuck what it is. He just knows it isn't what they're saying. So it's hard to project that to people that we're not all anti-vaxxer, conspiratard, religitard, anything. There's some of us are just logical people.
Yeah, I do think the shape of the Earth is like a litmus test. In a way, it's such a huge lie, the globe, and then everyone's like on some level of spectrum of that, and the way that they like first start thinking about it when they do, it's like a litmus test. And it's like, and the way people go through that is interesting and kind of unique to each individual person. Like that process of, yeah, and like you said, why do you think that is? Why do so many people have such like a default support for the globe in general?
Okay, I'll give you.
Is it some fucking MK Ultra, like, Tartaria, ancient, reset mind warping shit?
Okay.
Is it because they did it when we were children and they just did it slowly over generations?
It's programming to protect the home. I'm going to describe programming. If you find a young fawn, or if a dog finds a kitten, or a kitten finds a young dog, often they'll adopt it. And the young doesn't any better. The young goes for something large and warm. So it's funny, what we think of family is really a survival program to be attracted to something larger and warmer than yourself. And you really don't care what it is. You know what I mean? As long as it's large and warm and delivers food, you'll call it mommy. My cats think I'm their mother, you know? So that's just the way it is when you raise something. So the programming is so deep that it's guttural. So they have two reactions you forget. You forgot the other reaction they have, laughter. So first, we have to let them laugh because it's the natural reaction. It's like, are you kidding me? And then if they like you or love you, you'll get your words in. So at that point, we really shouldn't be pitching flat Earth at all. It's more about truth, peace, and love by far. You know, so it's sad we get pigeonholed as flat earthers because we're the least self-centered people. None of us have our own agenda in mind. Real flat earthers they're not self-centered that way. You know, they're just not. And I'll give IPS credit for what he could have done and what he could do. But he's mean-spirited and lies. So that sucks. And there's so much problems with flat Earth. It's up to this next generation to come around. Period. It's just up to them. It's like there's nothing we can do anymore. We're already like completely bashed in every country. Bashed, splintered, and alone. Literally bashed, splintered, and alone. So that's strange because we had so much momentum and we have so much clarity, you know, between the 2020 and then what Google and YouTube did. You know, we literally got taken out like an assassin. We got taken out. All momentum anyway.
I kind of see it. I see it more as like a redirection, because
I hope so.
More energy flowed towards it all. It just redirected it, and I think that what, like in my viewpoint, from a larger perspective, this is such a huge. It's just such a big one, the shape of the Earth, and it seems to be so interwoven into so many parts of our society that really so many things have to be rewritten. Like it's just such an epic paradigm shifter. So in my kind of thought, from the, you know, like higher power creative level of like rolling this all out, like it created the whole globe lie and this whole modern day world, then the unraveling of it seems like so foundationally shaking that it makes sense to me that it would not happen in just like a couple years, you know, like 2015, 16, 17, boom. Like it makes more sense that it would be delayed at least like a decade beyond that. You know, and be more of like a 10, 15 year process rather than just like a 4 or 5 years. But I know what you mean. There has been like a shift in momentum, but I think there's still been more energy going towards it. It's just been redirected in different routes.
Right. Well, at least you're positive. I'm kind of burnt on it right now.
The problem is the first assholes that learned about flat Earth were the ones that went out and started preaching it, right? People even like Eric DeBay, he did a lot for us, but at the same time he pushed a load of positive claims on our face and down our throat. Okay? Everyone did that, as far as I'm concerned. I'm like the worst person when it comes to I'm really anti the beginners of flat Earth. We should have been more selective with who were the mouthpieces of this. More thorough. That's just my opinion.
Okay, you ready for my story? You're gonna love my story. Okay, it's not really my story. It's a story I made up. It's a story of if there really was space and there really was a program for manned space, the first fucking thing you do is reproduce. Otherwise, what the fuck? Who are we kidding, right? So if you think they didn't fuck in space, they certainly would find another way to see if we could reproduce in space. So my theory and my cute story is they did do this in the early 60s. And the baby was an orphan and grew up in the organization of NASA. Little kid, right? Became an artist. Got sort of tired of being at NASA all the time. Troublemaker. They finally got rid of him. They told him, you know, you can't talk.
Made up flat Earth.
He became Matt Boylan. That's Matt Boylan. That's Math Powerland. He's the NASA baby that I created. Isn't that cute as hell? Yeah.
That's
So
brilliant.
he goes renegade, and by contract he can't talk about it. So he does that sideways comedy shit, and it gets him out of getting killed by the CIA or whatever contract. He didn't exactly leak it. He went around it in the form of satire or comedy or something that allowed him to do so. And that's why he came and went in the burst that he did, because they took him back, so to speak. So that's a funny story I made up.
His name was a really good play on words. Math Power Land.
Where is he these days, by the way? Like, what is he? Is he still around at all, or?
I don't know. I mean, at least
No.
Eric has products and stuff. Matt never had anything.
I mean, they were doing videos, and they were having a child, and remember in that warehouse, and where was that, in Vegas or something?
Don't say it. If you say the word with 6 strings and the noises he made, I might shit. I might shit myself.
Yeah.
He's the worst guitar player. He makes me want to hear Morgile. Did you guys see Morgile yesterday?
I think I saw some video, but I haven't really been following what he's been doing.
It's the one to watch. Well, first of all, he's been in jail, and he's
Yeah,
been on
to get out?
he's been on drugs for 4 years or so. But he
Oh,
finally mentioned it yesterday. He's like, "Yeah, I've been on drugs." You know, like finally.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
And he's just been on the air asking his thousands of subscribers, like 21,000 subscribers, for drug money for.
Wait, is that he said that?
Yeah.
What drugs? Like pills or something?
Yeah, it was heroin. Poppy, he calls it. Poppy. He was comparing his beer to his pot to his poppy, but to him he said pot and poppy's the same thing.
All right, so wait, you're telling me that he did on a live? I did see some video that he did, but I have. You're telling me that he literally admits that that's
for the first time. Yeah, finally admitted it.
Whoa! Wait,
and said his wife's still strung out.
Whoa!
And I offered him a job like a year ago and talked to him. I'm like, dude, you're leaving your wife there. She's a drain on you. She's a drain on you. Everyone can see it. She's sucking the life out of you. I won't. So
wait, is this video? It's called "Free as a Bird."
Yeah, it's him out of jail.
And so he went to jail and then had this rock bottom moment, and then he came out and is admitting all this to everyone.
No, this is a high point because he's been without ID for like 5 years and wanted in state. So he hasn't been. When he talks about not being able to get a place to live and stuff, it's because he's got no good ID. Wanted it because he's flaked out on everything he's ever done. So it's too bad. He was talented and he brought it to a language. He learned a lot and brought. He was highly appreciated. He is a decent guy, but he has ruined something awful publicly. You know, just awful. He makes Matt look okay, which was why I mentioned it, because they both of their guitars I should break on the sidewalk if you can.
Wow. I mean, I have been following a bit of. I mean, back in the day, yeah. I mean, Morgile, yeah, like he's done a lot of great work and
really
He's messed up now.
Really
You should see what he's up to in a minute.
So you're not catching him at a low point. You're catching him at a high point where you got to clear up a 5-year-old problem on one, like charges of possession and some, minor, all possession type infractions and stupid things, that he does, registration issues and just leaving a shitty trail of undone.
Dan, where are you from in the States, bro?
Los Angeles.
LA, alright. What work were you offering Morgile?
He says that he does remote, like office management and clerical work, although it sounded more like he baffles people into saying, look, I can print things for you, and now like people that don't know how to. That's, but he made it sound like he could be an office manager. And I have a drinking water filter business where I travel and go out and do things, and I have a paperwork problem getting paperwork done. There's no management. There's no clerical work being done unless it's by me. So I felt he could handle that, but I would let him try and stay here, like having a Morgile, right? Flat earthing stuff, it'd be fun, but he couldn't make it happen. And I, like I said, I smelled the wife as trouble, and he seems real great. Like I said, it seems like a low point as you described it, but it wasn't at all. For him, he was real excited. He was drunk.
Wow. Well, I have seen some like over the months, some of the videos, at least just like small parts of them or whatnot, where he was in that hotel and all that stuff.
Useless, droopy, and begging. Right?
But he would be asking for money. Yeah, he would do videos asking for that. And then I did see the one where those guys did a little stream. I watched a couple minutes of it where they were saying that that he got arrested and Flat Jack, is that what it? Yeah, I think.
Oh, right, I remember that. Jack's too nice. Too nice.
Just Jack.
Yep. So yeah, it's trippy to understand that the early generation is long gone. I came around as a second generation, and now like the third generation's coming. I feel I have a responsibility to them, but that's it. Like I just feel that Flat Earth should be there. Some kid comes along and his family and everyone says that he's crazy and they want to put him on meds. I sure as fuck hope to be there for him. I do.
Yeah, we need to start like a cosmology support network.
I did, unfortunately. I'm going to blow your mind if you can see chat. I'll blow your mind because I kind of did that, and it's creepy. And I guess, where do I put it? I mean,
cosmological anti-bullying.
Oh yeah, I just made up Flat Earth Anonymous. I just said fuck it. I think there should be court-ordered Flat Anon. That way, your boss can send you to Flat Anon, and you can pretend to get better while you're meeting with other Flat Earthers. It's really kind of a cool idea. Let's see, this is a link to
Well, they're just going to try to quote unquote rehabilitate people back into the mainstream narrative, and the globe is such a major focal point of that. It's like they really don't want to let people from that, and and then it was taught to all of us as children. So it's like we all have some kind of ego structure that was getting formed around that time, and then being told the whole Earth was a globe. So yeah, it just strikes so deep. And like we were saying before, I mean, it seems like World War I, World War II. I mean, it was a whole process, but they did their mixture of genocide and wars and various restructuring of things to push the globe into it to where now, it has loosened up quite a bit though, I would say over the years, like even in the last 6-7 years, seems like now like everybody knows that there actually are people, and more people know that there's actually a lot of intelligent people that think this as well. Like I think that initial stigma of dumb conspiracy theorists or whatever, yeah, it still kind of floats around a bit, but I don't really think it's nearly as heavy as it was. Like a lot more people are like, oh yeah, like I have a brother or a friend or someone who has told me about this, and someone that like they know and respect. Like there's at least one person in their life, Now maybe they are trying to call them crazy or do something like that too. I'm sure there are certain dramas, but I just think there's a lot more people that accept that it actually may be possible. Whereas before they would just think it's like the most impossible thing ever or whatever that initial response was that people had in like 2015, 16. And that was like the pre-programmed response from when we were first told the globe. We were also programmed with this response to, laugh and ridicule and, tell anyone that thinks that they're, stuck in the past or whatever.
I feel real sorry for anyone that's has to go with the program. I know somebody had to move back to his parents because he ruined his life as a flat earther, and he has to like denounce it to be able to live somewhere. And they put him on meds, and he doesn't have any emotions anymore, and he's aware of it.
Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, if they're man.
So I don't want to give up on flat Earth because someone's not crazy for recognizing. Yet it's everything else in their life I care about. I don't care about what they really think about flat Earth. You know, really, it's it's obvious. Flat Earth is obvious. Level is obvious. Horizontal is obvious. The reason why we're flat earthers is because of the obvious factor. But I've had people tell me,
Yeah.
it's obvious to you. I mean, I have. And I guess they're right. Obvious to me doesn't make it universally obvious.
Well, it is like directly empirically experienced and is reality on that level. But I guess it just depends on how strong their attachment to the globe is. It's sort of like the globe is just pushing its thing, and so therefore it gets people wrapped up in it. But the actual, like you said, just the direct lived reality of our world is, I mean, I think the only thing, like people have said, like the fact that we kind of see in like a hemispherical little, if you want to call it like a dome or like a personal, that kind of does look spherical in a way that, could kind of make you think, oh, maybe I'm on a huge sphere. So like I get how it kind of mixes in with that in some ways. But if you really look into it in terms of like the actual geometry of the Earth on all the scales and all the other factors involved, like you were saying, yeah, it is direct, and I would say obvious as well. Like it's only the globe pushings that kind of distract people from that. But I mean, would it be categorized as obvious?
I mean, how about the flipping weekly space launches now to reinforce it? Just pumping those space launches. Pumping the reinforcement.
Yep, and the exoplanets and the James Webb multi-billion-dollar space telescope shit. Yeah, it's like, the idea of like, having like a lot of subscribers, millions or whatever of subscribers, like Justin Bieber has however many million. Well, how many does NASA have? It's like they're trying to be the biggest subscribed show, basically.
Uh-huh.
So they're pumping out all these articles and all this like stuff to try to, like you said, reinforce it. It's crazy.
I'm so up their ass. Did you see that video I did on Beetlejuice? Like their headline, Hubble sees Beetlejuice coronal mass ejection or something. Like, and what it turns out is like around 2019 or something, maybe 16, is they finally saw something that wasn't just a speck. Like not just a dot, like a UFO speck of light, just point of light. They finally saw a shape. Like, so they show us these nebulas and this shit really far away, but in fact, they'd never seen a star turn up like a round ball until like a few years ago. And now that James Webb comes out, I should show you this video. The James Webb thingy comes out, and they don't want you to forget Hubble. So they put out this other thing. Do you mind if I play a 3-minute vid?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, they put out this.
But I'm really hoping that
they put out this thing that like says, we see Hubble. Screen share here.
The only thing is that the audio is coming through to the live stream, so if it's going to get a copyright, I could.
No, it's mine. It's mine.
Okay, or I could just mute the live stream real quick, if needed.
All right, it's mine though. Cool. Screen share screen, and I guess it is screen sharing already.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, sorry. So, well, I just lost it, right? I did lose it, right? Let me start over. You're seeing a blank screen, maybe?
I see your YouTube.
Okay, you see me fucking around with it?
Yeah.
All right, let me bring up my chan, and it's probably here.
But I'm really hoping that
sorry,
flat earthers never find them.
Here it comes.
Because I don't want to talk to them. And believe it or not, they're actually not very good. Really talk much else. And on the
I got it.
Well, there's some new news this week out of our buddy. Yeah, they're releasing some images from 2019 where Hubble was able to see something similar to a coronal mass ejection. It says that it's literally 400 billion times any larger larger than the ones that we have on. Imagine the force blowing out of there, and they're saying they're really not sure about all. And they've got a couple of different images that happened. It's amazing. Hubble focused on it at the time.
Okay, so you follow the story so far is they decided to bust out some Hubble images, so we don't forget about Hubble basically right now during James Webb, and we know about James Webb and other types of spectral photography where they take different spectrums and they add all these color assignments. So we kind of know about that. But when I'm looking at this,
boy, I love NASA and the work they do and everything. So I looked into it close. I looked really close. I started looking, and all of a sudden I noticed that this was creation, not a photograph whatsoever. And upon investigation, I started looking into the art and what she did and where she came from, her background. She's really done branding and stuff, and I'm sure she does a good job.
so they were so proud of this image that they hired a press team and spent 3 years preparing this artist rendition of it. And at the end, when you go to hubblesite.org, they took the term illustrator right off of it. So I put this out here, and I put these links out there, and the Globers looked it up and brought me the real image. So watch this. The real image is totally funny.
But see, it doesn't mention the key here, and the key here is illustration credit. Now I know what you're all kinds of stuff because the James stuff just came out. So we're sure color assignments, we're sure about different scales and having it different, and that's here because the artistic allowance here, a bit of a stretch. We've just seen the original here, and we know that the resolution that they're actually getting, and they're admitting that this is an artist rendition, an artist depicting what they really see from the supposed Hubble telescope. Read them and weep, Globetards. This is what we're looking at. It's the difference between the press release, what they say they see, and what they actually see. Have a great day, Truth Seekers.
So they go, what's the big deal? So they wanted you to see what it would really look like. So they had an artist do it. And I'm just like going, so, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. This is exactly the difference between, if they're proud of it, show us. But article after article will show you only the illustration. You got to go pretty deep to find that picture in other sites. Like they're not comparing them. They're not showing you what they saw. And yet, from an emotional standpoint, because since I spoke to an astronomer today, they're excited about this. This shows form. They're excited. They've only seen dots of light before. So they were so excited, but they knew that we wouldn't buy it, that we didn't give a shit. So they had to make it look pretty. They had to make it look pretty. So we'd buy it. And then they waited till the slow point for Hubble to remind us Hubble's still doing good stuff. So here's some 3-year-old stale image that we're hiding because we're going to show you the painting. So it's pretty interesting. Real interesting. All kinds of interest.
Yeah, I mean, James Webb is hardly even better than Hubble. It's ridiculous. Like they just sharpened up.
Yeah, it's just a little bit, huh?
It's like from 480p to 720p.
Uh-oh, someone's bugging me. She's in Hawaii time. Uh-oh, guess she sneezed. Excuse me. Well, I must be allergic to chicks. All right, I'm gonna call her back. Have a good night. Have a good night. I had fun. Thanks.
All right, Dan. Yeah, you too, man.
All right, I'll see you again.
Talk to you later.
Is anyone else watching that fake moon launch thing?
I don't think it starts for another couple of hours, does it?
Are you tuning in, Ruth?
I probably will. I think it's about 9 or 10 o'clock though, in a couple of hours.
3 hours, 3.5 hour countdown at the moment. They had a leak. Some kind of
10 PM.
hydrogen leak. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm awake, I'll watch it. I've been going to sleep at about 9:30 most nights these days.
So what are they? Oh, this is the thing that's supposedly going to the moon.
Yes. It's orbiting. I don't think it's landing.
Artemis, it's called. Is that right, Ruhi?
Yes. Artemis 1. I think the manned mission is like 2025 or something. But this one was delayed by like 2 years or something, so, you know. Artemis manned. Oops. Artemis.
So have they got to the moon yet?
No, they're taking off in 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. Oh my god. You must be excited, Rui.
Oh, I'll give it a watch, yeah. Artemis 3 landing in 2025. There you go.
Where's it landing?
On the moon.
No. Really?
Yes.
How are they going to
The
do
moon,
that?
bandsaw. We're going.
So we're going. We're there. Dad. 2025. Oh. Won't that be interesting?
But believe it or not, they're going to do it, and we're not going to get footage of the journey.
We're not?
Well, we were talking about this earlier, how there's no footage of anything actually leaving the Earth and going to another body, and they're claiming to do it tonight, and we still won't get footage of that.
No way. It's 2022. Do they not realize how cheap cameras are? Do they not realize how cheap they are?
I don't think it's the
Maybe
camera.
we will. Are they claiming they're going to show that? Okay, so case in point, Ruhif, we were talking all earlier about this. So they're doing.
Oh, yeah, I was here for it.
They're claiming they're doing it, and they have no cameras on this craft. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
We have
Absolutely no idea.
cameras on every car and airplane, submarine, military ship, but they're just not putting cameras on this one to go to space. Is that the deal?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea if there are or are not cameras and what footage we will or will not get.
So why wouldn't they show us footage, Rui, in 2022? What would be a good explanation that would...
Because there's a massive conspiracy, Bandy. Massive conspiracy. That's the only possible.
No, come on. Like, they're doing this for science, Rui. This is why they're apparently sending this rocket up there, for science, right? So they can explore the moon, because they're not really too sure that they can land on it yet, right? So they've got to just scout out the area, because
I think just to test the SLS.
when they shredded all the plans to the first moon landers and stuff, they obviously shredded all the maps for all the good landing sites as well. So they've got to, check those out again. But what would be a good excuse not to have total, uninterrupted footage of from where you're coming from to where you're going? Like, why wouldn't you do it?
Like I said, clearly it's fake.
Why wouldn't you do it? I would like a reasonable answer.
I don't even know if there is or is not cameras on there.
Would you be disappointed if there wasn't? Well, obviously you wouldn't be, because...
Oh, yeah, I'd be disappointed, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't then jump to it's a massive conspiracy.
I'm not saying that the excuse is it's a massive conspiracy, but what would be a reasonable excuse in 2022 with the technology that we have and how cheap cameras are? Why
It's
you
not about the camera. Cameras don't cost anything, right?
Okay, so then why don't they put 16,000 cameras all around it?
All right. And are they broadcasting 16 live streams back to the Earth?
Well, you know what? If nothing else, right? If they couldn't broadcast it live back to Earth, which is really bewildering to me, seeing as we can get, you know, information from Hubble and Mars and all that sort of stuff. So the fact that
Yeah,
they
it's not
can't
live streamed.
information.
How many photos
What do you mean?
does
It
Himawari
doesn't
take?
matter. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's in live stream. The fact that information does come means that you can
Yeah.
get it. So instead of it being in 1080, it could be in 240, right?
Are you going to be happy with that?
But if nothing else, what they could do would be put these cameras, 16,000 of them, mind you, right, all over the rockets, every single angle, right, and just put a couple of hard drives in there and record the bloody thing.
Okay. To convince flat earthers?
No, it's for science, Rui. It's for science. Like, what kind of retarded scientist would not want to put cameras on it and see absolutely everything they can? Mind you, like, this launch is only costing them, just for the launch itself, let's not include the building of the things and everything else, $93 billion.
Yeah, there'd be cameras
so
all over it. They need to make sure that they're not going to run into a UFO or run into a satellite. There could be space rocks out there. There could be metal chunks that broke off of satellites. There could be all kinds of space junk. They've got to have this thing on full cameras. There would be cameras. There'd probably be 15 cameras if this was real, all over it.
That's exactly. And the fact that we don't know yet because they haven't released anything. So let's not get too premature about it. But
I'll actually find out if there are cameras on it.
I'd personally be, well, there'll be one or two, right? But this footage that I think would be vital and absolutely necessary. If I was in the boardroom and they're saying, what are the sort of things you want to do? It's just like, hey guys, let's whack a couple of cameras on there, couple of halves. I know where we can get some cheap ones. Rui's got some cheap ones that'll hold 120 million terabytes of weather balloon data, so he could probably lend his to you. That'll hold enough information, and whack them on there, and away you go.
Do we know if there are or are not cameras on this thing?
Oh,
Hey,
no,
check this.
there'll be
Sorry, Bands.
cameras on there.
Check this. Not only cameras of it in space. People are saying in the chat, why aren't they even showing the fueling? They're showing 2 camera angles right now live. They're not even showing, like people said they were going to show thermal fueling cameras. They're not even showing anything of the pre-launch, like let alone cameras of it in space. They're showing 2 standard kind of camera angles. Nothing technical, nothing. It's just... And they've just realized that they needed to have the fuel tanks at the same temperature consistently while they're fueling. It's taken them 50 years to realize that, we should... They realize they don't know how to fuel a rocket properly. That's why it's delayed and they messed up.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you shred all the plans, I suppose. You lose all this vital information. It's crazy. Oh, this is science, guys. This is science.
The chat is quite funny on YouTube. No one's really trolling it like from a flat earthers or NASA hater perspective. They're asking quite decent questions, like why no fueling cameras? Why are they only showing
thermal cameras?
Because NASA said it's going to be like some kind of thermal camera showing fueling. I don't know if that's a possibility or something that would happen, but they did promise that to all the NASA fanboy geeks, and they're now not showing any. Like, they wanted to see every single part of this kind of pre-launch, and NASA have just decided, I don't know, man. I'm just going off what I'm reading in the YouTube chat. I'm literally just...
I think I'll stay awake. If it gets delayed, though, like does this put the launch time backwards?
No, they said there's still a 2-hour window that they're within, so it's still 3 hours and 20 minutes now. So I think you'd be okay, man.
Have they got the hawks out there scaring away all the pigeons and seagulls?
Do they need to for a rocket?
Oh, I don't know. You don't want one of those pigeons or seagulls to hit the camera, do you? The only camera that
But I mean,
they've
hitting the
got.
rocket.
Yeah, they'll have cameras for the little launch of the rocket, and then it'll cut to CGI, as always.
Oh, of course.
Of course, the one footage that we would need that would make space even possible, meaning the next best thing to us, like if space were real, the next best thing to us being in a rocket ourselves and going there would be footage of it. So,
yeah. Of course, you'll be convinced by that.
The fact that they don't have footage of the entire rocket leaving the Earth, going into space, going past the Kármán line, going past the escape velocity, popping out into space, traveling all the way to said moon, see the Earth fading away and all the light and everything that around it, be incredible. And then as the Earth gets smaller and smaller, the moon would start getting larger and larger. You would get sucked into the gravity of the moon. You start orbiting that thing. I mean, that would be next to this idea that the Earth is a globe, as if they like blew our minds with that. That would be like the next best thing to seeing all that, if that were real.
You could
Red curry
recoup
beef
your
tonight.
money. You could recoup your $93 billion overnight if you had footage like that. Like you just put it out there as an app. Download an app, $1 an app, all right, or $5 an app or whatever as your screensaver. You can have it as a screensaver on your computer or your phone. They would recoup their money overnight.
I am about to start. Actually, no, I'm not.
They wouldn't have to worry about employing painters then.
Well, it would be like let's say that they claim that there was like a new continent or new land or something. Then we would expect to see authentic footage of arriving to that land, and then
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like when they find an island or whatever that's been undiscovered.
Yeah, first thing they are is they're there with cameras. We were talking about this earlier, Banzo. Yeah, it's just like
Yes. Yes, you were.
dude, it's so poignant. I mean, they've sent crafts to Mars, they claim, crafts to the moon, men to the moon. They put a Tesla out there. That thing's on its way to Jupiter. They've had all these other missions of shit that's whipping around Jupiter and catching orbits. Meanwhile, we don't have any footage of any of it. All we get is these framed shots and these like clearly CGI probe pictures. Clearly. Dude, have you seen the one of Saturn?
Well, I've seen lots of pictures of Saturn. All right, I am about to cook.
It is the definition of CGI.
Okay. I'll trust you on that one, Joe.
Well, you don't even have to trust me. Just take a look at this one. Ready?
All right, hang on. Where's the phone? Hang on. Sorry, I posted. Where is it? That one. So good.
Is that your favorite device there? Is that what you use when the rockets blow off, Ruif? You get that thing out and oh my God, this rocket.
Give it a kiss. I once found an enormous vibrator in my mum's drawer. And I was 7 or 8. Fuck, it's a bit hot.
What?
All right, hang on. Ow. Was that taken by Voyager?
That's
Like,
Cassini.
what's the source of the image?
Cassini.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, dude, that's not real. That is literally a digital fabrication.
Okay.
And they have like thousands of ones that look like that. But no real footage? That's what I'm saying. They're always like framed shots in a black background. There's nothing authentic.
What would you expect in the background?
The universe?
What? You expecting to see stars? Like, I don't get it. Oh, with Saturn, actually, you might see stars with Saturn, maybe.
Only the band still mentioned birds and stuff. There's a bat now flying around the engines, and they're talking about it on the live stream. Space bat, they called it.
Ow. Fuck. Space bat.
It should be it just should be standard to have footage of a rocket leaving the Earth and going to another celestial body. That should be that. If space were real and the Earth was a globe at this point, that definitely would be something humanity would have. The fact that we don't is a huge indicator. That they don't have that because it isn't real.
Right.
I mean, do you disagree?
No.
That would be like saying we have no footage of a camera on a Lamborghini.
Yeah. It's all fake. Can't have gas pressure without a container, right?
Why have they used this rusty brown color on the rocket? I don't like that. Why can't they have it in nice spacey colors?
Why can't I cook beef hot enough so that it doesn't fucking boil in the wok?
Got to keep stirring if you're using a wok, dude.
I am. But it's full of fucking liquid at the bottom. I'm just boiling my meat.
Well, they've added half an hour, Ruef. It's 3 hours 42 minutes now.
All right, 10:30. That might put it beyond my reach, maybe. We'll see. I'm a good boy, going to bed early. I'm gonna fucking drain this off. Yeah. Oh, man. Man. All right. Soy sauce, Bambi. A bit of chili, garlic. Yeah, I'll let the beef. That's all right. Vegetables. Hey, chicken. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. Hmm. Doo, 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 doo.
What do you think's going to happen when NASA goes down?
What do you mean goes down?
Well, when enough people realize it's a fraud and then the whole thing shatters. What do you think's going to go down?
Jesus. That's not going to happen, Gio.
You think they'll just kind of compartmentalize it? Try to bring in some new government, some new system, and say, "Oh, the old one, and we're gonna."
For sure.
Or will they even have to do that?
Now that's when the New World Order will kick in and everyone will go into FEMA camps.
You ready? You ready for your camp?
I'll pack my sleeping bag. I'm ready.
They're just gonna roll it out. Like anyone who's not going with the NWO plan just gets put in a concentration camp.
Yep. If you deny a flat Earth, you get put in a camp, a re-education camp.
Yeah, they did that just a couple decades ago.
Yeah.
Re-education camp, and if you don't oblige, then they just send you off to the chambers.
Yep. It'll be beautiful.
So this whole thing will end with you just waving as we're all getting sent to the goulash. You're just going to be traveling the world, showing up and just waving to us as we're taking off.
Yes.
Is that your fantasy?
Yeah.
You just want to see all the anti-mainstream.
All the fluffs imprisoned.
Yeah. All the fluffs.
Not British, bloody hell. That's pretty good.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. A girl asked in chat, "Can I see it in Atlanta?" So the guy's commentating, and it's like, "No, because it's nighttime. You'll probably see it, in Florida, obviously, and then Georgia, stuff like that." And then said the last place you'll probably see it is Bermuda. That's very funny.
Bermuda Triangle again. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where it's going to land.
All right. Go there. All right, chicken. Would you like some stir-fried beef, Chook? No, didn't think so. What about the vegetables? Do you want the vegetables? It's true. True indeed. Meow, 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 meow. Super adorable chicken. All right, dinner time. Don't post a photo of my dinner. Yes, Robbie, we should. We should post a picture of dinner. There we go. Look at that. Look at that one. All right, I'm going to start printing for Wolfie. Best looking dinner you've ever seen? Yes, it is healthy, Harry.
Screw it.
Yep.
Cool, man. No, okay, so if there were absolute physical measurements of the surface of Earth done by multiple people, multiple groups, multiple ways of doing it, in the next several years, and the Earth absolutely is verified to not have the curvature. Now, I realize that even if that's the case, they're not going to put it on the news the day, the first, you know what I mean? So they're not going to be, it's not like it's just going to like take the world by storm in that way or anything. It'll be a slow thing and people doing it in different areas. But once enough people are aware of that, meaning, scientists, you get into all that, professionals, all kinds of different people are aware. And once that is, just developed along as things do, how could the globe Earth and NASA continue on? If that's done to where it's verifiable, repeatable by various different peoples, how could the NASA story, continue?
Fuck, that was bad. Sorry. You're just asking a fantasy question. Again, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Come on. There we go. When you say physical measurement, you mean without optics, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about physical. Yeah,
I don't think that's possible.
Not optically. Yep, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
You could double check it with optics, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think a physical measurement is possible. The ones I've heard just have too much margin of error and too many variables, and yeah, just don't think it's possible.
All right, well, that's a whole nother question of.
Yeah.
But that's a
But
different.
yeah, sorry. Even taking those, it's still a fantasy question. It's the Earth has already been measured. It's done. I measured it last week. In fact, I took another measurement today. Someone was asking the height of the Opera House. Oops. I went and measured that today.
I like how everyone's like, "Where's the curve? Where's the curve?" And Ruhit's like, "I've been doing it every day."
Yeah. And then, like, I'll show you some footage or some picture of like 2,000 meters of a mountain below the horizon, and you go, "That's not curvature."
Dude, were you listening earlier with Soundly and Lemon and all that? That was wild.
I heard Soundly and Rakia. Couldn't hear Lemon that much. I think I left before Lemon got there.
Yeah, it was Rakia as well. Yep. Yeah.
Soundly got fired up. That was good. Never heard him actually launch. Oh, fuck. There we go. 100%. Hang on. Da-na-na. Da-na-na. Oh, fuck, it's going to take over a day. All right. And away we go. Na-na-na-na. In fact, while I'm in here, I should jump in. That's correct, Harry. I've taken a shitload of measurements. Let me upload a couple I did today. Where's my phone? Oh, boom. Na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, oops, 3. Fuck. Boom. Na-na-na-na. My theodolite's out by like an arc minute, which is pretty shit. That one. You want to see the sights around Sydney, Gio? Let me post these. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. That's under the harbour bridge, obviously. Whoops. The super deep marker, by the way. Super deep survey mark. I'm trying to fill your dead air, Geo. You there, Harry? Oh, you're in East Timor, aren't
Yeah, I'm here, Rui. Just lurking
you?
here
Nice.
because I'm in East Timor again.
Hmm.
These are pretty pictures, though.
Yeah. Let me work out the height of the opera house.
Okay, how do we do that? Where are you?
See the screenshot that I posted with the eastings and northings on it? I'm going to convert that to lat long. 625 to 969, 26. So I get an accurate observer location. There we go. There we go. 20. Boom. 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 All right. Now, 3D of the opera house would be that one. Whoops. Fuck. Bring it up here, please. Fuck. Hang on. This is fucked. Hold on. $66. Dude. 66. Here we go. All right.
You did this today?
Yeah. How about you can work out the height? Actually, I'll give you the distance. Mark. $707 meters away. 707 meters away. Observer height equals 2.467 plus, what was my tape measure? Oh, it's 206. There we go. There you go. That's 4.53 meters. So no, Harry. I have to calibrate it before I make any videos with it. I may have donked it, yes. I did. So how high is the Opera House? All right, 5 plus 460 plus 0.0794. And 707 meters times tangent equals 62.84. Seven oh seven times tan 5.0794 plus what's my zero height 4.53 meters. 4.53. 67.37 meters. 37 meters above sea level. There you go. Done. How much curvature is in 707 meters, people? 3 centimeters.
Yeah, it's going to be like half that of a mile, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, a quarter of like it's half a mile distance, but because it's squared, the actual drop is a quarter of what it would be. Then you've got refraction as well. Anyway, 3.3 centimeters. And if you look at the photo through the scope, oops, how close did I get it? Yeah, pretty close. Within 5-10 centimeters, I reckon. Yeah, that hole where I've opened up the survey mark, it was like 50 centimeters down to the survey mark. Super deep. Is anyone predicting some massive catastrophic failure tonight?
People in the YouTube chat are. Someone put rocket go down, go boom boom.
Is NASA Spaceflight Channel, is that a NASA? Oh, that's a private thing. Oh, yeah, where is it? I assume it's in Florida.
Yeah, yeah. Kennedy Space Center, it says in the description.
Oh, hang on.
Go.
Apparently, those black squares are camera tracking markers. So it says the chat.
Yeah, a few people have asked that a couple of times, and it's been answered.
Fucking enormous rocket. Pretty good CGI, eh? Hey. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Yeah. All right, what's it doing? Oh, fuck, we're going to buy some bread. Pocket. Who wants to come for a drive with me in 5 minutes? I have a zoo full of animals following me everywhere I go. Beautiful. No. Draw me like one of your French girls. Beautiful. No. We need gin to fill the air. Did you just pee on the stairs, Scarlett? Fuck me. You're going out, actually. You're going out. Okay. Ah, unbelievable. Who wants to see what our front HUD looks like? Actually, I'll do it on the way home. Pony? Pony, pony. Pony, pony. Hey? No, where is he? Pony? Oh, where are you? There you go. Boom. Alright. No, I had to go and get Abby. I'll get something tomorrow. I gotta go get bread now. Okay. Alright, let's get the drop.
I've got one for you, Rufus, that I've suddenly become fascinated with watching. And since I've started doing diving, it is looking at the job saturation divers do, where they're kept at undersea pressures for like a month, like rigged together undersea cables and oil rigs and stuff, do welding and things. He just caught a lobster with his hand. Oh yeah, they don't wear fins either, they just wear gumboots. That's a big food. That's a big shark. Oh, that shark got so close.
What was that?
It was me being an old man.
Oh, yay! Found some bread. Oh, free pair of novelty socks. Hey, how you going? You're good? Yeah, okay. $3. Cool. Thank you. No, that's all good. Thanks. Cheers. you doing?
My camera gone to 720.
Your your phone camera. Your phone camera. The camera for your phone.
Yeah.
Huh.
Stonefish. What a go. Hot. Okay. Thank you. Obrigado.
That looks huge.
Do you want some?
No.
Is that what you're getting at? I'm trying to steal some already.
No, I Australian indigenous trout.
How exactly?
He's at a news conference with Anthony Albanese. He
Yeah.
said, "Whatever you need from me, you just let me know." Um,
What's the? I'm not up to date on it though. What's the vote?
Albanese wants to hold a referendum to change the constitution and give Indigenous people a voice in Parliament. And Shaq says
Help.
he'll help. Good, isn't it?
Mm.
Gonna drive forward.
Because when Australians are thinking, do I want Indigenous people to vote? We're like, well, hang on. What does Shaquille O'Neal think?
Everyone in the comments said, "Yeah, but what is?"
Damn. Yeah. All right. I bid thee farewell.